We're now recording.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm going to call the Executive Committee meeting to order. This is our May 22nd, 2025 Executive Committee agenda. Madam Secretary, can I have you take roll call, please?
Cisneros?
Here.
Good. I do not see Trustee Good in attendance. Soel?
Present.
Stallings?
Present.
Trejo? You have a quorum, Chair.
Great, thank you. Next on the agenda is call for public comment. And before we begin public comment, I would like to remind everyone that under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, public comments must pertain to items that are on the agenda or be related to matters that are within the jurisdiction of this agency. Specifically, the Board Executive Committee is responsible for the effective functioning, maintenance, and development of the board, oversight of strategic and essential operation matters, including legislative relations and appointments to volunteer entities. As the chair of the Board Executive Committee, I reserve the right to limit each speaker's time to 2 minutes or to close the public comment period after 2 hours, which includes a 10-minute break, or after the first 100 speakers, whichever occurs first. If I could have a show of hands as to individuals who would like to make public comment to the Executive Committee, just to get an idea. Note that we do have one advanced sign up, and I do appreciate that.
Chair Stallings, I do not see any members of the public would like to address the committee.
All right. We have made an attempt to identify members of the public who have raised their hands. For those of you participating via Zoom, you should have a function for virtually raising your hand if you wish to address the committee. It's the hand icon. And please, again, if you have not already done so, please alert staff if you would like to make public comment. For those of you participating via phone, you may virtually raise your hand by pressing *9. That's the star key, then the number 9. Doing so will alert staff. Due to time restrictions, we cannot allow more than 2 minutes for each speaker. And so if we could have Madam Secretary identify the first person on the pre-sign-up list.
I do not see that individual in attendance, and we do not have any other members of the public with their hand raised to address the committee.
All right, going once, going twice. We're going to close the public comment portion for Executive Committee. We'll move on to item 1, which is a chair's report. I will waive that in lieu of more comments at the full board meeting. Go to item 2.1. This is approval of the February 21st, 2025 Board Executive Committee open session minutes. Does any member of this body wish to make any corrections or modification to these open session minutes? And seeing none, if I may have a first and a second.
This is Trustee Sowell. I'll move the minutes.
All right, thank you. All right, first by Trustee Sewell, second by Trustee Trejo. Madam Secretary, can I have a roll call vote?
Cisneros?
Aye.
Good, not present. Soel?
Aye.
Trejo?
Aye.
Stallings?
Aye.
It's 4 ayes, 0 nays. Minutes are adopted.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3.1, I would just note that this has been withdrawn due to the need to engage some stakeholders, and I look forward to presenting that final work product as soon as possible. Item 3.2 is approval of modification to the 2025 Audit Committee Work Plan. I would note that Trustee Tony is in attendance, who chairs the Audit Committee. Would just want to thank you for all the work that you and your committee do. I know you meet a little bit off cycle of our meetings in order to, I think, accomplish your work in a more efficient manner, so appreciate that. I'm going to have our Deputy Executive Director, Erica Doherty, present on that item, and then open it up to Trustee Tony if he has any comments he wishes to make. So, Ms. Doherty, welcome.
Great, thank you. So just to set where we are, so the Audit Committee approved the original 2025 work plan on February 5th, and this committee adopted it on February 21st. At the May 14th Audit Committee meeting, the Audit Committee approved proposed modifications to the work plan to establish AI governance, including reporting requirements and some monitoring protocols. These proposed modifications directly support the strategic plan goal 5 which is to protect the public through the innovative use of technology and responsible management. Specifically, the changes to the work plan really lay out 4 things that staff would be doing and bringing back to the audit committee for input. That would be developing comprehensive reporting guidelines for the departments that are using AI tools, including use cases, risk assessments, and performance metrics. Having staff establish a monitoring framework to track AI performance, bias, and ensure compliance with legal, ethical, and operational standards. And then facilitating the audit committee's oversight role for this by bringing it back to the audit committee at periodic meetings, as well as working with the committee chair to share more information on a more frequent basis. So like I said, the audit committee did approve this, and to put it into the work plan would require the board executive committee's approval.
Any questions for Ms. Doherty or Trustee Tony? Did you wish to address anything? All right. Any questions, comments? All right, I would just call out one item, which is the Office of the Public Trust Liaison Reporting. I think that this has absolutely been a vital addition to the State Bar. So big, thank you to our Executive Director, Leah Wilson, for really being the impetus behind that. I'm really glad that we continue to have regular reporting through the Audit Committee. I think it's just a really good kind of internal look that we can take to keep us on the straight and narrow. So if there's no further comments or
I do have just a quick question. Can I just get reminded of what, from a legislative standpoint, we're going to be audited on this go round as well? I know what our audit committee is, and I'm fine with our audit committee work plan, but I'm just trying to figure out also what else is coming at us that's going to compound some of that work.
The state audit that's planned in the current pending legislation is around the February 2025 bar exam issues.
Right, and that's it?
That's it in terms of the cycle of we're off cycle for the regular biannual.
Thank you for that, because that's what I was trying to, okay.
anybody want to give Audit any more work? No? Okay. All right, if no other questions or comments, can I have a first and a second to approve this work plan?
I'll make the motion to approve the amendment to the work plan.
All right, thank you.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. First by Trustee Sewell, second by Vice Chair Cisneros. May I have a roll call vote?
Cisneros?
Aye.
Good, not present. Sewell?
Aye.
Trejo? Aye. Stallings?
Aye.
4 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries.
All right. Next is the most exciting thing that a lot of us get to participate in. This is the annual appointments of officers and members to State Bar sub-entities. And this is being presented by Board Secretary Louisa Arpetian.
Thank you, committee members. This next item is the approval of officers and members of State Bar's sub-entities. Each year, staff conducts a comprehensive outreach and recruitment process to identify a diverse and qualified pool of applicants. The review process is carried out in coordination with committee leadership and the board's appointments liaisons, with an emphasis on diversity, leadership continuity, and public service. A summary of this year's outreach efforts is included as attachment K to the report. Now I'd like to pass it on to Chair Stallings, who also serves as the board appointments liaisons for the remarks.
All right, thank you. And I would just ask, do we have Trustee Barahona in attendance?
We do not.
Okay. All right. If she joins, could you just let me know? But I do want to thank Trustee Barahona for serving in this capacity. I want to give a huge shout out to Louisa for the hundreds of applications that she goes through for all the staff, for all the sub-entities who, especially sub-entity leadership, who devote a lot of time to conducting interviews. This is always a monumental undertaking, and I'm always reminded of the fantastic candidates that we have both lawyers, non-lawyers. Melanie Shelby, former trustee, really did a lot to improve our access into non-lawyer groups, so we continue to get a very, very strong pool of individuals who want to donate their time to the work of the state bar. So unfortunately, we have to make tough decisions. We have to choose some and not go with others. If you did not get a recommendation to be appointed, please try again later. I know sometimes it's a lengthy process, but I did want to talk briefly about a couple of things on the Gini Commission. You know, certainly have been reading in the news various areas of the state that have very extreme need for more judicial officers. So we tried to take that into account and looking at geographical diversity as well as practice areas of Gini commissioners. The Gini Commission just does an enormous amount of work, really in service of all of California. The Gini Commission helps to advise the governor's appointments office of qualified candidates for appointment to Superior Court. And then, as we've seen, like over the past couple of years, there's been a significant amount of appellate justices who have been appointed. All of this really is borne on the shoulders of the Gini Commission. So really want to thank them for their tireless work to get us qualified judicial applicants. One note I would make about the Judicial Council is there was some discussion about the type of data that we receive from Judicial Council. I know each entity that we appoint to has their own way of tracking data. One of the things that we try and ensure as appointment liaisons is that there's sufficient diversity in many, many different areas. We have the diversity matrix that we try and stick to. And we just encourage the Judicial Council as they go throughout their planning year. That's data that they can track to provide us with for future appointment decisions. We would absolutely appreciate it. And then the last committee I will talk about is the Committee of Bar Examiners, and certainly that committee has been in the news quite a bit here recently, and want to extend my heartfelt thanks to outgoing chair Alex Chan, who has been really instrumental in helping lead the Committee of Bar Examiners through this time. So thank you to Alex, and thank you to the Committee of Bar Examiners. We're excited to see what the coming year holds, and the good that we can do in collaboration with each other and with the Supreme Court. So I am happy to make these recommendations to the Executive Committee. Trustee Barahona, is she joined? Okay, I know there were some scheduling issues this morning, so, but again, big shout out to Trustee Barahona and to Luis Arpetian. I know you were probably sad realizing this is your last appointments folder to put together and to compile, again, hundreds, if not thousands of documents. So thank you. Any questions or comments? All right, and if not, may I have a first and a second?
I'll again move the adoption.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. First by Trustee Swell, second by Trustee Trejo. May I have a roll call vote?
Cisneros,
Aye.
Good, not present. Sewell,
Aye.
Trejo, Stallings.
Aye.
That's 4 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries.
All right, thank you again to all the applicants, and thank you to all who serve all of California through volunteering through these sub-entities. It is greatly appreciated. This adjourns our Executive Committee meeting, and we'll be going into the Finance Committee meeting shortly. So thank you all.
Good.
Okay.
Good, uh-oh, a little bit of a feedback. You good? Good morning and welcome to the May 22nd Finance Committee of the State Bar. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. I'd like to ask our committee coordinator, Sam Tesoro, to please to call the roll.
Barahona,
Present.
Buenaventura, not present. Grande. Sowell,
Present?
Trejo. We have a quorum.
Very good. Next on the agenda is the call for public comment. Before we begin public comment, I'd like to remind everyone that under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, public comments must pertain to items that are on the agenda or be related to matters that are within the jurisdiction of this agency. Specifically, the Finance Committee leads the oversight and review of the State Bar's budget preparation. The Finance Committee does not have authority over attorney discipline, and there are no attorney discipline matters on the agenda for today's meeting. Additionally, we do have a full agenda today, and so as chair of the Finance Committee, I do reserve the right to limit each speaker's time if needed, as well as limit the public comment period, as well as the number of speakers. But before we address any of those issues or the need to have to address any of those issues, we'll just ask Sam, do we have folks that may be here to comment in front of the public, in front of the Finance Committee?
So currently, we don't have any hands raised, and we don't have any, we didn't have any in-person sign-up, so at this time, we don't have any public commenters.
Very good. Okay, I think, given the fact that there are...
Oh, sorry, Ray Hayden just raised
Okay.
his hand.
Ray just raised his hand.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Thanks, Evan. My only question is that it says Board of Trustees on the thing here, and I think it's the Finance Committee.
It is the Finance Committee, Ray. Do you want to testify, or do you want a public comment in front of the Finance Committee, or you waiting to?
No, I just wanted to make sure that I'm looking at the right meeting, because the sign said beforehand it's Finance Committee, but it says Board of Trustees May 2025 meeting.
You got it.
Up there it is. Thank you. I guess that was Devin, right? Okay, thanks a lot. That's it. That's all I have. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Ray. All right. Sam, anybody else that's in the waiting room, or?
No, there are no other hands raised.
Okay. Given the fact that there are no other hands raised, I think we can start to move to the agenda that's before us today. The first item on the agenda is the chair's report. I do not have a chair's report today, and so we can dispense with that. The second item on the agenda is the need to address the minutes and to approve the minutes. And I would just note for the members of the committee that we have two agenda items. We're approving minutes for two prior meetings, the February 11th meeting and the February 20th, 2025 meetings. And what I'd like to try to do, if it's okay with the members of the committee, is to approve those minutes as one package. But I'm going to need a motion in order to do that. And so, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from both of those meetings as a package? So, moved by Mr. Trejo. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Barahona. Okay, we'll have to take a vote.
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Grande, not present. Trejo. Sowell.
Aye. And Board Member Grande has just joined us.
Yes. So 3 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
Okay, and now we can move to take that item, that combined item. And so can I just get a motion to please approve the minutes from both the February 11th Finance Committee meeting as well as the February 20th Finance Committee, those open session minutes.
Well, I'll move it.
So moved by Board Member Barahona. Get a second? Seconded by Trejo. Sam, would you call the roll?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Grande. Trejo. Sowell.
Aye.
4 ayes, 0 nays. The minutes are adopted.
Very good. Next on the agenda is our consent calendar. We'll just ask if there are any members of the committee that would like to pull any of the items off the consent calendar. The item before us is approval of licensing requests for adjustment of fees, penalties, and charges. Does not appear that we have, I think we're good on the consent calendar. So can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar? Moved by Trejo. Need a second?
I'll second.
Second by Barahona. Sam, would you call the roll?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Grande, Trejo, Sewell.
Aye.
4 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries.
Okay, we do have a couple action items in front of us, and so I will ask our Chief Financial Officer, Araceli Montoya Chico, to lead our discussion.
Yes. I do have a presentation on the first item, which is the results for the quarter one financial statements.
Araceli, is your microphone on?
It is on. Is it screen light? Right. Oh, okay. I will talk louder.
Okay, thank you, Araceli.
Okay, well, let me see. Okay, that's really small for me. Is it? Can I get this? This screen. Sorry,
No, you're
it's
fine.
really small, and I have it in front of me, but maybe I'll try with what I have in front of me because my eyes are good, but they're not that good.
It is, you're right, Araceli, it is small.
It is, yeah, it is pretty small. So as I mentioned, this is the first agenda item in the Finance Committee. It's the quarter one financial statement results. So I will go first through the revenue results, and then I will move on to the expenses. As you can see, hold on, I need to make this bigger for myself, sorry. So in total, revenue for the first quarter was about just under $189 million, which was almost $7 million above budget. And I'm going to go into this next slide, which breaks down all of the funds and the cost for that additional surplus in revenue. So starting off, the general fund is higher than budget by just under $7.5 million. And this is really just due to how we allocated the budget of the mandatory fees. It is not necessarily indicative that we're going to get more revenue for the year. We normally the way we allocated the budget was that we expected more revenue to be received later in the year, but as of Q1, we actually ended up receiving a larger percentage of the revenue. So I just want to make it clear that it's not indicative that we're going to have more revenue during the entire year. And this is really because we did change the billing cycle. Prior years, we had the billing cycle run from December to January, and this year was the first year we shifted from February to March. So we just received a larger percentage of that revenue. Later in the year, you'll see we have received a lot more late non-compliance fees, so there is going to be a little bit more revenue from that, but mandatory fees generally, as of right now, it's not indicative that it's going to be over. The Equal Access Fund, as you can see, that is below budget by just under $10 million. And that's really because we were supposed to have received some emergency funding to help vulnerable individuals with everything going on with the federal actions. We haven't yet received some of that funding, but we expect to receive it in Q2. So this variance should go away by the end of the second quarter. And you'll see a similar variance on the expense side that's also below budget. As a reminder, most of our grants, and this is a grant-related fund, they're mostly pass-through. So if you see an overage in revenue, you will see an overage in expenses and vice versa. The next fund, the Legal Services Trust Fund, this is above budget as well by almost $7.5 million too. And I think you hear me say oftentimes it's because the actual average daily balances are a lot higher, and so are the interest rates. The way so the way we do the budget for the Legal Services Trust Fund, specifically IOLTA, the Legal Service Trust Fund Commission adopts a budget of how much they anticipate average daily balances to be in interest rates, and we build that into the budget. So you'll see this recurring trend. We're already over in Q1. You'll see the recurring trend in Q2, 3, 4, because the actuals are higher than what was adopted by the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission annually. The admissions funds, as you see here, is below budget on the revenue side by almost $2.5 million. And this is really a result of us having to refund a lot of the exam applicants. So refunds really caused the revenue side to fall for admissions pretty significantly. And in the next quarters, you'll see a bigger hit to revenue once we had processed all of the withdrawals as well and free retakes. The client security fund it's also above budget by just under $1 million. And this is really just client security fund is also funded by mandatory fees. So similar to the general fund, the shift in the billing cycle just means we earned a little bit higher of the total revenue in Q1. And finally, other funds is also above budget by $3.5 million. And that's really just entirely settlement donations that we receive in the Justice Gap Fund. Moving on to the expense side, total expenses, as you can see on the far right, was Total expenses are below budget, bar wide. They're about 196 million, so that's about $11.5 million below budget. And these are the funds that account for that difference. The general fund is underspent slightly by just under $1.5 million at 1.3 million. And this underspending is primarily in professional services and IT equipment. But it's really just a delay in invoicing and project start dates. It's not that we have savings yet. It's purely a timing issue. We do tend to see more spending more in Q3 and Q4. So you'll see this variance start to decrease as more spending gets underway. Equal Access Fund also below budget by that almost $10 million. Same reason we don't have the emergency funding to disperse, so the expenses there are lower. The Grants Fund is slightly below budget, less than $500,000, and this is because there is a delay in the Care Court grants specifically. That contract still wasn't executed as of Q1, so there was a little bit of a timing delay there. But we do expect this to be finalized in Q2. The admissions fund, as you can see right now, it's at budget. However, it's just not going to be the case going forward. The admissions budget, having to revert to the in person for the July bar exam, is really going to shift the expenses negatively. We anticipate to do a mid-year budget adjustment like we normally do, but this time in the admissions fund, we anticipate having to increase expenses by about $2.6 million to account for the room rentals that we have to procure, the proctors which are expensive, security, electricity, all of that. We're accounting for an in-person exam, and we are going to be incurring at least $2.6 million in the mid-year budget. And also the revenue side is going to have to be adjusted at mid-year for the admissions fund. So while this is at budget, this trend is just not going to continue. And finally, the client security fund is slightly below budget, and that's really just there's fewer applications that were eligible for payment in Q1 than we expected. And that's all I have for Q1. If there's any questions.
So questions from the members of the committee on the first quarter financial statements?
Thank you. It's amazing how impactful that billing or industry for the billing cycle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you anticipate, and I think you may have mentioned it in the past, but do you anticipate that as the variances continue through the year that will balance out the variances?
Yeah, for the mandatory fees, right now, I mean, it's May and we haven't seen mandatory fees themselves increase. I mean, we had a very, very small growth rate in attorneys. What you will see in Q2 is higher late non-compliance fees. That's going to help augment mandatory fees, but the core fees, no, they should be, if you strip out the late fees, you should see it start to get more with the budget as the year goes by.
a small bright spot, perhaps. This is good, that we're, despite these challenges, that we're able to manage fiscally through it. So, good work. Thank you.
Thank you. I said that was really helpful. I just have one question around the Equal Access Fund. Because of the delay of the disbursement, how does this actually impact this emergency funding? So we're waiting to receive it in order to disperse it,
Correct.
and we're not able to disperse it in this moment because we haven't received it yet?
Yes. Usually all of the funds that we have, including the grants, specifically in the Equal Access Fund, sometimes we get the money up front. But
Yeah.
even then, the Office of Access and Inclusion, which manages the disbursements,
Yeah.
will have a quarterly disbursement schedule. This specifically emergency funding, we were expecting to receive it in Q1 and we
Yeah.
budgeted accordingly, but we haven't received it yet. However, based on our discussions with the Office of Access and Inclusion, it is still expected to be received. And as soon as we receive it, we can turn it around, I don't want to say right away, but shortly thereafter.
Yeah.
So we do anticipate to get the revenue by the end of the second quarter and disperse it also in the second quarter.
Yeah, I guess I asked because of the need, the
Yeah.
real emergency need of getting these resources out. Is there anything we can do? Because it's a timing issue. Could we disperse and potentially, get that sort of reimbursement, if you will?
I don't want to talk for OEI and what they do with their grantees, but if there is a need, and I do understand that they have reached out to certain grantees, if they do, did need additional funding, we have been able to disperse that, and we would be able to.
Yeah.
We essentially have to borrow money from maybe another grant, but we'd have to get approval beforehand.
Got it.
It's not something that we're going to do just on our own.
Yeah.
We would get approval if there's a need to disperse funds, and then, essentially reimburse whatever grant we take it from.
Great. So a grantee could reach out and say, hey, we
Oh,
really,
absolutely, yes, absolutely.
we're in dire
Yeah.
need.
And we have
can turn that around.
accelerated some of the disbursements to certain grantees that maybe would have happened in Q2, and we had to do it in Q1.
Beautiful. Amazing. Thank you so much.
No, I was just saying that was great.
Honestly, I feel like I want to raise the elephant in the room, which is the admissions fund. And I feel like as a finance committee, I'd like to try to get the best thinking of some of my fellow board members. I know this is not an accounting term of art, but the admissions fund is out of whack. And I think, I know that there's going to be a fuller discussion of this at the full board meeting. And obviously, this is all a result of the February sort of bar exam. And in my mind, obviously, we do some forecasting as it relates to the admissions fund. We are trying to get a handle on that right now, but clearly don't have the full picture of the impact of the February bar exam. And I know that there's a cycle by which we do that sort of forecasting as well as look at the level of fees and those sorts of things like that. And could you maybe just sort of walk through that just a little bit? Because my kind of, I think where I'm going, and maybe this is a more of a discussion for the full board meeting, is whether or not we should either accelerate or somehow expedite, our looking at the admissions fund in order to try to better project where we might be. Now, mind you, I also know that there are other variables that will impact that. So maybe you could just sort of discuss that a little bit, Araceli, and maybe we can talk a little bit more about it.
Sure. So the board did adopt a policy that every 3 years we would do a full review of all of the programs where we charge fees, and that's in the admissions fund and the general fund. That review is due next year is when we're planning on doing it. The last one was done in 2023. We updated all the fees. As you will recall, we increased a lot of the fees for both the general fund and admissions. So in 2026 is when we were planning on doing a fee review, including the admissions fund. Yes, the admissions fund is not doing well, and I think if you'll see the materials posted in the Board of Trustees agenda item, they're expected to be in the red by the end of next year. So we could consider doing a fee review sooner, but like you said, there's a lot of inputs that we need to know to be able to model what a fee should look like.
Yeah.
And particularly where the bar exam, are we going to continue to be in person, or do we need to do some other format? That has, a lot of implications on the expense side, and it's hard to model that without knowing the direction that we should be going for the bar exam. We try to model, what it would take to essentially break even for some of these programs. So we do need to know, how much is the expense side going to be? And right now, I think there's a lot of questions and unknowns as to where the bar exam is going to be, the format of the bar exam for next year.
Got it. So Araceli, is that sort of a comment that would say, kind of counter what it is I said, which is it may not be worth at this juncture without having some of those other sort of variables known to try to think about accelerating our examination of those fees at this time?
I think it would be very challenging to do it if we don't know what expenses are. The expenses are different if it's remote versus in person. And if we don't have that decision, it's going to be very hard to, we can model it, but it's going to be very hard to get, real tangible numbers to see what a fee should be if we don't know what direction it is that we're heading for the bar exam.
So even if we were to attempt to try to just do some scenario modeling, if it was this is what we would need. If it was that, this is what we would need, or that's just an inordinate amount of work on your team.
So I don't want to jump in, but in the presentation that the board will take a look at later this afternoon, likely, you will see some scenarios modeled, and Araceli's team has costed them out. And so I'm not going to say it's not work. I think you've done some of the preliminary work. There are a lot of variables, including the number of people that are actually going to take any of these exams, the base upon which to spread your new fee. So some of the work is done, and you'll see it later this afternoon. I just wanted to make sure to highlight that before you give maybe a more detailed answer.
Yeah, thank you for that, Lee. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, to me, it doesn't make sense to wait till what would be like next November or something like that? Like
We would
November
probably
of 20
start it next summer. That's what our plan was.
Yeah, it just seems to me that there's a real lag there, and that we would already felt the effects of the lack of revenue on the admissions fund prior to that, and so we'd be even more in the hole by the time that we got around to figuring out how we were going to try to address some of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know whether other members of how this is resonating with other members of the committee, and obviously we need to probably listen to the fuller presentation at the full board meeting, but I feel like there may be something that we need to do in order to build on what maybe has already been done in terms of some of the forecasting, to make sure that we're in a position to make some of these decisions prior to rolling into what would be the fees to take the bar exam, for instance, for next year.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm sorry, so is your concern that that our cash flow will be so negatively affected that we won't be able to provide service? Is that what your concern is?
My concern is that the level of fee for the bar exam next year won't help us, won't be adequate to address
I see.
the arrearage that will probably be, and won't, and obviously it's going to be up to the board to decide whether or not we want to raise those fees or not. But I feel like we need to know what that looks like.
Right.
Before, I don't know, Araceli, normally that fee schedule would be set, and folks that are taking the February bar exam, those bills that would go out sometime in the fall.
Yeah, so usually November, which is the plan, we bring to the finance committee and then to the board the schedule of charges and deadlines, and that lists out all of the fees that we charge and any increases to it that would be effective for the following year.
So the registration for the February bar exam, I believe, opens in October. If anybody wants to correct me, like Cody, now's your time, but I believe that it opens typically in October. And so we would need to have the fees set at that time. I think that it's going to be very difficult for any decision to be made prior to, well, by October, we're actually obviously going to have to know what we're doing for the exams. So I guess my suggestion is concurrent with decision-making about what's going to happen with the 2026 exams, there would be decision-making about the corresponding fee that would be set, which would necessarily, as you suggest, take us off cycle, off the regular cycle. So that would be one way to just pair the activities, the policy decision, and then the implication from a fee perspective, because there's nothing that precludes the board from revising the fees off cycle.
I just have one question. In terms of cadence, how does this align with the budget development? Because from my perspective, what I'm trying to understand is, as a whole, if we zoom out, how are we projecting for the next budget cycle? And then also what is the deficit we're looking at? And the impact to our cumulative net assets now in this budget cycle. So I'm trying to pull those together.
For the admissions fund?
Mhm.
For the admissions fund, at the end of this year, their reserves, we had projected, if I remember correctly, I think almost nine to end at a $9 million reserve. Right now, it's down to about 3. I have some, let me make sure I don't. Yeah, we have it at about 3.4 million ending this year. So the admissions still fund has, even with the loss of revenue, even with the increase in expenditures that we're forecasting, they will still have reserves at the end of this year. It's when we get into 2026 where the admissions fund is projected to be in a deficit position by the end of 2026. At the mid-year, at the September meeting is when I always bring to the Finance Committee and the board the mid-year budget adjustment. So that's the point where any revenues that need to be adjusted, any revenues that need to be, expenses also are reflected, and the board approves that additional budget amendment. So certainly at the September meeting, we are, or if not sooner, we are going to do a budget amendment for the admissions fund to true it up. And then, and then for the annual budget, Patty, we usually start in October, November. And we try to forecast, our fee is going to increase. If so, how much? And, what is our estimated count of applicants that are going to take it to model, in particularly for the admissions fund for the bar exam, how much revenue we're expecting. And we also need to model, well, what are the expenses that are going to be incurred. So by the time we start working on the budget, we tend to have a lot of the information that we know is going to happen in 2026, for example.
So it would behoove us to accelerate gathering some of this information because you sort of want to get in front of this deficit position in 2026. And so if we could do that, that would help not only understand 2026, but understand 2027 and 2028, right? And so on.
Yes.
So
Yes, the reserves.
it does feel like I Chair Sowell's point on sort of accelerating this would give us at least from a projection standpoint, the information we need to make these decisions.
Yeah, right now our forecast for admissions isn't accounting for a fee increase for 2026. So, though you'll see, when the presentation at the board meeting happens.
Yeah, I know this isn't the item that's before us right now, and I think maybe this is a discussion for the full board meeting when that item is in front of us, but I did want to make sure that we're previewed and got the Finance Committee's sort of best thinking on this as well. I don't know if others have sort of comments or additional comments around this.
No, I see that I appreciate the trying to get ahead of it for sure. And I think that if we can model together some information to give us a little bit of a better idea, that's certainly helpful, especially since this year affects the ensuing year. It's all kind of interrelated and certainly in like 3-year swaths, so yeah, I appreciate the concern.
Yeah, and I do also recognize we need to know what we're doing. Yeah, and then that's gonna kind of dictate what that level of a fee will be. But if it, no matter what, Araceli, if it's, at least for the time being, if it's in person, those are costs that are gonna raise the cost of the exam.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one more thought, though, is that we also could manage our own expectations on the level of deficit we have an appetite for. And I know that that's not popular necessarily, but if we have an appetite for having a deficit over the next 2 years, with the clear understanding that we will raise fees at a certain point to give folks a little bit of sort of breathing room, then we know in 2027 what to expect.
I think that's a great point. We just have to be clear about how how the parameters around our ability to deficit spend. So we aren't like the federal government or these other entities that can do that. We have a finite pool of resources and a certain set of funds. So the board, as you, I think, see here and appreciate that our general fund position is fairly healthy, understanding that we are going to hit a fiscal cliff in 2028. But the board could decide to loan the admissions fund any needed additional funding to support deficit spending for a couple of years, pursuant to what you're suggesting. That's not impossible based on the health of the general fund.
And historically, it's something that's been done before too. Yes.
We've loaned the admissions fund money, so has another fund, the legal specialization fund. So yes, historically that has happened. We'd have to confirm what kind of legislative approval might be required. I don't know if there's any that would be required for that particular sort of loan. But I don't see that as impossible, a major hurdle.
Okay. Anything else on this particular item? Other questions of members of the committee? I appreciate the discussion, and I need a motion to move the approval of the 2025 quarter one financial statements.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Barahona. I need a second. Seconded by trustee Grande. Sam, would you call the roll, please?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Sewell.
Aye.
4 ayes, 0 nays, the motion carries.
Okay, we're on, now on item 4.2, approval of the 2025 quarter one investment report. And back to you, Araceli.
Thank you, Artie. I don't have a presentation for this item. Everything, the attachments themselves are in the agenda in attachments A and A1. As I always mention, every quarter we follow the California investment policy, so it's very, very conservative and secure investments. We pretty much have everything in commercial paper or mutual fund or some government notes and/or bonds. The interest rates have come down. I think we're all aware that they have come down a little bit from what they were last year. Our investments are still holding in the 4-ish% interest rates, which is still good. The Fed doesn't have any plans to lower rates yet. We have to see what they do, and the market obviously adjusts. But our investment income was pretty good last year, and it's not as good this year, but it's still, compared to prior years, 2-3 years ago, our investment rates are still doing good. So nothing of concern to report on the investments on my end.
Questions from members of the committee on the investment report? Araceli, you still meet with them. Remind us how often that you meet with, like the folks from Wells Fargo and other places?
Every time I have an investment that's maturing,
Okay.
I meet with my contact at Wells Fargo to see what rates are available, what investments are available, what eligible investments are available, and that's how we reinvest the funds as they mature.
Okay.
I do remember we discussed the investment policy and these things, so I feel that part might be, at least I feel comfortable with. As we've talked about this before, I guess is what I'm
Yes.
saying.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions, comments from committee members? All right, I'm going to need a motion to move the quarter one investment report.
I'll move.
Moved by Trejo,
Second.
second by Grande. Sam, would you please call the roll?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Sawak.
I'm an aye.
4 ayes, 0 nays, the motion carries.
Okay. We have one last item on our agenda, which is item 4.3. Abicelli, that's you as well, right?
Yes, and I'm going to ask Cody to come up here since he's presenting a portion of this agenda item. This is the, some technical corrections we're doing to the schedule of charges and deadlines that was presented last November. There's a few updates that we need to make to the schedule itself. I don't have a presentation, but everything is documented in the agenda itself. So I'll just go through the first three sections, and then Cody's going to get into the last portion, which is an update to one of the fees in the schedule. The first part of this agenda is asking for retroactive approval of the billing cycle deadline. We had a system was down the day of the deadline, which is April 1st, for a little bit of a few hours. And that's My State Bar Profile and Agency Billing, which are the two systems that all of the licensees use to pay their fees. It was down, so we extended the deadline to April 3rd, and we're requesting board approval for that retroactive change. And it was, again, just shifting the deadline from April 1st to April 3rd. The second piece is just some technical corrections that are redlined in Attachment A. You see it's mostly formatting and trying to align the schedule to be consistent in terms of formatting. The third portion of this agenda item is the recommendation of the suspension of attorneys to the Supreme Court. We inadvertently left this out last time we brought this item back in November. So three of the resolutions in here have to deal with staff recommending the suspension of licensees to the Supreme Court when they fail to pay their fees by the deadline. So the resolutions here are to address that. And I do want to call one of the resolutions is actually proposing that the board gives staff authority, and this is the Division of Regulation who deals with that, to give staff authority to automatically submit this recommendation annually on behalf of the board to the Supreme Court, so that we don't have to keep bringing this request every year, right? Every time attorneys don't pay their fees by the deadline, they have to be suspended. So that's what those resolutions in the agenda are. And the fourth section, I'll let Cody discuss that.
Thanks, Araceli. So as you all recall, in March 2024, the board approved a new accreditation services fee that's applied to California accredited law schools. The model based that fee amount on total student enrollment at the California accredited law schools. And so that requires that we come back to the board to update that figure yearly based on the previous year's validated total enrollment. So at that time, in March 2024, the board set an annual revenue target for this fee at $275,000 annually. At the time, it was determined that that would help close but not entirely eliminate the gap between the law school regulation program's expenses and revenue. So because that per student enrollment fee is calculated based on aggregate enrollment, staff gather the law school enrollment from each California accredited law school at the time that they submit their annual compliance reports at the end of the year. So we validated and completed the process of reviewing the 2024 annual compliance reports, since we're bringing new fee amounts to the board today. So based on that new total enrollment at California accredited law schools, which is a total of 5,014 students, the resulting fee amount for the accreditation services fee is $54.85 per student. In March 2024, when this fee was approved, the board also approved a slightly reduced fee amount for those schools that are deemed jointly accredited. These are schools that are accredited both by the Committee of Bar Examiners as well as other accrediting bodies. And so the fee for those schools is set at $48.81 per student. Lastly, I just want to note, even though the enrollment is higher at California accredited schools in 2024, thus producing a lower per student fee amount, the way that this model is created, it doesn't change the anticipated revenue that's gathered from this fee. So the anticipated revenue still remains $275,000. So we're bringing it to the board today because we will be issuing invoices to law schools in September when we introduce them to this year's annual compliance report requirements, and then they submit payment in November. So those invoices typically go out before the next board meeting.
Very good. Questions from committee members on the technical changes as well as the update to the fee schedule? I don't have any either. So with that, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Barahona.
I'll second.
Second by Trejo. Sam, would you call the roll, please?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Sewell.
Aye.
4 ayes, 0 nays, the motion carries.
Very good.
Thank you.
Are there any other items, Sam, that we need to discuss in front of that before the Finance Committee? I do not believe so.
Yeah, I don't think so. There's no-
I think we can adjourn. And I don't think if we've ever been ahead of schedule. So I think we're ahead of schedule. We are adjourned.
We're now recording.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order, meeting of the Board of Trustees of the State Bar of California. Welcome to the meeting, and as a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. We'll begin the meeting with a roll call. Lisa, please have a roll call.
Barahona,
Present.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros,
Present.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande, Harrison,
Present.
Huser, Sewell,
Present.
Stallings, Chair Stallings will be here shortly. Stevens, not present. Tony,
Present.
Trejo.
Present.
You have a quorum, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Next on the agenda is the call for public comment. Before we begin public comment, I would like to remind everyone that under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, public comments must pertain to the items that are on the agenda or be related to matters that are within the jurisdiction of this agency. Specifically, the board is the state bar's governing body and is responsible for exercising oversight of the state bar. The board, sitting as the Regulation and Discipline Committee, oversees the work of the attorney discipline system. We have a full agenda today. Therefore, I reserve the right to limit each speaker's time to 2 minutes and to close the public comment period after 2 hours, which includes a 10-minute break, or after the first 100 speakers, whichever occurs first. State Bar staff will attempt to call members of the public in the order that they appear in the attendee pool. For those of you who are participating by Zoom video, you should have a function for virtually raising your hand. It is a hand icon and should appear in the bottom center of your screen. If you wish to address the board, please click on the hand icon now, and State Bar staff will call on you in the order that hands are raised. For those who are participating by phone, you may virtually raise your hand by pressing *9. That is the star key, then number 9. Again, doing so will alert staff that you would like to make a comment, and State Bar staff will call on you and open your microphone so that you can address the board. For those who are participating from a noticed location, please alert the State Bar staff member present in the room that you would like to make a comment. Due to time restrictions, we cannot allow more than 2 minutes for each speaker. Please note that staff will have an on-screen countdown timer visible to all attendees during the duration of your public comment. The timer's 2-minute countdown will begin as soon as you start your comment. The on-screen timer will flash through the final 10 seconds. We have a heavy agenda, and depending upon how many public commenters, we will reduce the time to 2 minutes per the State Bar's public policy. Would like to ask Board Secretary Luisa to identify remote members of the public who wish to speak.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We have 10 advanced signups, and we'll start with those first. Jeremy Klein, your microphone has been enabled.
Thank you. I'm Jeremy Klein, and I'm speaking with regards to item 7.3, which refers to the 5-year sunset review. I am a certified family law specialist and a former member of the Board of Legal Specialization. I see from the materials, the agenda, that it looks like the proposal to approve the sunset of the CBLS has been deferred until a fall meeting. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's
that is correct.
Thank you. So I'm glad to see that that will not happen today. I was on the call in February prior to the bar exam, and at that meeting, there were quite a few public comments about the bar exam. We could see the train wreck that was about to happen, and then it unfortunately did happen. I would hate to see the same problems occur with the legal specialization program and the legal specialization exam. I hope the bar's recent experience with the regular bar has demonstrated that not all functions can be delegated to staff or paid consultants, that doesn't always work out. That I would hope that the Board of Trustees would reconsider the long-term proposal to sunset the Board of Legal Specialization, that as the recent experience with the bar exam demonstrates, you need more involvement with attorneys, more involvement with specialists, not less, and eliminating those people is not productive. So I would
I do
ask
apologize.
that the item be taken off the agenda permanently. Thank you for your consideration.
Next, we have Benjamin Cohn. I do not see Benjamin in attendance. Next, we have Jasmine Williams. I do not see Jasmine in attendance. Next, we have Kai On. I do not see Kai in attendance. Next, we have Selena Copeland. Your microphone has been enabled.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Fantastic. This is Selena Copeland. I'm the Executive Director of the Legal Aid Association of California, and I work closely with State Bar staff, including staff of the Office of Access and Inclusion. And I wanted to briefly speak about 3 different items, and don't worry, I'm watching my time. On the agenda today for the Board of Trustees, items number 7.2, 7.4, and items number 3.1 and 5.3 all greatly overlap with the work of the Legal Aid Association of California and our community. Specifically, I wanted to urge the Board of Trustees to look at the audit that will be presented in item 3.1. It's part of your consent item in 5.3. But there is really fantastic data in that audit about how legal services grants are distributed throughout the state. And in the Finance Committee meeting earlier today, there were some questions about the grants and the urgency of these legal services grants. And that very long document is actually very helpful to see how State Bar grants are distributed statewide to where they are needed. So I'm in support of that item. The other items I wanted to briefly speak about is that in item 7.2, you'll see a presentation from State Bar staff about the Justice Gap Study and a presentation which we have supported with a working group on community justice workers. I wanted to thank the Bar for prioritizing looking into what the justice gap currently is in California. And that study is really going to be key in what we do moving forward. Community justice workers are one of the strategies to help people access legal help when they don't want to talk to a lawyer. As we know, some people are afraid of talking to lawyers. And one of the solutions we've been talking about nationally and specifically with the working group is the idea of community justice workers. You'll learn more in the presentation, but we are in strong support of this idea. And the last very brief comment is in support of item number 7.4. The Legal Services Trust Fund commissioners themselves are deeply aware of the need for legal services and increases in legal services. And I urge the Board of Trustees to approve them supporting increased funding. Thank you.
We'll go back to Benjamin Cohn. Your microphone has been enabled.
Thank you. I wanted to address the planning for the July bar exam. I have some concerns that the communication regarding the registration timelines and the timelines by which accommodations should be requested and all of that isn't making it through to some of the people who are retaking. I know it's all published and there's a lot of emails going out, but I've been under the impression that a lot of people have maybe the thought that a lot of decisions are going to be made at this May 30 CBE meeting and then immediately announced or acted upon or confirmed. And my understanding was that would have to go at least to the California Supreme Court. I don't know if it's going back to this board and then the California Supreme Court based on the recommendations. But the final filing deadline is June 2, and the May 30 is a Friday. So my fear is that a lot of people are not going to get the confirmation they're looking for. They're going to miss the final filing deadline, and then they're going to think that the bar was not communicative enough about that they couldn't wait for confirmation of what the remedies were going to be for February 2025. I know that extending the final filing deadline has a lot of problematic things, and then there's a lot of, even if people are able to register, there's a lot of things going with it with the testing accommodations, but I think probably some sort of announcement or plan should be made about that. The second thing that I wanted to address was that since your last meeting, it has been confirmed that Measure shuffled this grading file, the answer files that were sent for grading among which applicants they were attributed to. And while I think there were a few people that in a newsletter were confirmed by the State Bar to have been impacted by this, you would only really catch it for the applicants who reviewed their past answers and caught the mistake and knew to do that. And I don't know that everyone looked at their answer files and reported it who was impacted, and reported so that the State Bar was able to verify that. And I think that there should be an opportunity where everyone is told on a mass email to check those answer files, how to do that and how to raise that concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jack London. I do not see Jack London in attendance. Next, we have Samantha Maloney. Your microphone has been enabled.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Maloney. I'm a former rock drummer turned music executive who's a survivor of sexual abuse at a major record label. The music industry has a major issue with its continued abuse of women and children and its systemic cover-up. I want to add my voice to the importance of an expedited review of the two issues that were raised in the letter you received yesterday from the organization Stand With Survivors. We're asking to add a specific question to the State Bar Admission questionnaire that asks, have you ever been accused of any act of sexual abuse, sexual harassment, and/or sexual assault in the past? As the letter says, Given the position of trust that lawyers have both with their clients and with society, it's important for the State Bar to review an applicant's history regarding sexual abuse, sexual harassment, and/or sexual assault prior to admission to determine whether the candidate is worthy of getting a license to practice law in the state of California. We also ask the board for an expedited review, for amending this ethics rules, to add a prohibition of any lawyers participating in, directly or indirectly, any harassment campaign online or in person against a survivor of sexual abuse who has spoken out publicly, whether filing litigation or otherwise, against her sexual predator. Currently, my advocacy is focused 100% on supporting survivors of sexual abuse, mostly from the entertainment industry. Tragically, we see a number of harassment campaigns launched against survivors by powerful men such as Nick Carter of the Backstreet Boys, Marilyn Manson, and others. We want to ensure that no licensed lawyer is involved directly or indirectly in these kinds of campaigns. As the board knows, over the last 30 years, the legislature has passed many special laws protecting and empowering victims of sexual abuse survivors in many different contexts. We hope the State Bar of California will follow the legislature's lead and pass these two requests on an expedited basis. Thank you.
Next, we have phone number ending in 4936, and I do not see that individual in attendance. Next, we have Ray Hayden. Your microphone has been enabled.
Thank you very much. I have sent in materials in advance. If somebody could just nod their head and let me know that you've seen them. That you would have gotten them before the meeting today. And I kind of get a general admission of that. I've started, thank you very much, sir. And I also am sending things higher up to the Judiciary Committee and also to the State Supreme Court as well. The suggestion I made to California Bar in 2023, when Cal Bar contacted me for my suggestions, the big one was to drop the written section of the exam. I was talking about all of them, but they dropped it for the first year law student exam. And in June 2024, everything I said would happen, did happen. Number one, the pass rate shot up. Number two, more importantly, the percentage of repeaters outperformed first-time takers. This is a logical sequence because we're in perpetual prep mode, and we should be able to pass more than a first-timer who just showed up the first day. The other thing was that the repeaters outperformed, like I said, they outperformed the first-time takers. The other thing is that the subjective grading process of the written exam is crushing. I pay people to read my answers to understand that I understand what I'm talking about, and they're not. They're just scanning them, and I understand it, and that's part of my complaint at this time. Lastly, my suggestions for going forward are very inexpensive for you to consider, and somebody should at least consider. They will save you many, many, many millions of dollars, and they can be done in-house and with the law professors and deans and such, all right? So there's good things, and I've yet to hear back from California Bar, oddly enough, but the answer's there. You have it right in front of you the whole time, all right? So take care and have a great meeting.
Next, we have Caroline Heldman. Your microphone has been enabled. Hi, your microphone has been enabled. You need to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll move on to Dan Molina. Your microphone has been enabled. Okay, we'll move on to Claire. Your microphone has been enabled.
Good morning. Similar to Ray Hayden, I submitted written comment that goes into further detail. I ask that you all do pay attention to the timing issues. Benjamin Cohn very correctly articulated that the deadline for the full refund for the July bar exam is rapidly approaching. I've also identified in my materials that we are now almost 2 weeks out from the board passing a motion to offer the PLL remedy as well as the extension of the waiver and the use of the experiment points. And as more fully articulated in the written materials, no other remedies for the February bar exam have had this type of delay. All the other remedies have been acted upon quite quickly after a decision was made by the committee or board that had authority. In this case, there's a delay, and the delay apparently has to do with this board having asked CBE to review additional remedies. As I articulated and went into detail in my written comment, virtually all of those remedies were considered by CBE at its May 5th meeting. The only remedy that wasn't addressed had to do with what has been discussed about having other examinees' materials somehow placed into a file or omissions to files, and that in fact is already being worked on. So sadly, many 3,000 applicants are waiting for updates. They have spent tremendous amounts of time and money already starting to prepare for the July exam. Their employers and their clients are being harmed. And this group, unfortunately, wasn't given the information that these issues already had been addressed. This is something that we have seen with several different committees and boards not being aware of what the left hand and the right hand are doing, and it needs to be remedied. Thank you.
Next, we have Katie Scally. Your microphone has been enabled.
Hi, as you said, my name is Katie Scally. I just briefly want to make sure that everyone is aware. One of the remedies that had been discussed in relation to the bar of February 2025 was that the attorneys would be granted licenses. And during that discussion, there was sort of a back and forth with, well, would we even pass it before this other bill passed? That's now the Senate bill. I just wanted to update you that this bill that you were referring to has been changed. And the only people now getting reciprocity are former federal employees of California, which is what prompted the reciprocity, because a bunch of federal employees were laid off and they didn't have California law licenses and they wanted them to be able to continue to practice law in California. They opened it up in the wording of the bill to all attorneys. It's now been closed and it's worded differently, that only prior federal employees. So that remedy for attorneys who didn't pass the bar is changed and now no longer possible under this bill that had been expected to pass.
Thank you. We'll go back to Dan Molina. Your microphone has been enabled.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you.
You can hear me, yes?
Yes.
Yes, hi. I'm asking why the petition for our provisional licenses had not been submitted yet. Some of us have pending job offers. We wait every single day. We're super stressed. We check the news every day. We talk on social media. I get tons of emails and private messages on social media. It's absolutely crazy. Many of us have children. We got bills. Our finances are getting demolished. We got to look at our children in the eyes and pretend everything's okay when we know everybody's future, theirs and ours, is so uncertain at the moment. We've been under extreme stress since last fall, knowing this thing was going to be a disaster. We're getting harmed to this very moment. It almost feels farcical. Look how far we've sunk just to try to find some fairness in this. February 25 cannot be graded fairly, period, no way, end of story, period. Okay? You can grade it all you want, psychometrics, almost bordering on double speak. But you can grade all you want. You're not ever going to be able to grade it fairly. It's just impossible to grade this disaster fairly because there were so many variables. So what are we actually doing here? How are people supposed to prepare even going into the next exam where we're so stressed out? Because I've been in the press a little bit, I get contacted by a lot of people. I don't even know how they find me. People are bordering like on suicide. Okay, you have lives on your hands here. Okay, this is just absolutely crazy. Please figure this out. Please let us work with our provisionals at least so we can get by and make some sort of living and support our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Heldman. Your microphone has been enabled. Your microphone has been enabled. You need to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll move on to Zach DeFacio Farrell. Your microphone has been enabled.
Hello, good morning. I just want to echo some of the comments from some of the other speakers. The board really needs to move with urgency. We've got attorneys that took the exam that, from other states that should be at this point admitted on motion. What's going on there? And in addition to that, we have several thousand applicants that are waiting on provisional licenses that have yet to be approved. I understand there are more remedies to be discussed, but at the very least, I mean, it seems reasonable, right, that you could enroll all the applicants who failed, right, or allow them to be eligible for the provisional licensure program because it already exists, pending additional remedies, just so they can continue working. I mean, we have a lot of people, like someone before we mentioned, that have jobs and families that need to support them. California is not an inexpensive state. I think anybody here understands that. So we really got to get a move on. I just don't understand how we could tell how you're able to sit around and not move forward with more urgency, especially given that you are a public entity that we put a lot of trust into. So please, let's move. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, we do not have any additional public commenters.
All right, thank you. Thank you to everyone who continued to show interest and access these meetings. I look forward to the admissions update that we'll be receiving a little bit later on today. I want to go to item 1, which is the chair's report. What I'm going to do is trail this to tomorrow, probably first thing at 9 o'clock. This will include oral report as well as board committee appointments and update on board liaison assignments. I believe item 2 is also being trailed to tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
Mhm.
All right. We'll then go on to item number 3, which is a committee report. This is presentation of audit of legal services trust fund commission grant awards pursuant to Business and Professions Code section 6210.5 subsection G. And this item is being presented by Annie Louie and Heidi Slater. So if we could promote those two individuals.
I actually, Chair, only see Heidi in attendance. Do not see Annie. So Heidi will be joining.
All right.
Good morning.
Hold on just a sec, Ms. Slater. Yes.
Board members, just to try to put your microphones as close as possible. I think the sound is.
Got it. All right. Ms. Slater, can you hear us all? Okay.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Welcome.
Thank you. And we had targeted Annie to be with us, but we had there was an assumption that there would be longer public comment, so she was only available from 3 to 4 for us. So I will do the presentation for the two of us, if you don't mind. And I'll go through her slide deck. So we have a new audit requirement that went into effect that requires the Legal Service Trust Fund grant or commission grant awards to be audited by an independent separately to ensure that all the grants that they have made in the during the grant year were done legally and follow all the statutory guidelines and whatnot. So we embarked upon the first year hiring a audit committee to perform the first year's audit, and that was the 2022 grant year because that's when the change was made to the statute. So in that year we hired EY, or Ernst & Young, to conduct an audit of those grants awards made in 2022. Part of our statement of work with them was that they would provide us with a white paper, which we could then use to communicate the results of that audit. And so that's what we've done. And that's included in the attachments that were part of the audit committee meeting previously. That's linked in the item. And so that year, they concluded that everything was done, correctly and appropriately. So we didn't love the way that they approached the audit. So we went out to bid for the 2023 and 2024 grant years. And in the end, we ultimately ended up selecting MGO as the vendor for that. And so MGO, and now I'm going to share my screen. Hold on one second. So MGO created a proposal for us, and oops, sorry, that's not the right screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so MGO created, in response to the proposal, they created what they call agreed upon procedures, which that kind of goes over what they would look at and sort of how they understood the requirements of the statute. So the agreed upon procedures were specific procedures that they would perform, and then that we agreed to during the contracting period, and that if there were any findings, they would be expressed by an opinion, or without an opinion or a conclusion. They would just report the facts. And so the focus was on compliance requirements, investigative purposes, inventory counts, and so those are sort of like the different grant issues. And so they were going to, target it. It was a very targeted, specific audit. So during the audit, the subject matter was any grant that was made by the Trust Fund Commission during those years. And then also, so they reviewed eligibility, recalculated the awards that were determined. They looked at the pro bono qualifications, because that's an additional funding opportunity for certain organizations. And then they looked at all of our reporting criteria and the requests for proposals, and then the actual awards for the 2023 and 2024 grant years. And so, as I said, they issued a letter of an independent accounting report that showed that there were no exceptions found to the grant making opinion or activities of the Legal Service Trust Fund Commission. And so in the actual report itself, which also included in the audit committee minutes from the prior audit committee meeting in February, it shows the organizations, they looked at the scope of the details of each grant and who they looked at, and sort of their procedures and the various things, which included eligibility, et cetera. And so when we presented this to the audit committee in February, the audit chair asked that we bring it to the board so that you guys would be aware of this new requirement, and if you had any questions or wanted additional information, that we could provide that for you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Slater. Any questions or comments? All right, I think this really speaks to the important work that that the State Bar does. One of the many areas of California that we serve, and I think having this accountability is absolutely vital to ensuring that the public knows about these funds, how they're being used, and really appreciate your important work on this. If there's no other questions or comments, can I have a first and a second to approve this report? Actually, and I guess there's no resolution.
I don't think it was an action item. I think it was just a report out to the Board of Trustees.
All right. Oh. Yeah, good.
What's the schedule for this in terms of the audit? Is this done in the sample size?
Araceli, do you want to answer the question, read the schedule for the legal services audit? I believe it's on the same schedule as our financial audit.
It is a grant year. I can answer this since Araceli's team isn't involved in this one. It is on the same schedule as the regular audit, but it gets conducted during the actual year. So for example, we will be conducting the 2025 grant year application review or awards review towards the end of 2025 so that it can be finished by the beginning of the year, but we will have issued all of the grant awards for the year. So it will be done annually, typically in the last quarter of the year, to be ready for distribution on the at the same point, that first quarter of 2026 and going forward.
Right. Any other follow-up on that line of questioning?
Just that, and then it goes to the audit committee subsequent to that?
Yes, so each year it will be presented to the audit committee probably at the same time. We'll get in the same cycle as the regular financial statement and other audits that get presented typically this time of year.
We're always happy to give Trustee Tony and his crew more work.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Yes.
I do have maybe a question or a comment, and I don't know if it's specific to this agenda item, but it was regarding the trust fund. I received a call from a member of that committee, and she raised a concern that they're unable to go to the legislature or speak to people in order to acquire grant funding, and it can't be something that's acted upon until the board meets, which could interfere with the ability to raise funds. And so I don't know if that's contemplated here or elsewhere on the agenda, but I just wanted to note that.
Yeah, I don't think it's agendized anywhere else to where we can have that.
It is. It's addressed in the legislative priorities.
Item
agenda
7.4.
7.4.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so we'll have a fuller discussion at that point then.
I just asked for clarity. I'm not sure, Brian, I'm not sure I understood the question.
I didn't really know if it was a question or a statement.
Okay.
All right, any other questions?
And I'd be happy to answer questions, but I wasn't able to fully hear what his question was. But if it's going to be talked about later, I can be available to answer questions during that agenda item.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and I'll have Trustee Harrison reach out to you perhaps offline with any
Sure.
specific questions. All right. All right, seeing none, thank you so much for that report.
My pleasure.
All right, next this item 4 is the open session minutes, and we're going to be taking items 4.1 through 4.7. I'm seeking approval of respectively the Board of Trustees open session minutes, and I'd like to take these together as a whole. And staff wanted me to note that a trustee who is not present at one of the meetings for which the minutes are now before the Board of Trustees for approval does not in and of itself prevent that trustee from participating in the correction or approval of those minutes. So with that understanding, are there any members of this board who wish to make any modifications or corrections to items 4.1 through 4.7?
Figure out. Here we go. My only comment is I really appreciate the board secretary taking the time to list the name of every public commenter and providing a short summary of their comment. I just think this, when I'm reviewing the minutes, it helps remind me what people have said. It helps me look at patterns, because when you're sitting here listening, you know, to a number, sometimes you see it differently when you see it on paper. It takes extra time to do that, and I just really appreciate it. That's my only comment.
Yeah, I would echo just thanks to our board secretary for the enormous amount of work that she does behind the scenes to make sure that this is a polished product that we can cite back to and always use to refresh our recollection. Any other modifications, corrections, questions? If not, can I have a motion as to items 4.1 through 4.7?
Consider a motion to take all these items together first, and then the motion to approve.
Okay. So first, I would entertain a motion to take items 4.1 through 4.7 together as.
So moved.
All right, trustee Tony with the first. Trustee Huser with the second. May I have a roll call vote?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros,
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Harrison,
Abstain.
Huser, Soel,
Aye.
Stevens, not present. Tony,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, 0 nays. Minutes, the approval to combine the minutes has been approved.
Okay, and so now we'll go on to approving 4.1 through 4.7, correct? Okay. Can I have a first and a second on that?
I'll move.
All right. First by trustee Trejo.
Second.
Is that second by trustee Barahona? All right, may I have a roll call vote?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros,
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Harrison,
Abstain.
Huser,
Aye.
Soel,
Aye.
Stevens, not present. Tony,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
8 ayes, 0 nays. Minutes are adopted.
Thank you. And I think it goes without saying that if you look at this listing of these various meetings, that this board has been exceptionally busy over the past couple of months for very good reason, as we attempt to make right the issues that have arisen through the February 2025 bar exam. And I know that it takes a tremendous amount of resources for staff to put these meetings together. And so again, want to thank staff and board members for your availability to attend these very, very important meetings. I want to go next to our consent calendar. I've received advance notice that items 5.3 and 5.9 are going to be pulled. And so we will take those separately. So I also appreciate that. And any other board members wish to pull an item off the consent? Five point three is the annual financial statement audit. And 5.9 is the approval of 2024 quarter 4 financial statements.
And I think also 5.5. Yeah. Sorry.
5.5?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, with the exception of 5.3, 5.5, and 5.9, any other items wish to be pulled? All right, if not, may I have a motion and a second?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Thank you. All right, first by trustee Sewell, second by trustee Huser. May I have a roll call vote?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros,
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Harrison,
Aye.
Huser,
Aye.
Soel,
Aye.
Stevens, not present. Tony,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes, 0 nays. Consent calendar has been approved.
Great, thank you. So we will go to the 3 items pulled off the consent. And this will start with item 5.3. This is approval of annual financial statement audit pursuant to BNP 6145 sub A. including legal services trust fund report under BNP code 6222. And this is a presentation of audit results by our independent auditors. And this is being presented by our controller, Coco Zhang. And okay, if we could promote her.
Oh, hi.
Hello, good morning, or good afternoon, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, trustee and everyone. First of all, let me share my presentation. And could everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Great. And hi, everyone. I'm Coco Zhang from the Office of Finance, the Controller at the State Bar. In today's presentation, I will just be providing a high-level overview of the State Bar's annual financial statement audit and the State Bar's financial position at the end of 2024. And then I will go over the audit result, like previously presented by the State Bar's auditor, the audit partner, Annie, to the audit committee back on May 14. So I will not go through each slide in details, but we'll just provide some highlights. In the financial report package submitted for review, there are 4 reports, including the annual financial statements, along with the statements of the expenditure, the mandatory fee prepared by finance. In the meantime, the Access and Inclusion Office prepared the Legal Services Trust Fund report. And the attachment D, which was prepared by the MGO to the audit committee and to the board for the audit results and other required communication. And moving on to the State Bar's financial position at the end of 24. At the end of 2024, the State Bar's total asset and deferred outflow increased by 71 million, mostly due to the higher trust account or the IOTA account revenues attributed from the increased account balances. So costed the State Bar's cash and investment increased significantly. And on the liability side, unearned revenues decreased by 45 million and caused a significant decrease in the total liabilities and deferred inflows. It was due to the change of the 2025 licensing billing cycle. So no unearned revenue were recorded in 2024 for the 2025 billing. And additionally, there were less undistributed grant at the end of 2024, further decreased the total liability for the State Bar at the end of the year. So on the other hand, there was a offset increase in the net pension liability for about 11 million. It was based on the actuarial variation from recognizing the difference between the actual and expected differences or the experiences in the pension plan. So moving on to the revenue side, the State Bar's operating revenue increased by about 9 million due to some exempt fee increases and higher trust account revenue as previously mentioned. And there was also an offset decrease in the grant revenue as there were less other grants distributed in 2024 other than the trust account revenue. On the expense side, overall, the State Bar's total operating expenses increased by 22 million in different programs of fund associated with higher personnel and pension costs. And additionally, grant expenses increased by about 11 million related to more IOTA revenue distributed in 2024. So overall, the State Bar's net position increased by about $103 million due to the higher and significant trust account revenue. And at the same time, it was partially offset by the increase in the negative net position in the unrestricted fund as the general fund continue operating at a deficit. And moving on to the audit result previously presented by the State Bar's auditor MGO. So I'm happy to report that for the 2024 audits, MGO will be issuing the unmodified opinion on all the financial reports which is a clean opinion, the best opinion that auditor will give with no audit finding on any of them. MGO also tested the internal control over the financial statement, and no deficiency or issue were identified during the audit. And there's were a recommendation from the last year 2023's audit related to the compensated absence. And the state bar has adjusted that in 2024, along with the implementation of the new GASB statements, particularly related to the GASB 101. As you can see in the attachment D, the MGO has already noted that, and also there are no new recommendations or any other matters to report for the 2024 audit. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any question that you may have.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Comments? Yes, Trustee Tony.
As chair of the audit committee, I asked for this to be taken off of consent because I think that an annual audit is important enough and is part of the fiduciary responsibility of the entire board of directors to be aware. This is a very good audit, okay? There are no negative findings in this audit. And I think that it's good for the board to hear that, for the public to hear that. When things are on consent, it's so easy to be overlooked, okay? There was no negative reason that I wanted this on, but it was really, I just want to make sure that if any other trustee who does not serve on the audit committee did have questions, they had an opportunity to be able to ask. So I'm not asking to belabor the point, to have a lot of discussion, but this is the kind of thing I believe that quarterly financial reports and annual audits should come before the full board and not be on consent. That has always been my position since I started. I'm pretty consistent about that. So thank you very much, Chair, for granting my request to take this off consent. I don't have any other questions or comments.
All right. Anything else? And do we have a resolution for this to put up? All right. We just put the resolution up, but it should be to approve that report. Unless there's any other questions or comments, can I have a first and a second?
I'm certainly happy to make the motion.
I'll second.
First by Trustee Tony, second by Trustee Sewell. Can I have a roll call vote?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros,
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Harrison,
Aye.
Huser,
Aye.
Sewell,
Aye.
Stevens, not present. Tony,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
It's 9 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
All right. Mark, thank you to you and your team, and just really all the staff for moving mountains when it comes to audits and getting things done efficiently and effectively. Appreciate it. We're going to go to item 5.5. This is technical corrections to the schedule of charges and deadlines, including retroactive approval of changes to the annual licensee and non-compliance deadline, and update to accreditation services fees based on law school enrollment, an annual recommendation to the Supreme Court for suspensions of licensees, delinquent, and payment of license fees. And I believe we have our CFO, Ms. Montoya Chico, and Cody Hunanian. So welcome.
Thank you and good afternoon, board members. I'll go through really quick through the first 3 sections, and then I'll pass it over to Cody, who's going to share more details and answer any questions on the update to the accreditation service fees. This item includes several components. One of the key ones being the extension of the retroactive approval of the extension of the 2025 billing cycle. It was the deadline was April 1st, but unfortunately we had some system issues with the Macias profile and agency billing, which are the systems where attorneys and agencies use to pay their dues. So we extended that deadline to April 3rd. So we're requesting a retroactive change. There's also some minor corrections in the document itself, the attachment. It's redlined in there, so you could see what, just for consistency purposes, we're making some amendments or adjustments to this actual schedule of charges and deadlines. And then finally, recommending or asking for staff to recommend the suspension licenses to the Supreme Court of California, which is something we annually do. And included in these resolutions is staff proposing that the board authorize the staff to automatically submit this recommendation annually, so that we don't have to come and do it every year. It's something we must do to request the Supreme Court to make sure we can suspend any attorneys that didn't pay by the deadline. And the last portion, I'll have Cody.
Thank you. So as a reminder, for the board in March 2024, the board approved a new accreditation services fee that applied to California accredited law schools. The model for assessing the fee amount was based on total student enrollment at California accredited law schools. As a reminder, this accreditation services fee, as it's called, supports a range of oversight activities that include compliance review, enforcement of our accreditation rules, and various staff engagement with law schools. At that time, the board set an annual revenue target of $275,000 annually for that fee. Because the per student fee is calculated based on aggregate enrollment at these schools, we have to return to the board annually with the most current enrollment figures and adjust the per student fee amount accordingly. So in 2024, we received annual compliance reports from all California accredited law schools, which reported a total enrollment of 5,014 students. With that figure, the result is a new accreditation services fee amount of $54.85 per student. The board also approved at that time a slightly reduced fee amount for those California accredited law schools that are also accredited by another accreditation entity. We call those schools jointly accredited. The fee amount for those schools is $48.81 per student. I just want to point out lastly that even though the per student fee amount is lower because there was a higher aggregate enrollment at these schools, the way that the board set the revenue target at $275,000 annually means that the revenue that's generated from this fee does not change. So we're bringing this today because we invoice law schools for this fee in September, and that will occur prior to the next scheduled board meeting. And then those fees are due on November 15th.
Great, thank you. Any questions, comments? See the inquisitive eyebrows from some board members. Okay. Any questions or comments? If not, may I have a motion?
So move.
All right.
I'll second.
Okay. First by trustee Harrison, second by trustee Sewell. May I have a roll call vote?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros,
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Harrison,
Aye.
Huser, Sewell,
Aye.
Stevens, not present. Tony,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
It's 9 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
Great, thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hunanian, and we'll have Ms. Montoya Chico, present on 5.9, which is approval of 2024, our quarter 4 financial statements. So take us away.
Thank you. I do have a PowerPoint for this one since it's numbers, and this item was presented to the Finance Committee in February. We ran out of time at the board meeting in February, so I'm presenting the Q4 financial results now. Later in the agenda, in the business agenda, I'll be presenting Q1, the quarter 1 financial results to the full board. As always, I'll go first through the, sorry, let me turn this on. Through the revenue highlights and then followed by the expenses. Again, this is for really year-to-date 2024. As you can see on the far right-hand side, total revenues for the state bar were about $438 million. So that was below budget by about $5.3 million. And then these are all of the funds that make up those variances. So starting first with the general fund, it actually ended above budget last year in 2024. And this is really because we had a lot more late fees that were incurred, compliance fees. So that helped augment the mandatory fees. We actually fell short of the actual licensing fees, but the late fees for primarily CTAP and MCLE compliance were able to bridge that gap. The Equal Access Fund is ended slightly below budget, and that was just we had less grant administrative reimbursements that we're able to recoup from administering those grants. And just as a reminder to the board, most of our grants, or all of our grants, are mostly passed through. There's only a portion that we get to keep as reimbursement for administrating those grants, but most of them are passed through. So you will see similar variances on the expense side when it comes to the fluctuation in variances. The grants fund was well below budget by almost 20 million, and that's because there's a care court grant that had delayed funding. So you'll also see that decrease on the expense side. Once we get the revenue, we pass it through shortly thereafter. The Legal Services Trust Fund had the same recurring theme really quarter over quarter, and we're seeing it again in Q1. The actual average daily balances were a lot higher, and the interest rates were also a lot higher than what we initially budgeted. So, and the daily balances are in the billions. So a little bit of variance really has just resulted in a significant amount of IOLTA revenue. And that was a common theme the entire year. The admissions fund last year actually ended slightly above budget at $2.5 million. We had more applicants in the July and bar exam than we had anticipated, so that helped increase those revenues. Finally, the other funds was slightly above also budget at just over a little bit, 1.5 million. And that was just revenues that we get from settlement donations in the Justice Gap Fund. And then the expense, on the expense side, on the far right, again, if you look at the expenses in 2024 were about 338 million. So that was below budget, which is good. And again, this is the breakout of the funds that contributed to that essentially savings. The general fund had significant savings of just over $8 million, and that was primarily in professional services. There were some projects that were delayed, meaning pushed into really 2025, and some projects that were canceled. So that allowed us to save in professional services and some IT equipment as well as some building operations savings. Now that we sold the building, we had less insurance to pay, and also we reduced our parking lot down in LA, or usage, so that helps some savings there. The grants fund, as I mentioned, on the revenue side, it's below budget because we didn't get the funding, so we couldn't disperse it to the subrecipients. The admissions fund last year ended slightly just under $1 million had just under $1 million in savings, primarily from testing accommodation process improvements. So there was a little bit of savings there. And there was fewer requests for accreditation statuses in law school. So we had additional savings there. The client security fund, this was a common theme throughout the year. We just had less applications that are eligible for payment. So there was less expenses there. And finally, other funds was, again, almost right at budget. It was just about $500,000 under budget. And it's just a little bit of savings that we had in the lawyer's assistant program and elimination of biased personnel costs savings there. And those are the key highlights. Any questions?
All right. Any questions or comments?
No questions, Mr. Chair, but I just appreciate the work of the finance team. And you will see, board members, as Araceli mentioned, we didn't get a chance to get to this, the Q4 at our last board meeting, but we're already at a point where we reviewed Q1 at the Finance Committee earlier today. So you'll also see that on the agenda a little bit later today.
Okay.
But I'd like to move the item.
Perfect. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. First by trustee Swell, second by trustee Harrison. May I have a roll call vote?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros?
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Huser?
Aye.
Sewell?
Aye.
Stevens, not present. Tony?
Aye.
Trejo?
Aye.
Stallings?
Aye.
It's 9 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
Thank you. I would just echo my thanks, Trustee Swell, you and your group, and tightening the belt where we need to. And again, to staff, I know one of the things that I keep on hearing about is CTAP and individuals who are trying to be in compliance. I know we've, at previous meetings, have mentioned the importance of paying attention to emails that licensees get from the state bar, because we lay a lot of this stuff out as far as how to comply, frequently asked questions about issues that we see pretty commonly. And so again, just encourage anybody who has CTAP questions to go back, look at your emails. If you're having trouble getting a hold of a staff person, it's because there's a lot of individuals still reaching out for information, but would encourage you to check out the website, check your emails, and hopefully we can combine it all and get you guys get your issue settled, rather.
And if I could just make one comment, we've gotten some emails or questions about whether or not, we expect to benefit on an ongoing basis from failure to timely comply with these reporting requirements. And I want to be clear that the answer definitively is no. We were quite surprised by the amount of non-compliance revenue we received last year, and in the adopted budget for 2025 significantly reduced any expected revenue from non-compliance fees, because we were hopeful that we would see compliance across the board. So it is not something that we're relying on from a budget perspective. Our goal, I think, is consistent with the goal of all California lawyers, which is to have folks be compliant. So wanted to make sure to make that clear.
Absolutely. All right. I think that concludes our consent calendar. We're going to now go into the Board of Trustees sitting as the Regulation and Discipline Committee. And before we do that, though, we probably should take a break for lunch.
Yeah.
Is that ready to go? Okay.
Yeah, lunch is here.
It would take 25 minutes. Come back at 1. Does that work for everybody? All right.
I think that's,
Yep. All right, so we will be in recess, and the Board of Trustees will return at approximately 1 p.m. to take up the rest of the agenda. Thank you. All right, welcome back. This is the Friday edition of our, Thursday. Yeah, thanks for reminding me what day it is. There have been so many meetings that I literally don't know what day it is. All right, so this is our Thursday, May 22nd meeting. We are now putting on our Regulation and Discipline Committee hat. We're going to be going into that portion of the meeting. We're going to be taking up item 6.1, which is the proposed amendments to rules of procedure of the State Bar of California, Division 5, Chapters 1 and 2. These are modification and probation conditions and probation revocation proceedings. And this is a request to circulate for public comment. And this is being presented by our program director, Melanie Lawrence. So good afternoon, Ms. Lawrence.
Hi, good afternoon. This item does recommend changes be made to the rules of procedure of the State Bar of California, specifically related to the Office of Probation. So currently, the Office of Probation is the only office who can make motions to terminate probation early or make modifications to conditions. They are also the only office that can bring motions to revoke probation in the event of a violation of probation. We are anticipating staffing changes ahead with the reduction in force that is coming. And in order to give some flexibility to offices, we want to make these changes in the event that the office is going to be staffed by a non-attorney. These changes would give authority to the Office of Chief Trial Counsel, in addition to the Office of Probation, to bring motions to terminate, to modify, and revoke probation. OCTC is aware of this request and is supportive of it. And so we are asking that the board vote to send this out for a 45-day public comment period. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions or comments? Also note that we are joined by Trustee Stevens. Welcome. All right, any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, can I have a motion in a second to send this out for public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All right, first by Vice Chair Cisneros, second by Trustee Harrison. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros,
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Harrison,
Aye.
User, Sowell,
Aye.
Stevens,
Aye.
Tony,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
That's 10 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
Melanie, thank you so much. And if we don't see you, I'm sure we'll see you in between now and July, but definitely wishing you the happiest in your retirement.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Take care.
All right. All right, next item is 6.2. These are proposed amendments to rules of professional conduct, rules 8.2 and 8.4. And again, another request to circulate for public comment. And this is being presented by Program Director Catherine Ongiri. So can we please promote her?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, so today I do have a PowerPoint, so let me just go ahead and share my screen quickly. One second. Okay, so I am Kathy Ongiri. I am the Program Director in the Office of Professional Competence. And today I'm here to talk to you about a request for the board to approve the proposed amendments to Rule 8.2 and 8.4. Now, the amendments aim to clarify attorney speech that may harm judicial proceedings or safety. And the focus is really on statements that are not protected under the US or the California Constitution. And so just in terms of a little bit of background, there has been a sharp rise in judicial threats against judges. The numbers indicate in 2019, there were 175, and that has increased to 500 in 2023. There are a few notable cases. And this request came to us from the California Judges Association. And based on that request, COPRAC took a look at everything. And we did issue an ethics alert in March of 2025, just kind of talking about some of the case law and some of the concerns around the First Amendment protections. And so basically what the need is that attorneys must avoid false claims that could incite harm or undermine judicial integrity. And so the specific changes are clarifications. Rule 8.2, it clarifies that opinion statements implying fact can be disciplined. And it also requires statements to be false and made with knowledge or reckless disregard. And then the changes, to Rule 8.4, it moves the definition of judicial officer to comment number 8. And it adds comment 7 that clarifies that unprotected speech may warrant discipline. So today, what I'm asking, let me talk about the public comments we received. There were some concerns raised about some of the language, and COPRAC did take those concerns and tweak the language a little bit. There was also some First Amendment concerns that the COPRAC really addressed through the use of case law and really illustrating what is appropriate, what's protected, and what's unprotected speech. So as I said, the revisions really add clarity, and they retain the key protections for judicial safety. So at this time, I am asking that the Board of Trustees release this for a 45-day public comment. And I'll go ahead and stop sharing. And if anybody has questions, I'm happy to address them at this time.
All right, any questions or comments?
I have one comment.
Yes, Trustee Harrison.
I just want to say that I'm really happy to see Kathy Ongiri on the screen. When I was a law student, she was a mentor. So nice to see you, Kathy.
Thanks, Ryan. Great to see you too.
I just wanted to say that I found those numbers alarming. I mean, that is almost a 5-time jump in threats. So I'm not an attorney, but that said, it's just from a policy perspective, there's got to be something done.
Yeah, and it's certainly something that we took a lot of, or we looked at a lot of different cases when we went through the Civility Commission. There's some pretty stark examples of some, just it's pretty unbelievable to read what some people say about judicial officers. And so, certainly we've made our recommendations to the Supreme Court for a rule of professional conduct specifically related to in-civil behavior. We're waiting to hear back from them, and I really appreciate COPRAC and the committee taking this, this further item up. It's definitely needed. If no further comments or questions, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
First by Trustee Harrison, second by Trustee Grande. May I have a roll call vote?
Barahona.
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros.
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande.
Aye.
Harrison.
Aye.
Huser. Aye. Soel.
Aye.
Stevens.
Aye.
Tony.
Aye.
Trejo.
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
It's 10 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
All right, thank you, Catherine, for your work and for mentoring Trustee Harrison. So if we need any backstory on him, we'll definitely hit you up. But no, he's already proven to be an invaluable member of this board. So thank you for being an example of what mentorship looks like. Thank you.
Well, thank you for allowing me to present today. Have a great rest of your day.
All right, you too. All right, item 6.3. These are proposed amendments to rules of procedure, of the State Bar regarding the alternative discipline program, rules 5.381, 5.382, 5.384, 5.386, and 5.389.1. And again, another request to circulate for public comment. This item is being presented by Clerk of the State Bar Court, Kathy Schur, and had the opportunity to meet you in person after a couple of Zoom meetings. So welcome in person.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Schur. I'm very happy to be presenting to you today for the first time in my new role as Clerk of the Court, and happy to be able to be here in person with you all today. I'm here today to talk about proposed changes to the rules for the Alternative Discipline Program, or ADP, that will expand eligibility for this valuable program, and we are asking for the changes to be released for a 45-day public comment period. I'm going to explain how the program works very briefly, talk about the why and the how of the changes that are before you today, and how they come to be proposed, and give an overview of what the most important changes are.
Kathy, can I just have you pull your microphone just a little bit closer?
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
There we go. So this basically, the bottom line is that this proposal is an important way to eliminate some unnecessary barriers to participation in ADP and allow it to serve attorneys who can really benefit from the program. All right. There we go. Okay, so the Alternative Discipline Program, or ADP, offers an alternative to standard disciplinary proceedings for attorneys whose misconduct is linked to substance abuse or mental health problems. It's an important tool that ensures public protection while supporting attorneys in their recovery so that they can continue with their careers. And just to give a brief overview of how ADP works, for an attorney to be accepted into the program, certain conditions must be met. The State Bar Court has to approve a stipulation of facts and conclusions of law that's agreed to by both the attorney and OCTC. The attorney has to be accepted into the Lawyer Assistance Program, which will oversee the attorney's treatment. And then attorneys who are charged with certain kinds of misconduct are not eligible for the ADP. This includes under the existing rule, any kind of misconduct involving moral turpitude that results in significant harm to clients or the administration of justice. And that particular bar on eligibility has really resulted in a number of cases where, because there's a dispute over whether moral turpitude was involved, it has been difficult for the parties to reach the stipulation and for the attorney to be able to participate. Once an attorney is accepted into the program, the court sets 2 levels of discipline called the high-low. The low level will be what is recommended by the State Bar Court if the attorney successfully completes the program of treatment and any other conditions that are imposed by the court. And then the high is what is recommended if the attorney, for any reason, does not complete the program successfully. The court holds regular status conferences. They hear reports on how the attorney is doing with the treatment and fulfillment of any other conditions. In general, the rule is that the attorney has to participate in the program for 3 years for completion, although that can be reduced to as little as 18 months in some cases. I just want to stress how valuable a program this is. I just hear regularly from the judges at the court how much they feel like this is something that gives certain attorneys what they need to be able to get themselves straightened out and move on with their career. All right. Okay, so there's been a long process of consideration leading to the proposed changes that are before you today, starting with the Ad Hoc Commission on Discipline, which recommended clarification of the ADP rules, particularly on the issue of eligibility for attorneys whose misconduct involved moral turpitude. It was then referred by the board to be worked on by the LAP Oversight Committee, which considered a number of options for changes to the ADP program, including the moral turpitude issue, but not limited to that. They presented to you at the November 2024 board meeting and gave various options. There were different ways to address the question of the bar on eligibility for misconduct involving moral turpitude. There was a staff recommendation at that point for one of those options that eliminated the bar on eligibility for misconduct involving moral turpitude, but continuing to keep in place the bar on eligibility for misconduct involving dishonesty or corruption. And that is what is in the proposal before you today. The board then at the November meeting referred the drafting of the specific changes to the rules to the Bench Bar Committee of the State Bar Court. The Bench Bar Committee is a committee that brings together the judges of the court with representatives from OCTC and from the Discipline Defense Bar to discuss various procedural issues in the State Bar Court. That committee drafted and developed the changes that are before you today. So specifically the key changes, most importantly, as I mentioned, the rules are proposed to be amended as directed by the board to eliminate moral turpitude as grounds for ineligibility for the ADP. The LAP Oversight Committee found that disagreements over whether moral turpitude is involved often has made it difficult for an attorney to reach agreement with OCTC on a stipulation of facts and conclusions of law, even where the attorney is otherwise a good candidate for participation in the program. So this change will expand eligibility and allow more attorneys to benefit from the program. In addition, the changes will now require a minimum sanction to be imposed in those cases that would previously have been ineligible, so that attorneys whose misconduct involved moral turpitude, even if they are accepted into the ADP program, the low level of discipline will be set at a certain level by rule. And then finally, the Bench Bar Committee took this opportunity to clarify the rules in a number of areas and to offer greater flexibility to State Bar Court judges on the timing of referrals to the program. So with that, and again, the changes are an important way to allow this program to fulfill its purpose, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right.
I have a
Yes,
question.
Trustee Harrison.
So I know the rule changes are designed to expand eligibility, but I just want to make sure it's clear that attorneys who have a complaint that's being investigated could still reach out to LAP and be accepted into the program, right?
I mean, subject to the existing eligibility requirements minus the moral turpitude requirement and the procedures for being accepted into the program, correct. I think what happens is the person is, the charges are filed against them, and then they can be, there's a number of ways that ADP can be proposed as an option, either by the attorney themselves or OCTC or the court can say, we think this is a good case, and then put it into the evaluation process.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Trustee Tony.
Kathy, I have three kind of questions because I'm very interested in this. One has to do with the non-eligibility, the second is eligibility, and the third is kind of what's the consequence or where does it happen? So what does moral turpitude mean?
Oh, boy.
When it says misconduct involving moral turpitude, I just have no clue what that means.
Yeah, and I may not be the best person to answer that. I think that's a complicated question. I think there are, there are many pieces that address that exact issue. And I think that's why, in part, this specific change is being proposed is because it's complicated to determine whether moral turpitude is involved in a particular kind of misconduct. It becomes a sticking point in reaching the stipulation to enter into this.
Give me a couple examples. What's considered more, even if you don't have a definition, give me a couple.
And I don't know if we want to bring George up here. Are you prepared to
George might be
talk about
just a couple examples? I'm just trying to understand even what it means. Like, is it running a red light? Is that moral turpitude? I have no clue what moral turpitude means. Is it DUI? Is that moral turpitude? I don't know. What is
so
I have no clue.
Two, running the red light, probably no. I mean, depending on circumstances. And the DUI, again, depending on circumstances, but more likely, yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't know.
Well, a simple DUI with no aggravating factors around it, most likely not. A DUI that involves other misconduct, such as, for example, a DUI in which as a result of the DUI, they also hit a car and then flee the accident scene and then lie to the police about it, that is likely to be moral turpitude. So the principles of kind of dishonesty and corruption kind of bleed over into moral turpitude, but moral turpitude is a broader definition that can also include other acts that basically demonstrate that one has a moral character that suggests they should not be practicing law.
Whereas case law has put it a readiness to do evil.
And does the judge decide that, or does the body that refers them to this program decide that?
So there are two things that can happen. Okay. Obviously, when we file charges, there is a specific charge that we can file that alleges moral turpitude, whether that's in conjunction with a criminal conviction referral or in conjunction with an original discipline matter. So we can allege moral turpitude, and ultimately that would be a determination for the state bar court as to whether we have established that under the appropriate case law and other standards.
Okay, so could you give a couple examples of what kinds of things, what kinds of behavior would qualify, I don't mean qualify an attorney, but what types of things is this program designed to help resolve?
Well, so I think in this context, the example that George gave regarding a DUI under certain circumstances could be considered moral turpitude. That's also a kind of behavior that might suggest that this would be a helpful program for that person because it might result from a substance abuse problem.
Right.
So I think that's a good example of the kind of case that we are hoping this will now expand eligibility to allow those people to participate if they meet other eligibility requirements and would benefit from the program.
So if an attorney is admitted into the ADP program and you know, does the treatment and the lawyer's assistance program and those things. What is the status of their ability to practice during the I heard 3 years?
That determination is made on a case-by-case
By case by case.
basis.
Some still may be able to, some may not be able to. Okay,
Right,
thank
depending
you.
on
Okay.
the conditions that are
That's
imposed by
that's
the
actually
court.
very helpful for me. These are
No, of
helpful
course.
answers. Thank
Yes.
you.
That it?
Any other questions?
I have a.
Yes, Trustee Sewell.
That may be kind of in the same vein of Trustee Tony's, and it had to do with a public commenter earlier today. And a public commenter that I think referenced a letter in an organization or Stand with Survivors. And it was a letter that I think was focused on the entertainment industry and sort of sexual and sort of physical violence within the entertainment industry. And I don't think that the public commenter referenced a specific agenda item, and I didn't know whether or not that might be related to this. I do know that she suggested that there needed to be some additional questions that were asked, and I didn't know, was that relative to eligibility for the ADP, or was that something else?
So I think I don't see the nexus necessarily with this item, but I did also, I saw their letter in the written public comment and directed staff to look into some of those issues and potentially put them on an agenda for an upcoming meeting. I mean, I think they're very important issues that were raised, and we'll look at it. Yeah. Trustee Harrison.
So I just wanted to inquire about whether or not when making the determination that an attorney is eligible for ADP, if prior similar circumstances regarding a different attorney are looked at, like, for example, precedent, right? Like, yeah, so to eliminate the bias factor, right? So if you've got an African-American attorney who's done something that is denied the opportunity to go to ADP, go through ADP, but a white attorney who did pretty much the same thing was allowed to do ADP, that could result in unequal treatment. Is there certain, like, incidences or precedent that's weighed into making these decisions?
That's an interesting question. There isn't precedent in the sense of there's not, written cases or decisions the way the court, even that the state bar court has in traditional disciplinary proceedings at the end of them that they could refer back to see what happens in similar cases. I think from the court's perspective, in almost all cases where OCTC and the attorney are able to reach the stipulation of facts and conclusions of law, the attorney will likely be accepted into the program. If there are examples of that not happening, I think they're few and far between. Our judges certainly have their own experience and the experience of the court collectively in considering what makes an attorney more or less suitable for participation in the program. I hope that helps answer your question.
It does. I'm just concerned about maybe it could be unintentional, but, unfair treatment. So
Yeah.
That's just my concern.
So I think, I know we track a lot of demographic data, especially cases that flow through the Office of Chief Trial Counsel. Certainly, we've conducted racial disparity investigations to determine if there's any sort of disparate impact. I'm sure it'd probably be pretty easy to put together some of those stats. So maybe.
Yeah, so I believe that effort is actually already underway, and in the presentation in November of the proposals from the LAP Oversight Committee, there was some information about the demographics of attorneys who participate in the program. And I believe that further data is being collected. I don't know if it is on the, on the demographic issue, because the court, I mean, the court is providing data, but we are not in charge of collecting it and reporting on it.
We have pulled it previously, and it's not difficult to pull, so we can provide that to the board at any time, perhaps including Kathy. It could be included in the September overview of the dashboards, just as an additional slide.
On ADP specifically, yeah. Yeah, we'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Trustee Trejo.
I was just curious as to how much recidivism is part of the equation here. So once an attorney has gone through the program, my guess is if they've gone to this level, it's probably of some severity. So there might be, is there a follow-up? What if anything exists, or does it?
So if you've gone through the program once, then you're not going to be eligible to participate in it again if then future misconduct arises.
I see, but if you've agreed to go through the program, is there
Right.
any follow-up that comes with that after this has happened, just as a general upkeep maybe, or?
After they've completed the
Right.
program, the recommended discipline has been imposed, and then,
Is that it?
whatever conditions are fulfilled, not that I know of. I mean, I think it would be similar to an attorney who goes through regular disciplinary proceedings. Maybe they're suspended for a period of time, they have to, pay whatever kinds of restitution. And
So as of
then-
now, that hasn't been a consideration then maybe, is that?
What's that?
So it hasn't been really a consideration.
Yeah, no, so far as I know, once they're through the program, so that's that, 3 years. And then there might be something like a suspension, or a period of probation that then, they would continue to be under the jurisdiction of the court. But once everything has been fulfilled, I don't believe there is any follow-up.
Thank you.
And I think just in speaking with staff, that certainly the recidivism data is something that we can track. And so I think, for future reports, we'll include that. But I think that is an important metric.
Well, it is a metric, actually. Like, I'm just looking here on my screen at the draft 2024 annual metrics report, which we'll be publishing with the annual report of the State Bar. So we have been tracking recidivism. What we're publishing is not recidivism specific to, I'm just looking at it here. And Lisa knows this data very well, since she helps pull this together. I don't believe that we are displaying recidivism for the ADP population. Specifically, we show probation, those who got a reproval, those who got resource letters, sort of overall recidivism rates. We can modify this to include ADP. I will say that November item that Kathy's referring to did have some data that was a bit troubling, showing the recidivism rates for those who participate in ADP is actually higher than some of our other recidivism rates. And that's why there was some question about the expansion of the program. And so there was a commitment in that November item that additional analysis would be done to try to better understand what's driving that. You guys have heard me and others talk quite a bit about reform we've done on the probation side to try to tackle recidivism rates. And I think that's proving to be somewhat effective. It's relatively new, but we haven't done that kind of intensive effort with respect to this ADP population. So there's more work to be done there. So you'll see data on overall recidivism rates published soon. It does not include ADP. And happy to talk to the data team about, how difficult it would be to include that.
I mean, I guess my concern, it's not a concern, it's just to say that this could be an opportunity for us to reach out in a less punitive way when things are going well, and affirm rather than, punish. Again, this is just this is a consideration I'm thinking about. This is how you follow up with someone after you've gone through an intensive program of this kind, and then just to touch base with someone and make sure they're cool. How's it going? Are you continuing on this path? There's people that can probably refer to this better than I can, but I feel that after you go through something that intense, possibly a follow-up that isn't necessarily punitive, but in fact, if anything, supportive, might be an interesting way to go about it.
So Kathy, if I could just ask a question in that vein. Is it possible to share that sort of data with, let's say, like the other bar or other, support groups that are outside of the bar's jurisdiction?
So not LAP.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking that LAP might be the natural body to do that kind of follow-up, since they would have been the ones to, kind of be in that kind of contact while the person was participating. I don't know the answer to the question of, in general, much of what happens in the ADP program is kept confidential. So at a minimum, we would want the attorney's permission to share with anything outside of the bar. But that's just not a question that we've looked at yet. I don't think, it wouldn't be the court's role, certainly, to follow up afterwards, just because the court is kind of just overseeing and determining what level of discipline would be recommended based on their participation, but isn't really the one providing the supports directly.
Yep, I think certainly, Trustee Trejo, we can check with LAP to see if they have any resource letters that they give out, or if there's like a closeout packet with some of those resources. So it's a great idea. All right, any other questions for our clerk of the court? Okay, if not, this is a request to circulate these rules for a public comment. If there's no further comments or questions, can I have a first and a second?
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, first by Trustee Tony, second by Trustee Harrison. Now have a roll call vote.
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros,
Aye.
Good, not present. Agor, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Harrison,
Aye.
Fuser,
Aye.
Soel,
Aye.
Stevens,
Aye.
Tony,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
It's 10 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
All right. This next item is also again being presented by our clerk of the court, Ms. Schur, and this item 6.4 is a request to circulate for public comment, proposed new rule 5.32, and amendments to rules 5.15, 5.151, 5.391, 5.441, 5.461, 3.125, and 4.47. Almost got through it. Thank you, Kathleen. And these are rules of the State Bar regarding waivers of State Bar court filing fees and transcript costs. So please tell us about this.
Other than the creation of the new rule, most of the other changes to the rules are just acknowledging the creation of the ability to waive fees and transcript costs. So to step back, this item is about a fundamental matter of fairness in State Bar court proceedings, which is the ability of litigants in our court to present their cases regardless of their ability to pay transcript preparation costs or filing fees. Last year, this issue was brought to the State Bar's attention by the Supreme Court of California, who asked the State Bar to look at possible changes to allow transcript costs specifically to be waived in certain cases where parties in State Bar court proceedings are seeking review. This proposal is a response to that request, and then also addresses the closely related issue of filing fees and whether those can be waived.
All right.
Okay. So as a matter of fairness, a person's ability to litigate their case effectively in State Bar court should not be tied to that person's ability to pay fees or costs. Currently, filing fees or the requirement to pay the costs of transcript preparation can make it impossible for some low-income litigants to pursue their cases or seek review of their cases regardless of the merits of what they may have to present. Filing fees are only required in a few types of State Bar court cases. In reinstatement cases, when an attorney who has been disbarred seeks to be reinstated, the filing fee is $1,643. In moral character cases, when an applicant to become an attorney appeals an adverse determination of moral character by the Committee of Bar Examiners, and that comes to the State Bar Court, The filing fee is $514. The current rules also require that a litigant who is seeking a review of a hearing department decision of their case in the state bar court and seeking review of that in our review department must pay the cost of having the trial transcript prepared. There's no exception allowed. If you cannot afford to have the transcript prepared, you cannot file your request for review. This can be quite a significant financial barrier. Depending on the length of the trial, the transcript preparation costs can be thousands of dollars. So the proposed rule changes are quite straightforward and are meant to make it easy for litigants to apply for waivers. Proposed new Rule 5.32 of the Rules of Procedure will set out criteria for eligibility to have filing fees waived and the procedure to apply. Anyone who is eligible for licensee fee scaling under the state bar rules, which is currently someone with an annual income below $60,478, will be eligible for the filing fee waiver. The procedure for processing applications is based generally on the procedure for fee waiver applications in superior courts, which is designed to be very user-friendly and simple. The applicant will fill out a simple form that will be posted on the State Bar Court's website with instructions, and in most cases, the court will make the decision based solely on the application without any further need for any kind of documentation beyond what has been included with the application or any kind of hearing before the court. With regard to transcript costs, the existing State Bar Court rule requiring payment of those costs is included in the court's rules of practice rather than in the rules of procedure. Those rules of practice are amended by the court's executive committee rather than coming before the board. So the proposal before you today makes the changes needed in the rules of procedure to authorize waiver of transcript cost preparation costs. Assuming that those changes are proposed, the court's executive committee will then take up rule changes in the rules of practice to implement the changes needed to have a transcript cost waiver program. The intent will be to have the same eligibility criteria for filing fee waivers and very similar procedures for a litigant to apply for the waivers. It's slightly different because of the way those cases are presented in the State Bar Court. And I'm happy to answer any questions about this.
Right, going to go first Trustee Huser, then Trustee Harrison.
So, this sounds reasonable, but we all know of situations with vexatious litigants who just keep incurring more and more costs, and that those are real costs upon the State Bar Court, that they have to prepare the transcripts, pay somebody to prepare them, all of that. Have you considered adding any language that limits the amount of times that someone can do this on a particular claim to prevent that vexatious litigant, kind of person that just keeps churning things?
Yeah, so I think there's two different situations. As to that's not applicable to the filing fee waivers, right? You would only file your case once. You're not.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the transcript
But in the transcript
issue.
cuts, I think, we brought for you just last year our new vexatious litigant rule. So we will hopefully have some controls on those particular litigants who might be relitigating. Once someone has gone through the hearing department and then, sought review once and they get a waiver, say, and are able to have the transcript prepared, they wouldn't need to pay the costs again. So I'm not sure that it would really apply in this particular case, right? Like no matter how many times they may come back to seek review, let's say, if they're not, it's still going to be the same transcript. So, you waive the cost once.
So I in general support this and the premise behind it. My question has to do with like a showing that you actually make below the income threshold. Does the person filing for the fee waivers have to produce maybe a couple of wage statements or a prior year's tax return statement? Or is it just filling out the form and saying I make below this amount, which I think might be problematic?
Yeah, so we've intentionally left it to be determined in the guidelines that the State Bar Court will, and the application form itself, as to exactly what kind of documentation will be required with the application. I think the intent at this point is to not require a lot of documentation, but to leave open for the court the opportunity, if they have some reason for concern that the person is not being honest, or is, somehow trying to deceive the court to get the waiver, to allow them to ask for further information. But we want it to be, in most cases, that the person does not have to present, any kind of, really any kind of documentation, but can just make the representation. I will say, for those cases where, in particular for transcript costs, because those people are already attorneys, and there will have been some kind of determination of whether they were eligible for the licensee fee waiver, where it's the same criteria, that should be a pretty easy check to figure out whether or not the person meets the criteria in those cases.
That's what I wanted to clarify. That 60,000, whatever that number is the income level that it correlates with the filing, not the filing fee, the licensing fee scaling that is statutorily in place at the State Bar. So if you make that income level or below, you qualify for, I believe, a 25% reduction in your licensing fees. And so when we did the cost estimates for this particular proposal, we were able to draw from our licensee, record information to estimate what percentage of attorneys would qualify. It's not a high percentage, and hence the overall cost is not estimated to be high. So if an attorney qualifies for fee scaling, I think that's automatic and easy, because you see that over on the regulatory side. If they don't, I think what Kathy's saying is the case-by-case determination as to whether or not additional proof would be required.
Right.
And if you look at what the courts do, that they're looking for like proof of getting public benefits and that kind of thing. I don't know that that's something.
Or just a tax return.
Yeah, or tax return.
I mean, I think that's probably the simplest way. When the court asks for documentation, I imagine it would mostly just be a tax return.
Yeah, the tax return makes sense, but there are some attorneys who have their own professional corporation, even in certain situations in big law firms, right? Equity partners have their own professional corporation, the firm pays that, and then they pay themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And so they could theoretically be spending money using a business, card and out of their professional corporation versus the money that they pay themselves. So the numbers can be fudged and in a way that a lot of attorneys can appear to qualify for this waiver, but really they shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly want to leave it open for the court to have the ability to, ask for whatever kind of documentation they think may be most helpful in a particular case, and even, if necessary, bring the person to the court and have a hearing on it. I think we're certainly hopeful that in most cases it will be fairly straightforward. We don't want to make it so difficult for everybody in order to address what we hope will be relatively few cases where people are trying to essentially fudge their numbers to qualify for this.
Thank you.
Trustee Tony.
Do you have a rough estimate of the percentage? Are we talking about 10%, 20%, 5%? Just ballpark. I know it's guesswork right there.
I need to go back and look at, I know we had an estimate of the number of attorneys who had cases in the court. It was below 20% is my memory, but again, I don't have that number right in front of me.
Okay. Well, here's the comment. I absolutely support this. The, we have to remember that when we have, when we make accommodations like this, financial accommodations, those who pay have to pay for those who don't. It's just how finances work. And with 20%, let's just use that as an example, whatever it is, it means that the 80% who are paying will have to pay 5% more. I'm fine, which I think is fair and fine, but I just think it's important as trustees that when we vote for something, we know what we're voting for, and nothing is for free, and we're okay with both sides, which I am. I just like it to be transparent.
Any other questions or comments? I was waiting for a moral turpitude question from Trustee Tony with the fudging of the numbers.
Yeah. And my math may be wrong on that, but the principle
Yeah.
is, it may actually be that they each have to pay 20% more. But whatever the math is, we just have to realize that is how it works, okay? No free money.
I just have one comment.
Sure.
I mean, I'm going to support this, but I'm concerned about the longitudinal cost of the bar, right? And that cost could be displaced on the attorneys who can pay. Sometime in the future, can we get a report about the expense that is borne by the bar for the fee waivers, and whether that 20% has increased?
Yes. Yeah, I think we certainly would intend to track the numbers and for both the fee waivers and the transcript cost waivers as to how often it's happening and what the costs are. For fee waivers, even if everyone got the fee waivers in both of those kinds of cases, it wouldn't be more than, I can't remember, but in the tens of thousands of dollars per year.
I think we say 10,000 in the.
Yeah, that I think is not based on an estimate that everyone would qualify for those fee waivers, but they're just, I mean, not that there are no moral character cases or reinstatement cases, but there's not huge numbers of them, such that the $1,600 and $500 fee waivers would add up to that much.
Okay.
Transcript costs, it's a different question because it just all depends on the length of the trial in the particular case, how much that transcript and they can be quite expensive.
Okay. One more question, sorry. Just a rough percentage estimate. How many of the folks that would appear to qualify or need this fee waiver are moral character situations versus licensee disciplinary situations?
So I actually wanted to say before, I don't think we can have an estimate. We don't have a good estimate of how many moral character applicants will qualify because they're not licensees. And so we don't know whether they qualify for the licensee fee scaling. On the other hand, I would say probably you would expect more moral character applicants to qualify because these are people who presumably have just gotten out of law school, right? And they're not earning money yet. So then, I would guess a higher percentage of those will qualify than the people who, I honestly, either the reinstatement would be the other filing fee waiver category, and then transcript cost. Transcript cost waivers, I think it's hard to say. It kind of depends on what's happened with the discipline and what's happened or with that person's ability to practice and continue to earn money.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to ground this because I believe there's like less than 10 reinstatement filings a year, perhaps 5.
Yeah, it's not.
Very few numbers of moral character cases in that range. I just want to ground this all, like the fiscal impact is not, I don't think it's significant. We did put it in this agenda item, no more than 10,000 on the filing fee side, and I've lost the item with all my open windows right now, but 20,000 to 50,000 on transcripts.
Yeah.
So this is just not, it's not high volume. So happy to report back on it, but I don't think the board needs to be really concerned about the fiscal impact in light of the very significant benefit that it will afford those who do qualify. And I also want to point out, those of you that are aware of what's going on in the California courts, you know that court reporters are not guaranteed for all types of hearings. Your transcripts are not free for everyone. And when you don't have a court reporter, an electronic recording is not allowed, and you can't pay for your own court reporter, you really have very limited appellate rights. That's what's happening in the trial court side, and lots of battles over the ability to use electronic recording, which really impacts people's access. So by making this move, which admittedly impacts a small number of people, we are doing something that is more progressive than what we are seeing in the trial courts, and really is, I think, a model to be proud of. So I just want to, point that out here.
Just to add a point of clarification, we are not using court reporters. We have an electronic.
Right. We've already crossed that.
All
that
state bar
bridge,
court
yes.
proceedings are recorded electronically, and then if there's a reason for preparation of the transcript, then we reach out to the service and they prepare the transcript from that electronic.
All right, Trustee Grande.
Just a really quick question, just with the service that we use, is this like a vendor that we have a contract with? Like how, how often do we reevaluate?
Oh, I don't know. Yes, it is a vendor we have a contract with. I don't know how often that contract gets reevaluated.
Okay, just, and I appreciate the context. And I think just with any vendors, right, there's always an opportunity, given all the advancements in technology, that we maybe have a procedure in place to evaluate vendors like this.
All right, Kathy's really earning her first board meeting paycheck here. All right, any other questions, or can I?
Just real quick, I know we need to move on, but I was struck by Board Member Harrison's sort of comment or scenario that he painted about folks attempting to potentially try to circumvent the thresholds here. And I know we're leaving that up to the courts to make those determinations of the type of qualified paperwork or whatnot that you'd have to provide. Would they also have to, and I know we aren't talking about gobs of money, but would folks also have to maybe certify under the penalty of perjury that this is, or would that be left up to the courts?
I think the form will ask them to certify what the statements they're making. Yeah, I don't expect that we will ask them for a lot of documentation as part of the initial application, but I do expect that we will ask them to certify that they are, that the statement that they are making as to their income.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Okay, all right. So Trustee Harrison, did I see Trustee Sewell raise your hand too? Okay, cool. All right, Harrison and Sewell, may I have a roll call vote?
To clarify, Harrison moved and Sewell seconded?
Correct.
I actually didn't move.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, I'm sorry.
But I'll go ahead and say yes. I moved.
I sensed from that side of the room, I guess. So, okay.
Thank you. Barahona?
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros?
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Huser? Sewell?
Aye.
Stevens?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Trejo?
Aye.
Stallings?
Aye.
It's 10 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
Great. Thank you so much, Kathy. Next up is item 6.5. This is report on random audit of the Office of Chief Trial Counsel files closed between March 1st, 2023 and August 31st, 2023, and the Office of Chief Trial Counsel's response. And this is being presented by our Chief Trial Counsel, George Cardona. Thank you for pinch hitting earlier and giving us a fun lesson on moral turpitude.
No problem. It's kind of, you know it when you see it. It's kind of so. All right, so this is one of our periodic reports. We come back when we get the audit reports. We are still doing catch-up reports. So this is for a period from March 1st, 2023 to August 31st, 2023. We are still trying to catch up with audits that were delayed by the COVID pandemic. Hang on. Okay. So just a very brief description for those who may not have been at one of these before, but basically there's a random selection of files that are closed or otherwise resolved within a given 6-month period. Those are then sent out for review by now two outside auditors who review them for a number of substantive and procedural issues, including compliance with our own internal procedures and policies, and an evaluation of whether we have exercised appropriate prosecutorial discretion in resolving the cases. Our audit procedures were updated to ensure that the selection of the files and the actions of the auditors are completely independent of OCTC, so that is now overseen by ORS. We've also modified the procedures to accord with some recommendations from the state auditor in April of 2022. In particular, we updated the checklist that the auditors use to include questions such as addressing conflicts of interest and some other things that came up in the course of the Girardi investigation. In this instance, they reviewed a series of cases at each stage within OCTC, 86 closed cases from intake, 86 closed cases from investigation, 35 closed cases from the charging and trial stage. And then the other new thing that we added was now they also take a look at a certain number of files from respondents who have multiple complaints. So these are the 15 plus respondents who have had 15 or more complaints in the prior 5 years. There's a selection of 6 of those, and then they look at 8 files for each of those to get a sense of how we are handling repeat offender cases. One of the things they look at is whether there is criteria that leads them to believe that a case that was closed should be reopened. This is actually something that shows up on our dashboard with a target of maintaining it at less than or equal to 4.3%. As you can see here, we have varied over time. For this audit, the auditors recommended reopening 13 out of 255 cases, which was 5.1%. As you can see, that's the highest in a while, and it's above our target. We reviewed those 13 cases, and we actually reopened only 6 of them. The explanation for why we didn't reopen the others is included in the staff report. So for example, 4 of those were for a repeat attorney, and we declined to reopen them because they involved misconduct that was of a similar type and occurred during the same time period as other misconduct for which we had already obtained discipline. And so our judgment was that pursuing or reopening those 4 cases was extremely unlikely to result in any additional discipline, and so there was no benefit to us to reopen them. So that's an example of the type of decisions we make in terms of deciding whether to follow the auditor's recommendation to reopen or not. And again, for each of the cases that they recommended reopening, we've explained in the staff report why we did or didn't reopen them. In addition to the overall recommendation as to reopening, the auditors make certain policy and procedure recommendations for improvements to our policies and procedures. Unfortunately, with catch-up audits, many of the recommendations relate to things that we've actually already done, often post-dating the period for which they've audited because it was raised in prior audits. So here, just going through some of the things that they focused on, the rule of limitations, which is the rule under which basically the time limits within which we can prosecute. They found some errors in the files in terms of identifying the appropriate rule of limitations period. We have already provided training on this in response to prior audits. We also recently added, at the end of last year, a new box in our procedures that now requires the legal advisor on each investigation to actually check a box confirming that they have reviewed the rule of limitations dates and that they are correct. And our hope is that that will solve this problem and correct it by requiring that. For conflict checks, this is something that they've periodically been checking on. We put in place our new policies and procedures in June of 2022. Immediately after those were in, when they did their review, they found that there were a significant number of cases in which the appropriate entries had not been made in various files. We've since adopted procedures to try and correct that, to do checks to make sure that entries are being made. In the last audit, they found fewer errors, and in this one, they found significantly fewer errors. We've provided training, we've put in place those new procedures. Our hope is that as we move forward, future audits will show that those have in fact continued to drive down the error rate. With respect to closing letters to complainants, this is an area that I still think needs improvement. We've done training on communicating with complainants. We've added new sample language for people to use. We're in the middle of using a new software tool to generate revised templates, but this is an area that we're focused on trying to improve moving forward, both the substance and the language used in closing letters. They found a number of cases in which there were investigation delays. We've taken a number of steps to address these since the time of the cases that were audited here. We did a significant reorganization in July of 2023. We tweaked that in January of 2024. We added expedited investigation procedures also in January of 2024. We've set annual case disposition goals each of the last 2 years. And last year, at the end of last year, in response to a state audit recommendation, we added additional investigation benchmarks that are now tracked to ensure that at the beginning of investigations, within certain specified time periods, tasks are performed to ensure that the investigation starts moving appropriately. So again, this is an area that we need to continue to improve, but the hope is that many of these things we've done will in fact show up and limit the number of investigation delays in future audits. Communications with respondents and respondents counsels, again, something that we continue to address. We've asked our attorneys to get more involved in this. They're required to do that under our expedited investigation procedures, which we put in place at the beginning of 2024. We're hopeful that that will serve to address many of these errors. And then looking at and reviewing prior complaint histories, the major error that the auditors found was not that this wasn't being done, but that it wasn't being reported in the file. We've added a number of procedures and checkboxes and steps to try and ensure that in fact that is now done. So we're hopeful that that will correct that as well in future audits. In addition to the policy and procedure recommendations, they recommend training. We've done training immediately after getting the audit report in November of last year. We trained all of our attorneys, paralegals, and investigators on the findings of the audit and suggestions for how to address that. In addition, we've listed here some of the more recent training we've done on various areas, many of which were addressed or identified as areas that posed issues in prior audits. So with that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to try and address them.
All right. Any questions?
I think I'll ask one.
Yes, Trustee Sowell.
George, appreciate this, and yeah, I appreciate the fact that we continue to try to get this, perfect this system, you know. But I did note that, you know, there was as the data shows, it was a jump in terms of the number of cases that we had to reopen this go round. And I'm just wondering, was there, could you tell us, was there something intrinsic to some of these particular cases that may have resulted in this, or what? And I don't want to at all think that this is some sort of a trend at this particular point in time, but it was more of a significant jump than we've seen in a little while.
Yes, it was a more significant jump, and that was obviously of concern to us as well. We did look back at the cases to see if there was any commonality across the cases that would suggest that there was something that was driving that. We couldn't identify anything that was in common across the various cases. They all seemed to be kind of unique situations. We disagreed with the recommendation to reopen several of those. For example, in one of the files, the auditors concluded that we should have reopened to proceed against an attorney who was serving as a trust executor on the grounds, from the auditor's point of view, that they had an obligation to communicate with and provide an accounting to the trust beneficiary. In fact, under the law, that's not correct. The trust beneficiary is not the client of the attorney, and so there's no independent obligation to communicate or to return a file. The attorney acts on behalf of the trust executor, and so has to work through the trust executor. So we didn't reopen that. I mentioned the 4 that were a repeater. So many of these reopenings are certain judgment calls in certain instances. And this is not to say that the auditor was wrong in recommending their reopening. I think it was worth looking at those cases, but we ultimately decided not to reopen them. But the long and the short of it is we did look at that to see if there was something that would suggest that this was a pattern or something that would be recurring. We didn't see anything. Obviously, when we get the next audit, we'll look at what happens there and see, and if there is something that we identify across the 2, we'll try and correct it as quickly as we can.
Just on the repeater situation, at some point, wouldn't that kick that particular individual up into another sort of level of?
So this already was, this was someone who had 15 or more complaints over the last, within the last 5 years. And so that was the reason that they were looking at the multiple files for that person. They recommended reopening 4 of those. And ordinarily, we look at, once someone reaches that threshold, we apply a higher level of scrutiny to them. So we did look at these 4 and try to sort out whether in fact they should be reopened. But again, because of the timing of the misconduct and the fact that essentially we closed them because we made a judgment call at the time, that we would proceed on a different set of cases and seek discipline. And we didn't see a reason for reopening these when we had already made that judgment call in the past.
All right, anything else? Any other questions? Yes, Trustee Barahona.
Yeah, thank you, George. One of the things that I always appreciate is the sort of continuous quality improvement. And so in making all of the changes and in responding to some of the audit comments, I really appreciate how much is being done, given the staff capacity that is doing it. So just wanted to acknowledge that there's sort of, we have received on so many different occasions, all the ways in which we're trying to improve this system and get it right and get the right strike and balance in that, and at the same time are increasingly impacted by staff capacity. So I just wanted to sort of acknowledge that at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we'll be talking about staffing at a later point.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. George, thank you. Appreciate it. Next up is 6.6. This is the report on a random audit of the Special Deputy Trial Counsel files closed between May 1st, 2023 and April 30th, 2024, and the Special Deputy Trial Counsel Administrator response. And this is being presented by our Special Deputy Trial Counsel Administrator, Stacia Laguna. Good afternoon, Ms.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. As Chair Spelling said, this is the response to random audit for the Special Deputy Trial Counsel program. For folks who may be new to the board or folks who are unfamiliar with our program, this is the panel of outside counsel that handles disciplinary matters where OCTC or the state bar has a conflict. When that occurs, those cases are referred to me, and I either refer them to one of our panelists, or I will retain some cases for myself. I wear both hats as the administrator for the program, and I also have a caseload of my own. This report that you have in the materials was prepared for the February meeting, so I do have some updated information from what's included there on our steps in implementing our improvements. This time period for the random audit is May 1st, 2023 through April 30th, 2024, and its files closed during that time. Our audit procedures vary from OCTC a little bit in that we are a much smaller program. We have a caseload of 50 to 100 cases at any given time. So for that reason, our files are only audited once per year, and we also have a much smaller sample size. So for this audit, 30 files were randomly pulled. Now to the auditor's recommendations. First and foremost, the auditors deemed all of our closing decisions appropriate, and they did not recommend reopening any of our cases. They noted in their report that this reflects positively on the continued professionalism and quality of work performed by the special deputies. They did have several recommendations for policy and one recommendation for training. There was a recommendation regarding consideration of complaint history. That's where they recommended a training as well as a change in procedure. It just so happens that right after the end of the audit period, we had our training on consideration of complaint history. That was done in June of 2024. We also now have a policy directive in effect that directs special deputies on the appropriate consideration of complaint history, how to go about doing that, what should and shouldn't be considered, and what should be documented for the file, both at the intake and the investigation level. I believe the materials you have say that we intended to do the policy directive, and I just want to confirm that that is now in effect and being followed by the special deputies. Another recommendation that the auditors had was regarding the use of specific language in closing letters. The language that was being used for intake closures at times where appropriate was, under the laws of California, the facts as you have alleged them would not be grounds for disciplinary action, and they noted that that could be misleading, and it would be more accurate to say that there's a lack of facts and or evidence to establish a violation. We agree that it's important to clearly communicate and make sure we're not using too much legalese when most of these letters are directed to members of the public. The reason we had that language is because it comes from a subsection of Rule 2201, and Rule 2201 is the rule that governs our program. But we have altered that to make it more clear for the closing decision, particularly when we're communicating with non-attorneys. The auditors also had a recommendation regarding using email as a primary method of communication. Just for a little bit of history, folks who don't remember or aren't aware, when I came into the administrator role in June of 2022, this program was still being run on paper files. And so we've done a lot over the last few years to bring it into the current age, get the vast majority of our special deputies using the Odyssey program. And this is another step toward bringing our program practices up to speed. So as soon as we got the recommendation from the auditors and got the report, I informally advised the SBTCs to go ahead and make this their primary method of communication if they haven't done so already. And since that time, I now have a formal policy directive for them to follow. The one exception would be at times we encounter folks where there are some facts that would indicate that this could invite a serial exchange if we use email, which could cause a strain on our resources. So the policy directive directs that where an SBTC in their discretion determines it's best for program use of time to use regular mail, that's just documented in the file why we didn't use email. The last recommendation was regarding case management. The auditors had a general suggestion that the administrator should be provided with a monthly report showing the most recent activity in all assigned files. This is something that could be helpful. I have some other tools that I use for program management and case or inventory tracking. Every Monday morning at 7 o'clock, there's an automatically generated email that has our entire case inventory that's sent to my inbox. And it's my Monday ritual to review that and go over it case by case. If there's a case I haven't heard about for a while, I can look in the Odyssey system and see what the updates are, or if there's nothing there that gives me a good picture of what the status of the case is, I follow up with the SDTC individually. So that concludes the recommendations and my response, and I just want to note that we appreciate the work of the auditors, and there's always room for improvement, so we appreciate their input on how we can do that.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Laguna? Yes, Trustee Harrison.
I have a question. So, and it's based off of my experience earlier. When I started practicing law, I asked a witness to email me documents, and I come back to my inbox the next day and there's like hundreds of emails, right? And then I got to go through them and arrange them, and it takes a bunch of time, billable hours. And I found that it's easier to send them like a link to a cloud storage where they can upload the documents into that storage, and I can just pull them later. Are you able to do that, or does that require a rule change for you?
There wouldn't be any need for a rule change. We have an administrative assistant for the program who helps with all of that, and also updating our Odyssey files, particularly when exhibits or complaint attachments are voluminous.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right, seeing none, as always, thank you so much for your work in this important area. Certainly been a cornerstone of many of the important reforms that the State Bar has taken on to avoid the missteps of the past. So as always, if you need any other resources or anything else, please let us know.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take item 7.1, and if we could promote Donna. And then after 7.1, we're going to take a bio break, just to give people a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel here. So do we have Donna, or is she appearing in person?
No, she's staying away.
Okay. All right, so welcome, Ms. Hershkowitz. This item is being presented regarding an update from the Office of Admissions. These are proposed amendments to Rule 9.42, Rules of Court, and then Rules of the State Bar related to the practical training of law students and law office study programs. That's Rules 3.1 through 3.11, excuse me, and 4.29. And then, I mean, there's a lot going on here, so I'm just going to let Donna
Yes.
take it.
So the order of events here, I will first talk briefly about the revisions to the practical training of law student and law office study rules, which is just a request to circulate for public comment. If you could also promote Tara Clark in case there are any questions, I'll have Tara help me address those questions. We should get through that item very quickly, and then I would like to turn to the recommendation to related to the new privacy law specialization, and we'll be having the chair of the privacy law working group speak to that. And then I will provide the update for the Office of Admissions. So starting, as I said, with the proposed revisions to the practical training of law student and law office study rules, there is a PowerPoint in your materials along with the staff report, but I think we can get through this quickly without going through the PowerPoint. The board has seen these rules several times before. These rules were developed in 2022 and 2023 and submitted to the court in the Supreme Court in 2023 for adoption to the changes to these practical training on law student rules and law office study rules. The Supreme Court denied the request to amend the rules related mostly to a concern that by extending participation in the practical training of law student program to people who are studying in a judge's chambers, not only those who are studying in a law office, but by extending it to those who study in a judge's chambers could create some ethical concerns. So they sent the rules back and asked CBE to consider how to address those ethical concerns. CBE took the opportunity to, in response to the Supreme Court, to revise the rules to still allow those who participate in the law office study program by studying with a lawyer to participate in the practical training of law students program, which is an incredible improvement, but did, in response to the court, eliminate participation for those whose law office study is done in a judge's chambers. As a result of having this extra time to take a look at the rules, the Committee of Bar Examiners also made some additional changes for clarity, to make sure that there are appropriate cross-references throughout the rules. And also, and this has been a pet peeve of a lot of people for a number of years. In the state bar rules, we refer to the practical training of law student program, but the Supreme Court rules refer to it as refer to them as certified law students. And most people who know anything about this program know them as certified law students. And so the rule proposal also takes the CBE took the opportunity to propose changing the name in the state bar rules so it aligns with the Supreme Court rules. I see Trustee Stevens shaking his head. Sounds like that's something, looks like that's something that's been a pet peeve of his. Because the board has seen these rules several times, and because of the detailed staff report that's included, at this point, I would ask if the board has any questions. If not, I'd recommend adopting the resolution that is included in this item, which is to circulate these revised rules for a 60-day public comment period.
All right, can we put that resolution up on the screen? While we're doing that, any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, that is the resolution.
I don't
Yes.
know if this, we've just gone through a number of items where I think we went out for 45 days and this is a 60-day. Is there some, Donna, some distinction in terms of why it is we think these should be out for 60 days?
I think we have typically sent most of the admissions rules out for 60-day public comment periods. We have been trying to do better about standardizing that. I know even within the Office of Admissions, we have sometimes come to the board at one meeting with one item that's saying 60 days and one item that's saying 45 days. And so we have tried to standardize it so it is always 60 days for the admissions rules.
All right. Seeing nothing else, may I have a first and a second?
A hearty first.
All right, first by Trustee Stevens, second by Trustee Huser. May I have a roll call vote?
Barahona.
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros.
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande.
Aye.
Harrison.
Aye.
User. Sowell.
Aye.
Stevens.
Aye.
Tony.
Aye.
Trejo.
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
It's 10 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
All right, turn it back over to Donna.
Okay, and if we could now promote Adrian Galang and also the chair of the Privacy Law Group, and they will do very briefly the next presentation that's part of 7.1.
All right, welcome.
Great. I just want to quickly introduce myself. My name is Adrian Galang. Thank you, trustees. Program manager here in the Office of Admissions. I'll be presenting the slides, but then we also have the first chair of the Privacy Law Group, G1 Serrato here, who can help provide any additional information or answer any questions specific to the specialty area. So. All right, so I'll go ahead and share the slide deck that we have.
Adrian, it's really hard to hear you. So maybe speak up a little bit. Thanks.
Is that better?
Yes.
Great. Sorry about that. So today I will be presenting a proposal from the California Board of Legal Specialization's recommendation to establish privacy law as a new state bar legal specialization certification area. And then if approved, I just wanted to add this note that this would be the first new specialty area since 2008. At that time, we added legal malpractice and admiralty and maritime law to the state bar's legal specialization areas. So adding this area to the legal specialization program, it would align with our mission to protect the public and enhance access to the legal system, enhancing the public protection, connecting people, public to qualified legal resources, and also increasing awareness of certified experts. The privacy law group created by the CBLS looked at how fast privacy laws were changing, especially in eras like data, cybersecurity, and new technology. So then they defined the area privacy law as the practice of law, dealing with safeguarding an individual's personal information and data against unauthorized access, disclosure, or misuse, addressing the legal rights and responsibilities concerning data privacy, including compliance with applicable regulations and industry standards, advising clients on matters related to data collection, processing, and sharing practices, developing policies and frameworks for data protection, and representing clients in disputes or regulatory actions involving privacy violations or breaches. How they evaluated the need. So the PLG, they met with groups like the International Association of Privacy Professionals, the California Lawyers Association, and the Northern Carolina State Bar Board of Legal Specialization to help assess the need for the public as well as practicing attorneys who may get certified. The group's research demonstrated that privacy law warrants official recognition as a state bar specialty with strong and growing demand within the legal profession. So applicants for legal specialization certification, they must pass a written exam in the desired specialty area. So the exam was built outlining using proven methods from outside experts and made sure it fits with how the existing legal specialist exams are organized and set up. Again, they looked at the IPP and they also looked at the Harvard law programs. This aligns with the current legal specialization exam styles. And then they identified these 7 topics to cover the main things attorneys need to know in today's privacy law. Applicants in the legal specialization program, they must also demonstrate a high level of experience in the specialty area by meeting specific tasks and experience requirements. So requirements were set to match the real work attorneys do and to support ongoing learning. This helps make sure both new and experienced attorneys meet strong, consistent standards. 15 core tasks were identified. I apologize, this slide is slightly full, but if you look at attachment A on the item, it provides additional context as well as the points that are allocated to each of these tasks. Applicants in the legal specialization program, they also have a greater continuing legal education requirement than what is required as part of the general MCLE reporting. So new applicants, they must complete 45 hours of legal specialist CLE in the 3 years immediately preceding submission of their application for initial certification. Then current specialists must complete 36 hours of LSCLE every 3 years, during the same time as their general MCLE reporting schedule. So the PLG, they identified these topics to ensure that both new and current specialists stay current with evolving privacy law trends and requirements. The alternative to the exam requirement, so State Bar Rule 3.116 sub C of the legal specialization rules provides that upon approval of a new area of legal specialization by the Board of Trustees, the State Bar may approve for a period of no more than 2 years satisfactory completion of one or more alternative tasks in lieu of a written exam. So these exam alternative requirements would be in addition to the standard tasking experience that was provided in a couple slides above. This would also allow the State Bar to vet applicants and then also potentially contract them as subject matter experts to help develop a new exam. So we do request the board's approval to initiate the process of establishing privacy law as a new area of legal specialization. And do we have questions?
All right. Trustee Huser.
Are you suggesting that this alternative, exam alternative be a forever proposition, or that just be at the beginning as this gets up and running so they can help advise? I hadn't noticed that before, but
State bar rules only allow for up to 2 years. So I guess it depends on if or when this is approved and becomes effective. It would be 2 years from that date.
And is that because you think that there wouldn't be time to develop an exam in the near term and that we should get this up and running with specialists?
That has been the main reason for having that rule in place for the new specialty areas.
Has that been done before in other legal specialty areas that have been approved by the state bar?
Correct.
Okay.
But I just want to note, I don't believe we've approved one for 16 or 17 years. So.
It's been, yeah, since 2008. That was the last time.
Well, I'll just state my thoughts on that, which you probably all know what my thoughts are about not having bar exams for different things. I do think having some sort of testing for minimum competence in this specialization area is something that is important. I think it's fine if we're sending this out for public comment and have people focus on it, but that is an area that, you know, otherwise anyone could just sign up and, you know, and then once they're in, I don't know, you know, if we'd ever require them to take an exam or whatever, but I do think it is important to have some minimum competence standard that's set by an exam.
All right. Recognizing this is yes, Trustee Tony.
Just a couple of questions.
Okay.
How many areas of specialization are there?
We currently have 11 at the state bar.
Okay. And what would be useful, and it doesn't have to be right now, it can be for when this issue comes back for comment, but I know it would help me to have an idea of what they are, how many people are certified in each one. I have no clue, okay? I just don't know anything about it. Of whether there are standard criteria for adding them. We're not making a decision now, but I don't have any idea whether it's ad hoc or whether there's criteria that we as trustees are supposed to be looking at and measuring it to. I just really don't know. So anything like that that helps us make a decision. I don't have a strong opinion either way, but it's new to me. And probably since it's 18 years, it's new to everybody on this board of, you know, how do we make an informed decision? So anything you can do at that time would be appreciated, certainly by me.
Of course. Thank you.
If I may clarify, Trustee Tony, there are two separate resolutions in the item, and there's actually a correction to one of them. But the first resolution would actually have the board establish privacy law as the new legal specialty area. The second resolution is about sending out for public comment the certification and recertification standards for adoption. So your question, I just want to make sure if you need sort of more information for that adoption of the first resolution, that Adrian and the chair of the committee can provide that to you now.
Thank you for clarifying. Maybe when I was looking at the presentation, I got it confused. So thank you for helping me out. It would help me to have more information to feel like I'm making an informed decision. And whether that's something you can provide now, that'd be great. And if you want time, then I would say we postpone it until I would like to, until I have an understanding of what all this means. I mean, I have a better idea only because I see doctors, and I know that there are a lot of specializations among doctors, okay? That's what I know, and that's what I understand. I don't understand that in the legal profession in the same way. That's why I'm just asking.
Of course, no, I actually do have that information. So we do have 11 legal specialty areas currently recognized here at the State Bar. We have it ranges anywhere from 21 certified specialists all the way up to 1,400, where there's a total of 4,600 specialists in total. Criminal law is at 270 specialists. Workers' compensation law has 935. Taxation law has 247. Family law, that's the biggest one. There's 1,414. Immigration and nationality law, there's 226. Estate planning, trust, and probate law, there's 1,015. Bankruptcy law has 136. Appellate law has 290. Franchise and distribution law, there's 42. Admiralty and maritime law, there's 21. Legal malpractice law, there's 91. And then you also asked the criteria to add new specialty areas. So there's a number of ways that we can add new specialty areas here at the State Bar. One, there is a form on the State Bar webpage where I guess if there's professional organizations or some other group that wants the State Bar to look at adding a new specialty area, they'll be able to complete that and submit it to us. That's actually how this privacy law was initiated. The CLA, they completed the form and presented it to the CBLS. G1, you might know more. I want to say in 2019 or 2020. And at that time, the CBLS, they reviewed the petition. They agreed. So then they created this privacy law group to do additional research into the area, which is where we're at now.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Helpful. Very helpful.
Trustee Harrison.
So I want to pick off where you left off. Adrian, you said that did research into the area and presumably they identified a need for this specialization. And I'd like to dig into that. Like, what specific findings were found that yielded the conclusion that we need this area of specialization in privacy law? How come regular attorneys who have been doing the work, isn't that just fine? Why do we need a legal specialization in this area?
So I would say this is just an interesting conversation in light of these 5-year sub-entity review and the discussion. You heard one public comment about the initial recommendation pursuant to that sub-entity review was to eliminate the Board of Legal Specialization. And in some of the material that has been developed primarily for the executive committee on that topic, there has been an overview of some of these issues, including the recommendations of the 2017 Governance in the Public Interest Task Force. You might recall that when the State Bar separated between the trade association and the regulatory agency, there was a lot of discussion about where legal specialization appropriately fell. Is it sort of a marketing tool for attorneys? And if so, it sits more squarely or appropriately with the trade association or the California Lawyers Association, or is it in fact regulatory? There was a lot of debate and it was unclear at the time where this program was going to land. It stayed with the State Bar, but I believe it's 2018 or 2019, I don't know, maybe you can look at that, Louisa. The board did direct that there be the focus and the creation of new specialties be in areas at the intersection with increasing access. So if you put that together and you say, well, we haven't had a new specialty since 2008, the new one that is being brought forward now is privacy law. To be fair, on the staff side, it's not my understanding that we promulgated any guidance or metrics around how to implement that board directive, right? So I think my understanding of the process as it's been over the years is very organic, as Adrian described. There has not been sort of a systematic overview of areas of high legal need or people law legal need, consumer debt, health, the stuff we know from the Justice Gap study you're going to see next. There hasn't been sort of intentionality around looking at those areas and potential areas of legal specialization, at least that I'm aware of, not coming from any work that we are doing on the staff side or sort of a systematic approach. That being said, I know that these folks have been working on this specialization for a long time. And while I agree that there is much more work to do in this space, and whether or not the board has the appetite to tackle some of those issues, you know, that will be for you to determine. There is work to do, but I would just suggest you take into account that, you know, I think some balls were dropped since 2018 with what the board asked for in terms of how we're going to organize and develop new specialties. That is not the fault of this privacy law working group that's been doing their, you know, work very diligently since that time. They've done some surveys and assessments, and as you can see in the staff report, I believe there's about 500 people they believe are interested in pursuing this specialization. Unless you feel there's a harm associated with adding a new specialty, which I would argue there likely is not a harm. You know, I would just ask that you consider weighing all of those factors, letting this one go forward, and then setting up a new process for the future.
So, sorry, I have an add-on question to that, because I don't know the answer to this. If you become specialized in a certain area, any of the 11 and maybe there's 12, and there's like a state bar complaint that renders on incompetence, right? This specialized legal practitioner made a mistake in the area of law that they specialize in, and they should have known better than to make that mistake, and it's obvious. Is there like some higher level of threshold or culpability when it comes to attorney discipline?
I don't know. Luckily, we have our CTC here. I've never seen that come up, but I don't know.
I know from a malpractice standpoint, malpractice insurance is higher when you're a specialist.
Okay, thanks.
Higher.
So the competence rule under 1.1 requires us to demonstrate either intentional, reckless, repeated, or with gross negligence, failure to provide competent legal services. So in assessing those, we look at all the circumstances. So in theory, someone's purported representations regarding their expertise could bear on that. But it would be a very fact specific based on the particular facts of the case as to whether we felt that there was conduct that met the standard for being disciplined as opposed to being malpractice or negligent.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
And if I may, to your original question, Trustee Harrison, so the PLG, they did look at other states with a privacy law specialization already established. They looked at bar associations in California with a privacy law focus. They also looked at privacy cases filed by California licensees, enforcement actions with privacy law focus, public interest or advocacy groups with privacy focus, federal and state legislative interest in privacy, and then also law schools with privacy law curriculum. I'm happy to send you the past PowerPoint presentations that were provided at the PLG meetings for that specific or additional information too.
It's okay. I don't dislike the proposal. I'm just curious about it. That's all.
Of course.
All right, Trustee Huser.
Just a couple things. I too read it too quickly initially, as did Trustee Tony, and I thought we were just sending this out for public comment. But to Ms. Wilson's comment or someone else's, we're being asked to approve this as a specialty and then send out for public comment what it takes to meet this specialty, which I think is a little bit backward. I would like to see the public comment first. I do know at the federal level, you do have to take an exam to be certified as a privacy professional. And just to answer the comment about what is the harm is to any consumer who hires somebody who doesn't meet the minimum standard requirement. So I'd kind of like to know what that minimum standard is before I approve, you know, that we can have a specialization. I personally think having a specialization in privacy is a very important thing, but I want it to be something that we understand what the standards are if we are tasked with, you know, approving it.
So it sounds like maybe a revised motion to issue the standards for public comment. not to approve the specialty at this time.
That would be my proposal, yes.
Do we need to increase the amount of time for public comment?
I think it's slated for 90 days, going back to our last conversation about the inconsistency there for that. So I think that is a significant amount of time.
Trustee Tony.
So are we, the proposal itself for the new specialization, did that go out for public comment and it's coming back? Or can we say, why don't we have this go out for public comment too? Just the idea, and maybe we will get some ideas on, some of the criteria that people think would make sense to some of the expectations and, for, what it means really. So I think that I would feel better because this feels like the first time we're talking about this. I don't remember this issue coming up at a previous, unless I missed it last time or time before.
I think Ms. Serrato might have a response.
Okay.
Right. Ms. Serrato, did you have a response to that?
Yeah, I wanted to address, hello, thank you so much for allowing us to present. Just wanted to address some of the questions that are being posed by the board, the trustees. So as Adrian said, this is a process that began with the CBLS about 5 years ago. And in the last 2 years, we have held public meetings. I served as a chair of the privacy law group that was appointed by CBLS for about 2 years. And every meeting has been broadcasted publicly, and we have received questions and input from the public throughout that process. As Adrian said, we presented to the CBLS on the interest and the demand and the need for this specialization. We have addressed the 2 questions that the State Bar has asked us to answer during the process, the public consultation process, which included, on the one, the first was, is there a need? Is there a need, and would this really provide access? The first question that I believe one of the trustee members asked, does this increase access? Does this allow for the communities to get the legal service that we need to provide? That was the first question that we were tasked to answer. Second was, is there interest? To the first question that they was getting about the volume and the number of specialists that are currently certified in the other specialization, would the privacy law specialty garner the kind of interest and demand? So those are the 2 questions that, again, the privacy law group has been tasked. It was appointed by the State Bar, and we have publicly discussed them over the course of about 2 years. Each of those meetings we were able to answer and get to a presentation which we presented at CBLS last December, and CBLS approved at that time to move forward with the approval of this specialty, which is where we are today. I think, Adrian, you're right. I think this is the first time that the board is hearing about it, but I did want to let you know that the process has been very public. It has been going on for about 5 years now, and with the last 2 years, allowing for public comment every step of the way. So again, just to reiterate some of the facts and some of the fact finding that Adrian and the staff has helped us to do at the privacy law group, consulting group level, is that we were able to look at, I think we have over 50 pages of presentation with the bar associations and the specialties. There are over 20 states, I believe, in the United States that have approved. And so we would be, I think, number 23 in terms of the 50 states that have approved privacy law specialty. We've looked at the standards that each of those states have and found the standards that are, I believe, equivalent or similar to what the other states allow. We also looked at the ABA, the American Bar Association, and the kind of certification process that they have. We looked at IPP and about 30 different certification programs that, again, are outside of legal area, but in the privacy specialty. So there was a significant amount of due diligence that was done, and we presented that to the CBLS last December to get the approval to move forward to today. Do I see a hand raised from Macias? I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, a quick question, Attorney Serrato, and then maybe a comment. The quick question is, can you give a thumbnail sketch on the benefit to the consumer of having a specialty designation for privacy?
Sure. So very quick question. So I'm a privacy lawyer and I've been practicing in this area for about 20 years. I graduated from Berkeley and I'm educated in California. I'm a California resident, but I moved to Washington, D.C. for the first 12 years of my practice. Came back to California in 2017, and I've been active in the California State Bar ever since then. What is the benefit to the consumer? I have personally been working on this project, like I said, since about 2018. What is the benefit is that the privacy law specialty is a rapidly evolving area of law. It is changing very fast. As a practitioner in this area, I am navigating over 300 different laws that are dedicated and specialized in privacy. So I have seen in the last 20 years just a rapid growth in interest and demand from law students who want to practice in this area all the way to practitioners that are looking to get into this area. So there's a very huge demand in specialty and expertise in this area. The consumers who are looking to purchase a legal service, I know, are looking to find an expert that has experience in this area. And so the specialization, I believe, is going to have a tremendous effort in allowing for the specialists to be identified. I understand that the practical impact of this is that the California State Bar will maintain a list of the specialist on its website. That does not exist today. It does exist in 20 other states. So in other 20 states, the licensees of X state that has this approved specialization, the consumers in that state are able to find the specialist in this rapidly growing and demanding area. In California, although I have been practicing in this area for 20 years, I have no other method to be specialized because the State Bar is the only entity that can provide this specialization. So although I have been practicing in this area and I have other certifications like the IPP is not a legal organization. The California State Bar, this board is the only entity that can provide a certification that would allow the consumers to identify who the specialists are. And I believe that will be a service to the community in looking to seek the service in this very expert area.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful. And my quick comment just kind of lines up with exactly that. I'm comfortable saying that we should have this specialty area really to protect the consumers, because what I see as a practitioner in the field is the consumers are getting hit with these fly-by-night firms who represent that they know privacy law and they don't know the first thing about it. And there's no way for a consumer to distinguish a true practitioner like Attorney Serrato, who really knows the field. So I for one would support it.
Yes, Trustee Trejo.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation. My only concern, I guess, stems from a need to actually have to implement and execute this program, and then maintain it. Given our staff constraints, given some of our most recent experience in executing statewide policy like this, that's my only concern. I think that certainly this would be useful. But just accountability becomes an issue. I don't want to be in a situation where we're possibly creating bureaucracy where there necessarily shouldn't be any. So the implementation and the maintenance of a program like this, even after it's been established, is a big concern of mine.
Could I answer that question?
Yes, go for it.
So as it was described by Adrian and some of the other comments, this grew and it's at your desk for approval in an organic way. We're asking for you to approve this because the community is really looking for it. It doesn't exist in California for the attorneys who are licensed like myself. And so I can tell you that the community is very excited about this certification. There are probably over 100 attorneys that have been working on this for more than 5 years. I participated in a group that would create a new privacy law section in 2020. And, there were some questions about, well, you could have another attorney that is not specialized in privacy that maybe do some privacy work partially. And the same debate happened at the CLA level. Do we need a separate privacy law section? And I can tell you that 5 years ago, when CLA decided to create a standalone privacy law section, within 30 days, I believe, we had 900 members. I'm telling you that this is a community that is just thirsty and just very ready to have a specialization grow up. And this is just the beginning of it. I do think that knowing that California being the fourth largest economy, I believe, in the world, I'm very proud to be a California lawyer. And I do believe that the privacy lawyers have a very special role to play in the coming work in terms of all of the technology changes and AI and the emerging work. And I think the privacy lawyers in California really are looking forward to having this specialization, to growing the community and to have it rooted here in the state of California.
I would just add, there is a fiscal impact section in the agenda item that lays out the cost to develop the new exam, the estimated revenue from folks taking the exam. And in general, the legal specialization program itself runs at a surplus. We use some of that surplus to support other functions in both the Office of Admissions and the State Bar proper, or outside of the Office of Admissions. So this is not a revenue draining program or activity, and that is laid out in the agenda item. This process where for these initial 2 years, you don't have to take the exam, that is suggestive of a 2-year process to develop the exam. And there is a cost associated with that in your item. That's an upfront outlay that would be recovered based on people taking the exam. So I think that's a very legitimate concern with respect to this area. It has been self-sustaining. Legal specialists also pay an annual certification fee in addition to the fee that they pay to take the exam, and that's above and beyond their licensing fee. And so, that goes directly into the State Bar General Fund. So from a fiscal perspective, this is on the positive side of the balance sheet. Generally, when I say this, I mean legal specialization overall.
So when I look at these specialty areas and this new proposed one, I don't really have a measurable level of discomfort in supporting this this privacy law specialization area. And in my mind, I analogize it to a project I worked on when I was on the Council on Access and Fairness. And really the quote is, we want to know who you are, and the project was the Diversity Seal project for organizations that support diversity and take steps to advance that in their organization. And they get this seal. And when you want to go work for someone and they have on their website the diversity seal from the State Bar, you have a sense that this is a safe place for me if you're a diverse attorney. And you can apply that to this concept of having a specialization in privacy law. When you go to Attorney Serrato's website and you see that she's specialized in this area of law, and you have a privacy issue and you want to hire a good attorney, you'll know that she's a safe place for you to go to take your work, and that it's going to be taken care of. Whether or not the testing and the qualifications are sufficient to guarantee that is another question, but I think that can be worked out through public comment if necessary. And I just want to say I support this.
So is that a motion that I hear?
We have
Okay, I'm trying to move this along here.
I do have just one more
Yep, for
question
sure.
in response to something Trustee Trejo asked. Who would decide who gets into this specialization for the first 2 years in lieu of a bar exam that would decide that? Whose job is it that would do that?
Adrian, you want to answer that?
So we do have legal specialization staff within the State Bar. So typically, like even now, when people apply, their applications are reviewed by staff. If there's no immediate issues or concerns with the applications, they can move forward along with the application process. But if there's anything that's reported on the application, or anything, like if an applicant doesn't make a prima facie showing of the requirements, we do have legal specialization working groups, where we can get that subject matter expertise, and then they'll review it and then they'll provide their opinion, where we'd be able to make a decision. And then if it needs to get escalated beyond that, we could also go to we have on occasion gone to the CBLS to get their input as well.
I also just chime in and add, because I am hearing you, that you are, I'm hearing your questions about the alternative to the exam. We spent the last year in thinking about that, very seriously, because we want to make sure that because the very first 2 years, first of all, that was news to me. I believe that was suggested by the staff, because that's usually how the sections are created, to allow for the time to be created. So we were like, okay, so now we need to come up with a set of standards that are going to replace the exam. So we took that job very seriously. So just let you know that the requirements that we put forward as an alternative to the exam for the first 2 years is quite high. To tell you the truth, I'm not even sure I can meet it. So we put the standard to be very high, to make sure that it is truly the level of expertise that anyone could take a look at and agree that this person, despite not having passed the exam, because the exam is not ready yet, that this is an industry recognized expert in this area. And the standards that we use is the same standards that I believe all of the other sections have used. So we have really used what the other sections have used and made it apply to this area. And so the requirements, the set of standards that are going to be required for the first 2 years for those that apply to become certified without an exam is very high and commensurate with the other sections.
All right.
Make a motion
All right.
to
just-
approve.
All right, so it'd be to approve this new area and then put out for public comment, exactly as it's displayed there on the screen. All right, first by trustee Harrison, is there a second?
Second.
All right,
I have
give
a
the tie to
question.
trustee Grande. Yes, any further
I may be
questions?
looking at the wrong document, but the document I'm looking at has a different motion than that. So I'm very confused.
We corrected the further resolved because it didn't read correctly.
Ah, that's why I got confused then.
You were rightly confused, sir.
Okay, okay.
I make a motion to approve the language on the screen.
Thank you. That helps
All right.
me. I'm just trying to
All
be
right.
clear.
And is that a friendly motion, trustee Grande?
Second. Yeah.
All right, great. All right, any further questions, comments? If not, may I have a roll call
That makes
vote?
it clear.
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros,
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Harrison,
Aye.
Cuser,
Aye.
Sowell,
I'm an aye.
Stevens,
Aye.
Tony,
Abstain.
Trejo,
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
All right, Mr. Otto and Mr. Galano, thank you for all the work you put into this, the many, many years. I think this is an important first, or not first step, but the next important step that the State Bar and that you both are really taking to ensure that California consumers are protected. So really appreciate your work in this important area. We look forward to seeing this exam get developed and some good news on that front. So thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, and then Ms. Hershkowitz, do we have anything else?
Yes, so we were going to next do the update on the February 2025 bar exam, and then the look forward to July 2025 and beyond. I expect this will take a couple of minutes, so I didn't know if you wanted to, since the last one took longer than anticipated, if you wanted to advance your break and then come back and do this, or if you wanted to just plow through right now.
Let's do a bio break for about 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 3:30.
Thank you.
Ready? Let's go. All right, we are back in session, back from our brief recess. We're going to be taking up the final sub-item of our admissions update. Ms. Hershkowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, trustees. Does the committee secretary have the PowerPoint?
All right, Donna, give me one moment.
Thank you. Why don't we go ahead, move to the next slide. So I'm going to start with a brief recap of updating you on information related to the February 2025 bar exam. This will be sort of an update since we last spoke at the board's May 9 meeting. And then we'll transition to talking about the July 2025 exam, the upcoming July 2025 exam. And then really starting to talk about a framework for how we think about what the future exams are going to look like and what we need to take into consideration. So starting with the update on February 2025, we had informed the board that we were doing a review of some of the scoring as we had identified a few issues that required us to take a look to ensure that we address some scoring irregularities that had come to our attention. So on May the 5th, Monday, May the 5th, the results were released, informing people whether they passed or failed. And on May the 6th, people who failed the exam were given a breakdown of their scores, and they were also given the PDFs of their written responses. So they had those, and those that sharing that information resulted in individuals raising questions about their scores and whether the exams were in fact their exams. We identified 3 applicants who had received an exam response that was not theirs, was in fact somebody else's response, and whose score had been calculated based on that other person's answer. So we we corrected those and recalculated the grades. None of those changes resulted in anybody moving from a fail status to a pass status. We also identified some issues for some of those who took the retake of the exam that was offered March 18th and 19th, a few weeks after the exam was originally administered. There were 9 applicants who were supposed to should have had their scores imputed because of missing responses and had not. And also there was a clerical error in terms of how 2 of the essays were recorded. And as a result, some people ended up with zeros that should not have when in fact their essays got graded. So we corrected those errors and did the imputation for those who had zeros. And the impact of that is that 4 applicants were given notice that they in fact had moved from a fail status to a pass status. I have a sort of an update from what's on this slide here. It indicates that underway, it was a review to determine, because as a result of the technological issues that test takers had faced, we had committed that we would be grading not just what is in the proper response field for the essays and the performance test, but also what was in the notes field. The issue was most predominant with regard to the performance test, where it was difficult for many people to utilize the cut and paste function, and they had put a lot of information in the notes that potentially was not transferred to the answer field. We discovered that for many applicants, for a number of applicants, we had not fully exported the notes field. And as a result, we went back and we exported the notes field and asked the performance test graders to take a fresh look at the person's response with the complete notes field attached to see if that affected their grade. We have completed that review. We have reached out to the impacted applicants. We are just about to send the notice to all applicants, and we really are committed to ensuring that we provide the information to all of the applicants first before we release it otherwise publicly. And so you will see shortly the results of that completed effort. What all of these efforts, though, have told us, these issues that we've identified with the scoring irregularities, is that we need to conduct a privileged independent third-party review for all of those individuals who did fail the exam, to give them confidence and to give all of you confidence and the public confidence that we have in fact identified all of these issues, and that there isn't anybody who in fact received a score that should have qualified as passing but did not. So we are currently interviewing consultants that we will bring in for this. They will review all the unsuccessful candidates. And also, the board has heard in the past during public comment from some applicants who had been approved for testing accommodations, who indicated that they did not in fact receive those testing accommodations. And so that is also going to be a focus of these consultants' review, is to review all of the testing accommodation applicants who were unsuccessful on the exam to determine whether they received their approved accommodations or not. Next slide. Following the board's meeting on May the 9th, we have scheduled a meeting of the Committee of Bar Examiners, and that's coming up next Friday on May the 30th. At that meeting, the Committee of Bar Examiners will take up the board's recommendation for the Committee of Bar Examiners to reconvene to explore whether or not there should be changes to the approach that's used for grading exams that go through the second read process. Currently, as the board members will recall, if you receive a 1350 or higher, but less than a 1390 as a total scaled score after your essays and performance tests are graded, you are entitled to a second read. That second read sends all of your essays and performance tests to different graders to rescore those essays. After you have the score from the first read and the second read, those scores are averaged. Hearing comments from the public at the May 9 meeting, the board asked the CBE to explore whether, instead of averaging the first and the second read, there should be a change to the methodology that would have the score be calculated using the higher score that was received between first and second read on each question. The board also asked the Committee of Bar Examiners to explore whether there should be a new appeals process for those that were near the passing line, whether there should be an allowance for partial retakes during the July exam. Specifically, the board was talking about whether people should be permitted to take just the performance test at the July 2025 exam and then substitute that score for the score they received in February 2025 on the performance test. And then the board asked the Committee of Bar Examiners to listen to the public comment that you all had received. Because timing-wise, you heard public comment that the committee couldn't, because the committee had met prior to the breakdown of results being provided. And so you asked them to listen to the public comment that you had received and determine if there were other remedies that might be warranted or other reviews that might be warranted. Next slide. So that meeting's going to happen again on May the 30th. We are hoping to post the staff report for that item by end of day tomorrow. so the Committee of Bar Examiners and the public will have plenty of time to review the information that's contained in that report. Contrary to what you heard from a couple of public commenters today, we are not waiting for that action on May the 30th to submit a petition to the Supreme Court with regard to the non-scoring related remedies that that CBE had recommended on May 5 and the board approved on May 9. In fact, that petition, if OGC has their way, will be filed by end of day today, possibly tomorrow if we can't get it done by end of day today. But that petition of the Supreme Court will be recommending that the court approve an expansion and extension of the original provisional licensure program to allow people who withdrew from the exam or failed the February 25 exam to act as a provisionally licensed lawyer under supervision for a period of up to 2 years from implementation of the program, after which time they will need to pass the bar exam in order to continue practicing. We are also petitioning the board to look at an admission pathway for U.S. licensed attorneys to create a special admission process in the interim for U.S. licensed attorneys based on some of the other multi-jurisdictional practice programs that we have. And then also the board joined CBE in its recommendation to the court, and we are therefore including in the petition, extending the ability to use the scoring adjustment that was given for those who participated in the November 2024 bar study and who met the minimum threshold, allowing them to use that score adjustment on whichever 2025 or 2026 administrations of the exam the applicant attempts first. That recommendation was included because, as the board will recall, you previously approved extending past the July 25 exam to any exam in July 26 that the applicant chooses to sit for first, the fee waiver for those who withdrew from the exam or failed the exam. And so we were trying to align those two to provide flexibility to applicants in order to decide which exam makes the most sense for them to sit for first. Any recommendations that come out of the CBE meeting on May the 30th, to the extent that they require Supreme Court approval, will be addressed in a separate petition to the Supreme Court that will follow after that May 30th meeting. Next slide. So now I want to turn briefly to looking at the July 2025 exam, giving you an update on where we are with that. And then I think the meaty portion of this discussion will be the period beyond July 2025. Next slide. So as of the end of last week, when this slide was put together, there were just under 9,000 applications to sit for the bar exam. The filing deadline is June the 2nd. There were about 900 applicants who were requesting testing accommodations for that exam. Again, same filing deadline. You have until June 2nd to apply to sit for the exam, and that deadline applies if you're requesting testing accommodations or not. Next slide. Because we are doing an in-person exam, we are going back to state bar recruiting for proctors. Based on an estimate of 10,000 total takers, we are estimating about 1,300 to 1,400 proctors would be needed. We have surveyed our prior proctors, and there are 925 past proctors who indicated that they are willing and available to serve as proctors for the July 25 exam. And then there were additional 345 proctors, potential proctors, who filled out applications from new locations. So not just in addition to the past proctors who indicated their interest, but 345 who submitted applications who we have not used as proctors before, for a total of 1,270 proctors in the pipeline. You'll see we have just a few of them currently fully onboarded and ready for assignment, but we are working to get the others in that ready stage as well. Next slide. You've seen this slide before. This is where we are, where we'll be administering the exam, at both standard test sites and test sites for applicants with testing accommodations. The test sites are divided between the Sacramento area, San Francisco Bay Area, the Los Angeles area, sort of a broad statement of the Los Angeles region, including Ontario and Anaheim, and then the San Diego area. We have in fact been able to open up the LA State Bar Office to provide reduced distraction rooms, semi-private rooms, and private rooms for about 160 test takers for the exam. And we are pleased that we are able to provide that service. And thanks to the State Bar staff who will be working remotely fully that week in order to accommodate us being able to do that. Next slide. So we wanted to have trustees begin thinking about what happens after July 2025. And some of this conversation was initiated earlier this morning in the Finance Committee. So Chair Sewell, you've teed up some of this already. But planning for what we're going to do in 2026 and beyond really needs to start now. And as they talked about in the Finance Committee, what is it that we're planning for, right? We need to know if we're planning for an in-person exam, if we're planning for a remote exam. Are we planning to use the National Conference of Bar Examiners materials for the multiple choice until such time as we launch our own exam? Are we no longer planning to do a new California specific exam, but rather switch tacks and adopt the National Conference of Bar Examiners next gen exam? There are a lot of questions, and right now there aren't a lot of answers. And so what we need to do is develop a framework for decision making and begin the conversation. Now, this conversation is complicated by the fact that the ultimate decision for most of this does not lie with the board or with the Committee of Bar Examiners, but rather lies with the Supreme Court. We are, we've talked to the board before, there has been a lack of clarity in the past about, or at the moment, about the role of the board versus the role of the Committee of Bar Examiners. And we are, and those roles are still being clarified, and we are expecting some input from the court soon that will help clarify that and help us, I think, form this framework and initiate the conversation to really talk about what is it that we are planning for as we move forward beyond July 2025. Next slide, please. So to bring us up to date on where we are, we transitioned for February 2025 to California developed multiple choice questions. Those were developed in order to give us flexibility to switch to remote testing and smaller test center environments. As we knew from surveys that this type of testing was a preference for test takers. It was also a cost savings for both the State Bar, or intended to be a cost savings for both the State Bar and for applicants, as they would be able to test from their home or from a location near their home and not have to travel, get hotel rooms, etc. for an exam. You know, if you live in Fresno and the closest exam location is the Bay Area, you're obviously not going to be doing that commute each day of the exam. It was originally expected to save up to $4 million annually with the transition to remote testing. Ultimately, that cost savings that was anticipated was reduced because of the need for a significant number of in-person testing options that we needed to add. But we adopted this, as I said, to provide us greater flexibility that we don't have if we are using the National Conference of Bar Exam products, including the multi-state bar exam. So how did we get here? Or maybe maybe the transition is relatedly. In October 2024, pursuant to the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Commission on the future of the future of the California bar exam, which was a joint effort, a joint commission of the State Bar and the Supreme Court. Pursuant to their recommendations, the court directed that that California create a new bar exam for the future, and it would be a California bar exam that, and we would and this was juxtaposed with, do we create a new bar exam or do we go with the next gen, the new version of the uniform bar exam that was being created by the National Conference of Bar Examiners? The Supreme Court, agreeing with the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Commission, said we should be creating a new California exam. We have been anticipating that there would be a 5-year development cycle for that new exam, and we have transitioned to the California Developed Multiple Choice questions. We had done that sort of as an attempt to bridge the gap until we get to the point where we've got the new exam, but to continue to give us flexibility to use this preferred method of test delivery and at a perceived cost savings to test takers as well as to the State Bar. Next slide. So again, just for a little context, let's talk about why the Blue Ribbon Commission recommended that we develop our own exam. The intention was that we would be able to identify California-specific knowledge, skills, and abilities that needed to be tested. We conducted a California attorney practice analysis, otherwise known as a job analysis, in I think is that 2017 correct? When we launched the analysis, that analysis, ultimately a report was issued in 2020 identifying different knowledge areas that should be tested and different skills and abilities to be tested. When the Supreme Court issued its order in October of 2024 that we go with a California specific exam, it largely followed the recommendations that emanated from that California attorney practice analysis that were adopted by the Blue Ribbon Commission, but added a few areas. So there, under the Supreme Court order, California would be testing 12 different subject areas. The Supreme Court added employment law, family law, and wills, trusts, and estates to the 9 that had been already identified by the Blue Ribbon Commission as areas to be testing. Many of the topics are included on the National Conference of Bar Examiners Next Gen exam, but some of them are not. The NCBE Next Gen does not include employment law, wills, trusts, and estates, administrative law and procedure, which along with employment law and family law are new for California, will be new for California. And it also does not separately test professional responsibility. As I understand it, that will be rolled into the skills and abilities that are tested, but there is not a standalone professional responsibility question. The National Conference of Bar Examiners Next Gen will also be testing business associations, which was not a topic that rose to the top from this California attorney practice analysis or recommendation from the Supreme Court. A big focus of what we wanted to do with this exam is change the way bar exams are done. The Blue Ribbon Commission was very focused on ensuring that a new bar exam, in order to be a better test of minimum competence, would have an emphasis on skills and abilities and a reduced focus on rote memorization. By also adopting our own exam, it would allow for innovation in how we deliver the exam, creating a host of different options, not just remote versus test center, but we talked about gamified assessments. We talked about doing simulations. There were a whole host of things that could be done in an exam that we develop on our own. It also gives us greater control over the frequency of the exams. A lot of licensing exams, not the bar exam, but a lot of licensing exams can be taken on demand or 3, 4, 5 times a year, not limited to 2 times a year. by creating our own exam, it would give us flexibility over some of these issues that we don't have control over when we are tied to the National Conference of Bar Examiners. Next slide. So it goes without saying why we're having this conversation today. The February 2025 remote and test center administration of the exam failed. The rollout of the multiple choice questions was poorly executed and lacked transparency. And as a result, there are concerns that you hear in public comment and you see in written public comment that you receive about the credibility of the questions, trust and credibility that we need to restore if the decision is to continue to move forward, ultimately with California developed questions. The Committee of Bar Examiners will be exploring on their June 20th regularly scheduled meeting questions about exam administration and development. On that June agenda, one of the items that they have asked to reopen is, in light of everything that's happened in February, they want to have a discussion about whether there should be an alternate recommendation to the Supreme Court to transition to the next gen exam instead of a California bar exam. So that discussion will initiate at that June meeting. And that is because the Committee of Bar Examiners, by rule and statute, does set policy regarding exam administration and development, and where appropriate, submits recommendations to the Supreme Court for approval. This would be something, how the exam would be conducted is certainly something that would require Supreme Court adoption. As I said, the roles are still being clarified, but when it comes to the exam and licensure issues, the Board of Trustees' role has been largely limited to contract approval, financial budget oversight and approval. But the committee, but the board was heavily involved in adopting the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Commission. There were members of the Committee of Bar Examiners, 2 members who were on the commission, but otherwise the Committee of Bar Examiners was not directly involved in the formulation of the recommendations to the Supreme Court. The board directed the creation of the initial provisional licensure working group, again, with 2 members of the Committee of Bar Examiners on that group, but ultimately the recommendations came from that working group to the board, to the Supreme Court. And the board also statutorily and by rule is required every 7 years to determine if the bar exam properly tests for minimum competence. Next slide. And I'm going to give Araceli a heads up that it's the slide after this that I've asked you to come to the table and help me with. So I just wanted to set the stage a little bit. Whatever decisions are ultimately recommended and made, as teed up in today's Finance Committee, will necessarily impact the fees that need to be assessed in order to cover the costs of delivering the exam. As I mentioned at the outset, the intention with or the result of switching to a remote or small test center based exam was that it would be a cost savings in addition to the other benefits that it was intended to provide. It would be a cost savings if we are to return to a fully in-person exam. Then the board would need to, frankly, have the stomach to increase the fees once again. We just in September 2023, the board approved these increases that you see here. There were a couple of adjustments in 2024 based on the CPI adjustment, but you see that there were significant fee increases for sitting for the bar exam and also for submitting your moral character application. There were other fee increases as well in the admission space, but these are 2 that are very heavily related to the bar exam. So they've gone up between somewhere between 23 and 58%, and we would need to be able to increase these in order for the budget to be able to sustain in-person exams on a going forward basis. I do want to assure the board that in the meantime, we are exploring best practices in exam administration and delivery to identify if there are ways that if we do an in-person administration or a remote administration, what are the most efficient ways to do that? How can we reduce costs? What can be done? The Committee of Bar Examiners will be appointing a subcommittee on exam administration as well as a subcommittee on exam development that will help staff in exploring these other exam administration approaches that will look at saving money so that any fee increases could be lessened. Next slide, please. So we wanted to present this slide to you to show you what the what's going on with the admissions fund budget. And I'm going to stop talking and turn it over to Araceli.
Yes. So at the Finance Committee meeting, we started talking a little bit about the admissions fund and how it really flipped upside down from what we had originally budgeted at the beginning of this year. So as you can see here, we've modeled what the revised 2025 budget now looks like based on all of the cost and revenue adjustments that we know as of today. And we've also updated our forecast for 2026. And as you can see, yes, there's still reserves for the general fund, sorry, the admissions fund to get through this year. But once we get into 2026, the admissions fund goes in deficit spending. The revenue adjustments, just to mention, have been all of the applicants that failed that get a free retake, as well as all of the applicants who withdrew. That lost revenue of about, if I remember correctly, almost $5 million. So the revenue numbers have been adjusted accordingly. On the expense side, you know, as Donna just mentioned in her prior slides, we need a lot more proctors. Proctors are expensive. We need a lot more sites than we had originally budgeted under Measure Learning. So all of the, you know, all of the cost, the security, the electrical, all of that adds to the expenses of having an in-person bar exam. So you can see that expenses have increased, revenues have decreased, expenses have increased, and in 2026, the admissions fund is expected to be in deficit spending. Arnie, I know you had wanted to kind of, or you teed up the conversation at the Finance Committee, but on the fee increases, you know, the prior slide showed a very significant increase that just happened in 2023. I will say that prior to 2023, there had been no fee increase. I want to say in maybe about 5 years, if my memory serves me right. Prior to that, you know, we didn't have a consistent fee review. So some of these fees that are under the admissions fund hadn't been reviewed for many, many years. 2022 was the first year we did a full review. Mark, I think you're the one who suggested, you know, in between these 3-year reviews, we should have a CPI increase to, you know, we're legally permissible to do that, and we've done that. The forecast assumption for 2026 for the bar exam makes no CPI. We pulled out the CPI assumption, you know, not knowing what the direction will be. So we definitely would, you know, are seeking board input to, you know, what should the fees be for 2026 for the bar exam? They don't include any increase right now based on this forecast that we did for 2026.
Ellie or Donna, do you want to, I just think it's important to go over the assumptions that are built in here about NCBE, Kaplan, et cetera. Are you going to do that, Donna, or do you?
I can do that. These assumptions are set forth on the left side of the slide. So it reflects, as Araceli said, sort of all of the known costs, including, you know, some of the. I think what's not in here is some of the consultants that we've talked about bringing on for the scoring review, and so that would need to be added in here. But reflects a 2025 a fully in-person administration. It reflects the cost for purchasing the multiple choice questions from the National Conference of Bar Examiners, as well as the cost of proctors, as Araceli had said. And for 2026, the budget reflects, again, in-person administration for all of 2026, I believe, as well as paying the NCBE for the multi-state bar exam, as well as the contract with Kaplan Exam Services. We do have a multi-year contract, and the next slide will sort of show you that breakdown a little bit. But we do have ongoing expenses that we cannot terminate through 2027 for Kaplan. If there were a decision to move in another direction, we would still have those costs. And so the 2026 budget, the projection assumes paying for both Kaplan, the Kaplan contract, as well as the cost for the National Conference of Bar Exam to use the MBE. It also adds 2 additional FTEs if we are going to have to support fully in-person administration on a going forward basis. We will need additional staff to be able to do that. Next slide. So this is very much related to the last slide. Just sort of identifying some of the variables and costs that should be part of the overall consideration and framework for how we start looking at this. The estimated difference between the cost for an in-person exam and a remote exam is $2.8 million. As Araceli said, for an in-person exam, we're looking at cost of facilities, we're looking at proctor rates, which are likely to go up, and the state bar staffing that's needed to support the exam, the in-person administration. We have the Kaplan contract, which is the cost of which are laid out here. What you don't see here is the 2025 cost, which was $1.95 million. So this is the cost each year. After 2027, we can terminate the contract if that is a direction that we are told to go in. And there's instead of paying the combined 1.5 million, 1.4 million cost for 2028 and 2029, there's a I think maybe $720,000 penalty for early termination. For the multi-state bar exam, we are currently paying, we'd currently be paying $72 per test taker for that exam. And then when we go, when you look forward to the next gen, I don't currently have what the costs of that exam would be if we were to be administering that exam. But one of the things that I think it is important to make sure that the board is alerted to is I think you've heard us talk several times about the statutory requirement that we provide law schools 2 years notice if there's going to be any change in how students prepare for or train or study for the exam. If there was a decision that was made that we needed to transition to go to the next gen exam, there would need to be a decision announced by February 2026 at the latest, so that we would be able to transition as of February 2028 to next gen. The reason for that is the MBE, the standalone multiple choice, only exists as a standalone option through the July 2027 exam. After that, if we were going to go with an NCBE product, it would need to be next gen and we'd need to give that 2-year notice. And so, you know, it feels like on the one hand, all of these decisions are very far away, but I wanted to put that before the board to make everybody aware that these decisions need to be made soon. So we really do need to get a good understanding of how we're going to start approaching these conversations so that we can start making smart recommendations to the Supreme Court about how we think we should move forward. Next and last slide. So we just wanted to put together some principles for the board consideration and CBE consideration ultimately as well on how we might think about some of these very difficult decisions that need to be made. And we identified what might be some core values that would drive the decision making: accessibility to the exam, affordability, reliability, fairness. It may be that that in combination, board and CBE come up with metrics that we need to develop to evaluate the options that are presented to us. And we just wanted to sort of point to where these core decision-making where these core values came from. And that was the guiding principles that were adopted by the Blue Ribbon Commission. The guiding principles included that the exam would be fair, equitable, and minimize disparate performance based on race, gender, ethnicity, disability, and other immutable characteristics, and specified that fairness and equity include, but are not limited to, cost and the mode and method of how the exam is delivered or made available. And just to sort of put a fine point on that, one of the issues there in fairness and equity, one of the issues in why we've understood there has been an interest in remote exams is the ability for those with disabilities to test in a remote environment, to make it easier for them, as well as all other test takers, to take the exam in a close and familiar environment that is designed to address the needs that they have. And so that's why that was part of the discussion that the Blue Ribbon Commission had on fairness and equity, and what I think would be rolled into the board and CBE's decision-making or development of a framework and how to present options to the Supreme Court. And that's my last slide, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, I've got a couple questions. I'll just ask two and let someone else ask questions, and I'll have more. Earlier in the presentation, Donna, you mentioned that we were looking to reach out and retain consultants to look at the bar exam product for certain applicants to see if they really passed or failed or whether the scoring was accurate. I'm curious about the qualifications of those consultants. Like, were they prior bar exam, reviewers, or are they different type of consultants like psychometricians? Can you shed light on that?
Yes, we're talking to a handful of psychometricians, none of whom have previously been on contract with the bar. Again, it is to take a look at the things that have been reported to us, as well as to just put a fresh set of eyes on those who failed the exam, to ensure that that everybody was given the score for their own essay, right? Sort of addressing the kinds of issues we've heard, that they had these mismatches. I didn't get the imputation. Really identifying all the issues that people have identified, and then putting their own lens on it as well, to see if there are other issues. Again, one of the goals here, obviously, we want to be 100% confident that everybody got the result that they earned. But we also want to ensure confidence in the test takers and in the public, that everything was scored accurately. And with the handful of changes that have been identified already, we think we owe it to the test takers to make sure that this review by psychometricians is conducted.
Thank you. And my next question has to do with the core values that should drive decision-making. I like the core values that were already listed, but one of the things that the Blue Ribbon Commission affirmed was the conclusion of the CAPA analysis, which is that the bar exam does not reflect the practice of law in California. And I know that you gave a presentation on the scope for the CBE and what they do, and the scope that the Board of Trustees has and what we do. But one of the core values I think that perhaps maybe we should focus on is making sure that the bar exam reflects the actual practice of law in California, or at least having some confirmation that we believe that to be true based on what the CBE decides to do. I served on the Blue Ribbon Commission, and one of the key propositions that I harped upon was that I did not like the MBEs, the way they were deployed. I don't know what the next gen bar exam looks like. I don't know if there has been a presentation to the board on what that looks like. And if we do decide to approve a contract for the with the NCB on the next gen bar exam, I think that we should at least get a presentation on what that exam would look like and how it's deployed so that we would know whether or not that would be a good way to go. But I do know, as far as taking the LSAT, what kind of questions Kaplan can deliver. And one of the other points I made as a commissioner on the Blue Ribbon Commission was that the multiple choice questions on that exam, on the California bar exam, should be like the reading comprehension questions in the LSAT. But instead of testing comprehension, though, it should test, your ability to issue spot and your legal knowledge that you learn in law school. And I think that would be and better reflect how you practice in real life as a lawyer, right? The intuition you have, oh, this is an issue, I should go research it. Or, this, my understanding of black letter law is this, so this is what I think how the issue should be resolved. As that's just a thought. Again, I know that the Committee of Bar Examiners is going to be taking the closer look at that type of thing, but I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, thank you. And it does get to exactly what you were alluding to at the end, was ultimately understanding sort of what the role of the board is versus the role of the committee in making these decisions. There is voluminous material that is available online from the NCBE with sample questions and for the next gen that they have put out, content outlines and questions. I'm told by my folks who are popping me notes to make me look good that it is that it's 40% is MBE style questions, but there's going to be a mix of, it's essentially, as I understand it, it is sort of a reading comprehension section, if you will. There's a fact pattern, a vignette, and then there may be multiple choice questions, short answer questions, a paragraph essay question that are associated with it. But there are different types of questions there, and that information is available online and certainly could be presented whether to the Committee of Bar Examiners, to the board, or others as is necessary as these considerations are being made.
Thank you.
I'm a little surprised that we're talking about, what are we going to do, well into the future, as opposed to what are we going to do to make sure we have a July bar exam and the next one and the next one that we can execute. Our core value should be that when 10,000 people show up to take an exam, that we can execute. It is embarrassing and deplorable that all those people in February could not take a bar exam. It doesn't matter what the questions were. We've heard hours and hours and hours of public testimony about how disturbing that was. And I understand now this issue of the Committee of Bar Examiners does this and the State Supreme Court does that, and we're just supposed to sit here and approve contracts. That's what I'm reading on the slide here, on slide 14. But what are we going to do? Our core value is delivering an exam that people can take. And so I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing what we're going to do differently. Yes, we're going to be in person, but I hear we have 52 proctors that have been lined up for an exam that's in 6 weeks or 8 weeks. I am very concerned. So I just want to get that on the record. Whoever's job it is to execute, we need to be sure they're going to execute. That's my primary objective between now and the July bar exam. And then what we do after that, going and saying all of this stuff, which is what led us to the February bar exam, like, oh, we want to change everything all at once. Great, if that works, if we have a way to make sure that works. I don't want a colossal failure again. I don't want to see that.
And I apologize if I glossed over the July 2025 administration. We've talked about it a couple of times. What we are doing is returning to the way that we had done it prior to February 25. So a fully in-person exam using the old software that we used to use. We have been directed to use the MBE questions and not the Kaplan developed questions. So this is the exam that we have put on for years, and we are confident that we can deliver it. 1,300 to 1,400 proctors is a lot of proctors because 10,000 applicants is a lot of applicants. But let me just say this because you asked the question directly. I am responsible for ensuring the administration of that exam goes off smoothly. And that is what staff have been working on very diligently since the moment we determined that we were going to switch from the plan remote exam to go back to in person. I was impressed how quickly staff were able to line up the full slate of in-person sites because we were behind the 8 ball. It was much later in the calendar than we normally would have reached out to those sites. And getting sites in July has historically been difficult. So staff were able to do that. The fact, yes, that number of 52 proctors was a little startling to me as I saw it. I must admit I was a little under the weather, and Ms. Wilson did most of the heavy lifting on preparing this slide deck, and I saw that and was getting a little bit of additional information on what that meant. But the important number there, and the reason I broke it down further than that one is in the slide, is that we do have 1,270 people who have applied to be proctors or have indicated their interest in returning to us as proctors. There is a process through our vendor Apple One to take the people who we've approved to be proctors and sort of process their paperwork, process their W-2s. Those are the 52, and they are working to get the others in place. But I understand why that number itself was startling. But I am responsible for ensuring that the smooth administration of this exam.
I just wanted to add, I'm concerned that there's no talk of beta tests. And I know that we've run this test before in this way, but I think that we could have really used, among many other things, a game day scenario where we're going to run this even as a sample or certain areas so that we know that the mechanics of what we're trying to build out work. Not wait for not that this has happened previously, but not wait to the day of to figure out that people aren't connecting. They're not attached. That there's some of these issues are often offset by beta tests and running previous versions of this. So, and maybe that's already part of the plan, but to run it, if we're going to go back to the previous way, make sure that the way that we did previously works, right? That people are able to connect, that the very basic components of what it is to take an exam are available to folks.
Yes, and so part of that, Trustee Trejo, is a mandatory mock exam, and so applicants are required. So although they're taking the test in person, they are doing it on their laptops that they are bringing with them to the test site. They are required to download the software, the ExamSoft software, ahead of the exam, to take a mock exam, which will ensure that their laptops meet the minimum requirements for the software, and will also familiarize them with the tools of the software. And that, though it is not 5,000 people taking the test at the same time, is at least is intended to make sure that their equipment works with it. This exam, unlike the February exam, is you're downloading the information ahead of time. You do not have internet during the exam. So we're not worried about that kind of issue, one of the same issues that happened in February happening now, because you are not all going online to ExamSoft at the same time. You've downloaded the software, you are typing in your answers, and when you leave the exam and reconnect to internet, your exam gets uploaded. So we do have confidence in the technology for this exam. Now let's be clear. It is not unheard of that somebody's laptop dies on exam day. That suddenly something that was working when they did the mock exam, they cannot get into the test. one of the benefits of being in person is that we hand them a handwriting packet and they handwrite their exam. Certainly not ideal if you have prepared to take this by typing your answers, but there is an alternative if your laptop dies and there's nothing that can be done.
I think the technology component certainly is one of them, but I'm just talking about back office support just generally, you know, whether it's for things that may come up for whatever reason. I think that there was some concern that people were trying to reach for help and weren't able to get it. And so irrespective whether it's technology or if it's an in-person thing, that there's someone that people can interface with or be able to rectify their problem.
Yeah, and I do have to say, sort of exam day issues are tough if you're going to be trying to call the Office of Admissions to get support, because most of the Office of Admissions are going to be deployed out at the various test sites. There are a handful of people that we leave at the office to answer calls and to take calls from the sites and resolve issues and make game day decisions then and there. But certainly there is not, you know, the 60 or so people who staff the Office of Admissions are not going to be largely available by phone on the day of the exam. That would require additional resources for us to be able to staff the office and provide the staff's expertise at the exam sites on exam days.
The only thing I'm pointing out is that there should be staff enough to be able to get a minimum amount of work done through there, right? I'm not saying they should be staffed to a certain level. I'm saying that there should be some interface.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
Donna, I know you've covered this in past presentations about steps we're taking to ensure July goes as smoothly as possible, but could you just again break out, you know, the staffing for each individual testing site with admissions, employees, and then the sort of onboarding that proctors are going to be going through in order to ensure that they have the most up-to-date correct information?
Yes, so I don't have the precise list of staffing, but the way we staff the sites is we identify what we refer to as a SMIC, a staff member in charge, for each of the test sites. In addition to at least a couple, depending on the size of the venue, but at least a couple of staff representatives who are also available at all of the test sites, who are there to field questions, who are much more knowledgeable than the proctors who we see twice a year at these exams, or, you know, if there are some that are brand new temps that, you know, we've never seen before. So there are staff members who are walking around at each test site who are there to identify issues and resolve issues as they come up. We have a staff person who is part of our exam administration unit, whose responsibility includes proctor recruitment. And the work that she has done is part of why we have identified 345 proctors who have never been proctors before, who've applied through the application that we had available on, I'm going to get this wrong, handshake.com, and LinkedIn and elsewhere. So we've identified those additional proctors, and she will be working with the vendor to ensure timely onboarding, the W-2 process that I mentioned, timely onboarding of all of the proctors. We will conduct a training for all of the proctors, and staff are actually looking at doing the training differently than in past years. Historically, we do a training day before and day of first morning of the exam, and it is led by the staff member in charge or the staff representatives at each of the site. You can understand how that might lead to some minor inconsistencies in how information is conveyed. And so staff is developing a training video. So the information that will be conveyed entirely consistently to all of the different sites, and continuing to work on the training materials for the proctors and the staff members who are assisting.
All right, thank you, Donna. And I want to, you know, be mindful, you know, of the time, and this definitely is, you know, something that needs to be discussed, you know, at length here, but we also do need to have a strategic conversation about steps forward. You know, we are on a timeline, you know, given our statutory constraints and just these looming issues that need to be made. So if we take maybe one or two more about July, but I'd really like to start looking forward if we could. So yes, Trustee Grande.
So I think I have two quick questions and then one question leading to the following conversation. So what's the targeted timeline to have the number of proctors that we need? Like by what date are we expecting to have to fill the number needed?
Totally fair question. I don't have the project plan in front of me, but the exam administration program manager was directed to develop a project plan that had sort of all of the steps and all of the dates in there. So it's something that I could provide.
Yeah, I think I would appreciate just having updates as we get closer, given that we did have to start later with managing everything that comes with the exam, so that we can, as the board, be ahead and know what's happening. My other question is for the February bar takers who are now taking the July exam. I didn't see anything here, but I wanted to know for the ones that are taking it, I've heard that they've had challenges registering again or finding an available location. Has that been addressed? If it's not complete, what's the plan for that? Anything like that?
Yeah, so I can get an update from staff on the number of spaces that are available. But one of the things that it's important that you understand that we do, we open registration for the July exam. Typically that's done on March 1st. This year we did it more like March 30th. The people who failed the July exam cannot register until they get their results. So they were not able to register until May 5th. We reserve seats at all of the sites for test takers who are what we refer to as immediate repeaters, right? Repeating from the most immediately delivered exam. So there are seats that were reserved at those sites for people who failed the February exam. One of the things that you might have heard about, there is a glitch that is sometimes showing up as people are filling out the application to sit for the exam. There's a part where they are required to submit a declaration and insert a signature. And there's been a glitch for some people where they get sort of the spinning wheel when they go to insert the signature. And we've had to clear that glitch and then allow them to finish their exam. And so that's something when they contact us, we identify that, yes, there is this glitch. And we are usually able to set it up overnight so they can, the next day, complete the exam sign up. Going forward, as we started to hear about this, the executive director said, "Why are we requiring signatures? Can't they check a box and say by checking this box, I am agreeing that X, Y, and Z, will that alleviate the problem?" For most things, the answer is yes. We should have been doing that. We can be doing that. We are not going to make a change right now in the middle of registration and risk messing something up. But that is something that we will be doing going forward because there is a solution to a problem like that. And it took us to sort of having the problem happen in order to be able to brainstorm the solution.
And just my last question. So moving forward, I guess I know we're expecting to have guidance from the Supreme Court in terms of what's next. CBE has their meeting in June. I guess my question is, at this point, given the breakdown of our role, how much is there for us to, how much strategizing is there to do at this point, given we have these pending questions?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Certainly something that, we, look forward to the Supreme Court weighing in on and providing that guidance. But I think right now we need to continue to, with an eye towards the future, look at the lessons we've learned and, be in a position where we can advise the Supreme Court, advise CBE, work in a collaborative form with, with them to make sure that we get this right. So I think that these conversation considerations that, that are in the presentation, I think are a good starting point for that, and will really help maybe flesh out some of these issues. So when we go to the Supreme Court and say, this is something that's important for the board really wants X, Y, and Z to be taken into consideration. And I think for, myself being able to step into that meeting saying these are the board's priorities, then that's going to, I think, allow for a better conversation.
And I would just add, as Donna mentioned, CBE's meeting June 20th. So one of the things you did with respect to provisional licensure, for example, recently, you sent something back to CBE, actually not just provisional licensure. You sent back a host of recommendations and said, please consider all of these. They're going to be doing that on May 30th. The second read, scoring methodology, adjustment, etc. So in that vein, you could articulate some values or guiding principles that you would like the CBE to consider when it takes up this issue on June 20th. That would be something concrete the board could do that's in line with this sort of amorphous regulatory environment we're in. And to Trustee Hughes, your point, one of the values could be, extremely low risk, or a guarantee that we are going to deliver a seamless bar exam, or not try to do two different disruptions at the same time. One disruption is new questions, another disruption is a new mode of exam delivery. So I hear you. I think it's perfectly legitimate. I do think it would be helpful if we start articulating these in a way that we can communicate to applicants, our stakeholders, and in the first instance, at this juncture, the Committee of Bar Examiners that we know is going to take something up in June. So that might be kind of a concrete.
Okay, there were a bunch of hands, so I'm going to go Tony, Harris, and then Sewell, if we could just try and get to the discussion about plans forward. Okay, so first, Tony.
Chair Stallings, I appreciate you giving time for this discussion, as this is the first time we're in person since the exam. Of course, we've had some online special meetings, and also because the Bagley-Keene rules have a lot of restrictions on how much we can talk in between meetings among ourselves. So I really appreciate this. I think I have some comments. One is that some of the core values, I think we should add, like, it's more important to get it right than to get it fast. It's more important to get it right than to do it cheap. Those are lessons I have learned that we should really, really think about. Now, let's turn to I'm turning to the slide on the costs, okay? And I'm going to ask a couple of questions. One is, is the State Bar paying Measure Learning for July administering of the bar exam? They're not doing it, right? We know they're not doing it. It's going to be in person. Are we paying them for it?
No.
We're not. Okay, that's a good answer. I'm going to ask the same question about Kaplan. Are we paying Kaplan for the July test?
So our contract requires that we pay Kaplan a set amount in 2025, in 2026, in 2027. That is the point, as I mentioned on that second to last slide, after which, if there was a decision to not proceed, that we could terminate the contract for a payment penalty. But Kaplan has provided us, pursuant to the terms of the contract, on February 15th, March 15th and April 15th, they provided us questions that were intended to be questions that could be used on the July bar exam. So we already have those questions. We have reviewed many of those questions. We will be moving forward to perfect the questions that we have, because why would we lose questions that are that we may want to use one day? It may be for February 26th. It may be for later. I don't know. Ultimately, that's part of the decision that you all will be making, but we don't want to let those questions lie. We have paid for them, and we want to work with our content validation panels that we put together, as well as Kaplan, through this iterative process to make sure that those are ready should they be needed for that purpose.
Okay, my final question is the scoring review issue. How is it possible that people aren't scored on their answers and are scored on other people's answers? I mean, I've never heard of such a thing like that, that there's a mismatch between your test answers and what you're scored on. And is that this mismatch? And then this retake issues, how is it that they didn't get imputed scores that they were supposed to? I really don't understand this.
Yeah, so and your confusion is understandable. So to be clear, we first heard of the mismatch issue on Reddit, and there was enough information there that enabled us to actually track down what the person was reporting. And I can't tell you how it happened. One of the things that we have been sort of putting on the very near parking lot, but nonetheless parking lot, is a root cause analysis of these problems that we've identified, because our primary focus had to be resolving them, right? Understanding how many applicants were affected and whether that changed their result from fail to a pass. But it stems from the fact that that there were a host of different numbers. There was the exam ID, there was the user ID. Those were numbers that were native to Measure Learning. They were not our numbers. And somehow, in sort of pulling the files from Measure Learning and aligning them with state bar numbers, there were 3 instances of a single essay for 3 applicants where there was this mismatch. When we read about this, we went through staff went through, I'm not going to, it's not fair to say we, because I didn't do it. Staff went through over 4,100 test applicants, went through everybody to make sure that the question that was assigned, that all of the questions matched. So they came up with 3. So there was some error that, again, I can't diagnose at this time. It is absolutely something that we will be looking to do. The imputation was, as I understand it, was a staff misunderstanding, frankly. And there were a handful of people who took the retest, and staff did not realize that they were supposed to have scores imputed for their zeros. Because this applied to those people. So if you took the retest, maybe you were taking the entire exam over, right? You took multiple choice, you took all the essays. Maybe you took all the multiple choice and none of the essays. Maybe you took all the essays and none of the multiple choice. The issue was with those people who took less than all of the essays. And the reason they did that, Trustee Tony, is because on the recommendation of our psychometrician, and you've heard us say this before, if you had at least 4 of 6 written components completed, then we could impute scores for the missing components. So there were people who had to retake all of the multiple choice, but we did not have them sit for the 1 or 2 missing written sections that they had, because we knew we could impute, and we failed to impute those zeros. That's what happened on that one.
Thank you. I'm good for now.
Yeah, I'll be brief. So it's my understanding that we're going, for this next bar exam, we're going back to the tried and true format that we did for the past 40 years.
Are we going to use ExamSoft as the testing platform?
We are.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick, and I think Trustee Grande was going here, but I just one step further. Donna, do we know out of the 8,800 plus folks that have signed up for July, how many are retakes versus new?
We do. I don't. Staff does have that number. And we do expect that some of those individuals may withdraw now that the board has said that they could use sort of the free, the waiver of the application fee for future exams, and they could withdraw from July if it was not convenient for them to take it in July. So we expect that number to be fluctuating over the next 10 days or so. But I don't currently have the exact number of immediate repeaters that are registered for the exam.
I think that in terms of core values, I think this has been articulated previously, but maybe not as direct as I want to sort of say it. And that is that there needs to be some sort of tested, proven technological sort of efficacy that's associated with whatever we're going to do going forward. And so I would just sort of articulate that as a core value. And then we did have a discussion in the Finance Committee about the admissions fund and the fact that the admissions fund is, as you can see from one of the slides, it was expected to have initially about over a $9 million balance in it. And now with everything that has happened with the February bar exam, and then there may still be some unknowns, going into next year, it is going to have roughly about a $3+ million reserve. That can get us through 2026 if I'm articulating this right, Araceli. But at the Finance Committee, I wanted to at least tee up the question as to whether or not, I think one of the things that should let the board know is that on the natural, we would not be looking at the admissions fee itself in terms of whether to raise it or what to do with it until the fall of next year. And so the question I was essentially proposing in the discussion that we had was, is this something that we should look at sooner than next year? And I think while there wasn't any sort of decision making that happened in the Finance Committee, what was sort of articulated was that could be one path to go down. The other path could go down, which Trustee Barahona brought forward, was, well, we know that we're going to have a deficit here. Let's plan to deal with that deficit through sort of other means, and then maybe down the road that gets reimbursed or the admission funds sort of reimburses those other funds. So there's not this sort of shock that takes place to test takers on an increased exam fee. But we are definitely going to have to grapple with the admissions fund.
So I think what makes the most sense right now is we've had I think a really good discussion about some of the lessons we've learned and what staff is doing. I know staff is working literally around the clock. I get emails from Dawn at like 2 in the morning and it's like, go to bed. But working literally around the clock to make sure that July goes as smoothly as possible. That's not to say that July is going to go with 0 issues, because we know historically there's always a couple little things that pop up, some out of our control. But we're working really hard on that. What I would like to do, I want to take one item because we have a presenter who's been waiting very patiently, and then we'll come back to this tomorrow after we've had a chance to think about things, kind of ruminate, and then we'll have that discussion on how much we value certain aspects and what we can really, take to the Supreme Court, take to CBE, and then work with them to achieve. So let's take, so I'm going to table item, the last portion of item 7.1, and then we're going to take item 7.4. These are legislative priorities for 2025, and this is being presented by Erica Conley, who, if we could promote her, as well as our Chief of Admissions, Donna Hershkowitz.
Legislative Director.
I'm sorry, and Legislative Director. I have trouble keeping track of all the many things you do at the bar.
Great, I see Erica there. I'm going to sort of do the first part of this first, Erica, if that's okay, because it leads directly into, I think there's a logic directly into the next piece that I will turn over to you.
Please do.
So for item 7.4, the board will see that this item recommends against adopting legislative priorities this year or pursuing affirmative legislative proposals. Although we have received some suggestions from staff for possible affirmative proposals, which you saw identified at a high level in the staff report, significant resource constraints, as well as frankly an attempt to avoid seeming tone deaf, inform our recommendation to defer seeking approval for legislative priorities this year and defer action to adopt these leg priorities and affirmative proposals until next year. And related to that, I think relatedly, I want to turn it over to Erica Connolly, who is chair of the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission, to present to you the second piece of this item, which is to revise the legislative program guiding principles to provide some authority for the Trust Fund Commission to advocate for proposals that relate directly to them. So, Erica?
Thank you, Donna. And thank you to the Board of Trustees for considering this proposal. So the Trust Fund Commission, we are requesting a revision to the State Bar's policy, in particular with regard to having to obtain Board of Trustee approval for our ability to advocate for, legislative proposals that are within our core jurisdiction, which is defined under 6210.5 in the Business and Professions Code, specifically about our IOLTA funds, our equal access funds, and similar grants. And we, as I'm sure the board is aware, that, the Trust Fund Commission has grown significantly over the last 5 to 10 years. We now administer numerous grants, including the Care Court grants. We administered homelessness prevention grants, consumer debt prevention grants as well. And, we've done all of that very successfully. We are now, of course, in a different environment in which we, have to ensure we're having those funds available, that we can react quickly and nimbly to, interface with the legislature to make sure that those funds, we can defend keeping those funds, find opportunities where we can, encourage the legislature to, have more funds that can go to legal service organizations that we can participate in administering. We've done that administration incredibly well. The State Bar staff that is staffed the Trust Fund Commission does an exceptional job. And so I really just want to speak to the fact that they have done an incredible amount of work in administering these grants, and they do so at a very cost-effective way. We think this proposal is a way for us to achieve that nimbleness and that ability to be flexible, while still ensuring that we're working collaboratively directly with the board and the State Bar. So as you'll see in the proposal, we're limited in just doing things about grants and grants administration. We will be, any legislative action that we take will go through the Trust Fund Commission for approval, or to one of its delegated committees. Yesterday, we had our Trust Fund Commission meeting. There was pending the approval by the Board of Trustees. That right now will be the executive committee will have that ability to, again, have that nimbleness. Any proposal or position that we intend to take per the policy, we will provide advance notice to the legislative director to make sure that there isn't any conflict with regard to the general fund access of the State Bar. or excuse me, I'm misspeaking, not access to the state bar, that there's no negative impact to the state bar's general fund. Yeah, so we think this is a way for us to get to react quickly, get to be very protective of these funds that have been, I think, really a game changer for a lot of the legal service organization environment, while still ensuring that there's not a situation where we're taking any sort of bold policy steps otherwise. I'll just give very briefly, and then I'll open for, any questions you may have. During the special session of the legislature, there was, additional equal access funds that were being considered and ended up coming to the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission to administer. And so we were able to do a letter, but I think because we had to sort of go up through the Board of Trustees, we weren't able to kind of get in there as quickly as we had hoped. And so that's why we think this is like an opportunity for us in the event that there is these, an unpredictable development, there's a way for us to try to advocate on behalf of our grants. So that's my presentation. I know it's kind of late in the day. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any.
And if I could just add for the board, and the staff report mentions this, in the 2021 annual fee bill, the bill that was proceeding through the legislature in 2021, the legislature put language in to statute that codified the Trust Fund Commission, and also provided a degree of independence of the Trust Fund Commission, independence from the board. And there's an example of the statutory language in the staff report that points to this. And I bring this up just to be clear that the Trust Fund Commission, there are differences between the Trust Fund Commission and other state bar sub-entities. Although the statutory framework does not talk about taking legislative positions, it seemed very consistent to staff to provide this exception for the Trust Fund Commission to be able to advocate on its own behalf.
All right, thank you for
That's a
that.
good point.
All right, Trustee Harrison, the Trustee Sewell.
This is what I was alluding to earlier. I fully support it.
Trustee Sewell?
Appreciate, Erica, appreciate your comments. I sit on the Legislative Liaison Committee for the whatever the term is, task force, whatever it is for the
Strike force.
yes, yeah, for the bar. Question for you is, I don't know enough about the commission to know, do you have your own lobbyists? Do you have your own sort of advocacy, sort of channels? How does this move forward for you if we grant this?
That's a great question. So no, we don't have independent lobbyists. We often work with LAC, which is a separate lobbyist and advocacy organization, but they do their own lobbying. The way we envision this is that, the state bar staff that works with us could, give us recommendations about, particular legislative issues that are coming up. We would then, in a public meeting, agendize it. We would have that discussion. We would provide to the legislative director, which I believe is Donna. We would provide to Donna, sorry, notice in advance of that meeting so that she would have an opportunity to review. And then what we envision is not, hiring a lobbyist or anything like that, but really just putting forward things like letters of support in support of like grant bills. That's the kind of thing we've done, in the past, and the kind of thing that we anticipate doing in the future. And again, we're very limited in this, which it's just about like IOLTA funds, EAF funds, similar grants. So we are not looking towards sort of broader, anything that goes beyond that. We would obviously still fall within the bar's policy that we might still have a recommendation to the Board of Trustees about a legislative proposal or legislative position, but we would do that, through the Board of Trustees approval process.
And currently, myself and Access and Inclusion staff get inquiries from Budget Committee staff, from Department of Finance staff, from leadership staff in both houses as they're talking about budget issues. I, try and be involved and try and initiate as much as I can and sort of be there on that, but it wouldn't be inconsistent with that they'd be having communication with the legislature from what is done currently. It's just now mostly done sort of in the nature of technical assistance because of the timing. We don't have the ability to get positions.
So I appreciate the fact that there'll be a fair amount of transparency that'll be embedded in this and collaboration, and so I think I'm supportive of it as well. Donna, just on your part of the presentation, I'm fine with us not moving forward with new initiatives that are being that are bar initiated. The one thing I would ask is, I was under the impression that there may be bills this year that affect the bar that are outside of the fee bill. And are we tracking or monitoring any of those? You're on mute, Donna.
I'm glad to be the first person to have that happen to this meeting. We are tracking all of those bills and providing technical assistance as appropriate. We've done that. We've provided technical assistance on a number of bills already this year and would absolutely continue doing that. And that our resource constraints would allow us to continue doing that. And I think the messages we've heard from the legislature in the past, we feel like they would be positively. They react positively to us sort of indicating that we are really staying laser focused on responding to issues related to the bar exam and ensuring that we have a smooth administration of the July bar exam, the audit issues, and just focusing on making sure that the fee bill goes through without any other affirmative proposals. But we are absolutely monitoring all of the bills that could impact the state bar this year.
There are no other questions. I'm ready to move it.
All right, perfect. Music to my ears. Okay. First by trustee Sewell, second by trustee Harrison. Can I have a roll call vote?
Farahona?
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros?
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Huser? Aye. Sewell?
Aye.
Stevens?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Trejo?
Aye.
Stallings?
Aye.
10 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
All right, Erica and Donna, thank you. Erica,
Thank
thanks for
you.
your tireless work on behalf of the neediest here in California. Appreciate your work.
Really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take one last item before we recess. I'm trying to. This is a bait and switch. Mere puffery, I mean, not a bait and switch. All right. Hopefully this should go somewhat quickly. So we're going to go to 7.6, which is approval of the 2025 quarter one financial statements.
Araceli?
And if we could have our CFO. Araceli was just agreeing with you on that one, I think.
I'm ready. I have a presentation for this one. So this is the Q1 financial statement results. I already did this presentation in the Finance Committee, so some of you may have heard it already. First, I'll go through the revenue highlights, and then I'll move on to the expenses for the quarter. So on the right-hand side, as you can see, total revenues for the quarter are slightly, or not slightly, they are above budget by about almost $7 million. And all of the funds here are what make up that variance. that surplus essentially right now. So first I'll start with the general fund. As you can see, the general fund is above budget by almost $7.5 million. And this really is just more a changing of our billing cycle deadline. In prior years, we had December, January as our billing cycle. This year, we changed it for the first time to be February and March. So that shift, that shift resulted in us getting a greater percentage of the license fees collected. It's not that we are getting more money right now. It's simply just an allocation of how we, but it's really just how we allocated the budget and how much revenue has been received for the quarter. But right now, we don't have any indications that we're gonna surpass our mandatory fees by $8 million at all. And as the year goes by, certainly by the second quarter, you should see it level off some more. We do expect to get more late fees this year, again, as Leah had mentioned earlier. But you know how much we'll I don't have those numbers yet, but you will see more late fees this year again. But this, I just want to highlight that this isn't an indication that we're going to get more revenue from mandatory fees. It's purely just a budget allocation timing. The Equal Access Fund is below budget by almost $10 million. And just as a reminder, all of our grants really are mostly passed through. We only really keep a small portion as a reimbursement for administering those grants. So when we get revenue in, we disperse it shortly thereafter. So you will see a similar variance on the expense side for the Equal Access Fund. There's emergency funding that we haven't yet received that we expected to receive in Q1. The contract has been delayed, but hopefully at the end of the second quarter, it will be signed and we will get the funds and then we'll be able to disperse those right away. The Legal Services Trust Fund is also above budget, and this is a trend that has been occurring since last year. It's over budget by almost $7.5 million. And just as a little bit of a background, the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission is actually the ones who set the average daily balances and the interest rates. That's what we input into our budget. The actuals have been always a lot higher, so the average daily, and this is in the billions, the average daily balance is higher than what was budgeted, as well as the interest rates. So that has really resulted in a lot higher IOLTA revenues. And you will continue to see this trend probably quarter over quarter since we're already over in Q1. The admissions fund, as we've been discussing for a long time now, is below budget on the revenue side, almost $2.5 million as of Q1. And this is really primarily to all of the refunds we had to give for individuals who withdrew. You'll see on the expense side, I'll speak when I get to the expense side on the admissions fund. The client security fund is slightly above budget as well, or not as well, above budget, almost just under $1 million, about $700,000. And this is a similar, or the same reason really as the general fund. The client security fund is funded by mandatory fees. And again, it's just the budget allocation that we're just getting a larger percentage in Q1 than we had budgeted or allocated in the budget. And finally, the other funds, it's well above budget by almost $4 million. It's $3.5 million above budget. And that's purely just settlement donations that the Justice Gap received. On the expense side, we are below budget bar wide by close to $11.5 million. And again, this is the makeup of all of the funds that make up that savings essentially right now for Q1. Starting with the general fund, we are slightly underspent in the general fund in professional services and IT equipment. And this is really just a delay in invoicing and a delay of some project commencements. So it's not that we have savings as of Q1. It's really just the timing of invoices that haven't come in and also the timing of some projects that are getting pushed further out in the year. But we don't expect this trend to continue as we ramp up spending. Usually for us, the higher spending happens in Q2 and Q3. The Equal Access Fund, just like I explained on the revenue side, it's underspent on the expenses since we didn't get that emergency funding just yet. The Grants Fund, very small variance under budget by just under $500,000. And that's also because there's a care court contract delay as of Q1, but once that gets resolved, we'll be able to get those funds and pass through to the subrecipients. The admissions funds for the quarter, you see that it's really at budget. However, that's a trend that's just not going to continue. As we discussed in the prior presentation, the admissions fund we are going to have to do, or we will do, a budget amendment at mid-year. We always bring budget amendments in September to the Finance and Board of Trustees. That's where we adjust any revenues and we true up any expenses. So certainly the admissions fund is going to be below, over, excuse me, on expenditures. And right now we are anticipating for 2025 to need to increase the admissions fund by about $2.6 million. As of today, that's how much we anticipate to have to adjust expenses for the admissions fund. So certainly this admissions being at budget is just not going to hold. The last one, the client security fund, it's slightly below budget, only $200,000. And this is a recurring thing too. A lot of the applications are just not eligible for payment, so they're just falling a little bit below our expectations on the budget side, or from what we had budgeted. And that's the funds and results for Q1.
All right.
Do you have any questions?
All right, perfect. Thank you for that in-depth and brief presentation. Any questions?
Finance Committee took a good look at this earlier today, and unless there are any questions, I'd recommend moving the item.
Perfect. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, first by Trustee Sewell, second by Trustee Tony. I have a roll call vote.
Barahona.
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros.
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande.
Aye.
Harrison.
Aye.
User. Sewell.
Aye.
Stevens.
Aye.
Tony.
Aye.
Trejo.
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
10 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
All right. Do you want me to?
Since we're here?
The more,
Yeah.
the more you do today, the better you are tomorrow. Dinner's
true.
at what time, Lucy?
I'm not going to-
6:15, up to you guys. We have the sub-entity item and then the board policy
one
manual.
final?
If we're very efficient, we could do both. The will of the board.
It's like so dinner is like a 5-minute walk from where we're staying, so. It's a little bit of time, but if people need to decompress.
So tomorrow we would have to do those items, go back to the item we were just discussing, and go to
And then go to
close.
closed.
Yep. And then,
We're probably spending more time on this
Yeah,
discussion
exactly.
than one of the items.
I'm game for doing one more.
I'm good to go too.
okay, let the record reflect, this was Trustee Sewell's idea.
He prompted us.
Okay, which one should we do? You want to do
I
the
think this
board policy?
sub-entity one,
Oh, subentity?
yeah, it's because it's not,
Okay.
they're both Louise said.
Okay, Trustee Sewell said, let's work overtime.
Okay, so this next item is the 5-year sunset review of state bar sub-entities. As most trustees are aware, this review is required under Board Policy Manual, Section 4.8, and is conducted by the Board Executive Committee, which evaluates non-statutory sub-entities every 5 years and submits recommendations to the full board for approval. The Executive Committee completed its review in February and approved recommendations for 5 sub-entities. At that time, staff planned to bring forward all 5 to the full board for approval. However, due to current workload and capacity constraints, particularly on the Committee of Bar Examiners and the board, we are only advancing recommendations for 3 sub-entities today. The Committee of State Bar Accredited and Registered Schools, the Council on Access and Fairness, and the Committee on Professional Responsibility and Conduct. Staff recommends continuing these 3 sub-entities with targeted operational improvements. For CS bars, we propose improved coordination with CBE, shorter member terms, and broader criteria for accreditation experts. For COAF, the recommendation is to focus its efforts more efficiently, particularly in areas where it overlaps with other state bar functions, and to align its activities with available funding. For COPRAC, the proposed changes include allowing it to issue short-form guidance without full board review, increasing staff support to reduce the drafting burden on members, and lifting previous restriction that prevented it from addressing on UPL issues. We're also recommending that COPRAC begin soliciting input from California attorneys on topics in need of ethical guidance, and that it submit an annual work plan for Executive Committee approval. The recommendations to sunset the California Board of Legal Specialization and the Client Security Fund Commission are not being recommended for sunsetting today. They will return to the full board for approval in fall of this year. Finally, to ensure consistency across the State Bar's governance structure, we're recommending that all continuing sub-entities begin developing annual work plans and submitting them for Board Executive Committee approval. Happy to take any questions.
Dangerous question. Any questions? Yes,
One
Trustee.
very
Tony.
quick question. Do we have an idea of what the average cost of a sub-entity is? Or remind me, how many we got? I know we have a lot, don't we?
We have about 11 or 12, I want to say off the
Oh, is
top of
that
my
all?
head. Yeah.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, it doesn't, it's the main sub-entities, doesn't include any subcommittees within those sub-entities. So for example, Legal Services Trust Fund Commission has several sub-entities
Right,
within it.
right,
So does Committee of Bar Examiners.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, through the Appendix I process, which I know is a swear word for some people, we drastically reduced the amount of volunteers. So this has been a probably close to decade, feels like, project.
Ready to move the item.
All right.
I'll
First-
second.
First by Trustee Sewell, second by Trustee Grande. Can I have a roll call vote?
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros,
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande,
Aye.
Harrison,
Aye.
User, Sewell,
Aye.
Stevens,
Aye.
Tony,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
It's 10 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
All right. Trustee Sewell, you want to throw something else on?
The board policy manual?
Yeah, okay, this one's on me. We're gonna do 7.5. I'm not even gonna read through the entire title, but this item is being presented by, once again, our board secretary. Yeah.
So this item includes updates to the board policy manual and related state bar rules. The changes that we're proposing include what the board approved, such as reducing board meeting frequency, establishing the contracts committee, and making various technical cleanups. These were approved by the board executive committee in February and are now before you for ratification. However, before we proceed, I did want to turn it over to Trustee Tony. I believe he has a concern with one of the edits that I'd allow him to address.
I don't know the page it's on right now, but there is an edit in here that's brand new that is an item that is not in the Rosenberg rules and has never existed, which says that the board chair votes last. And my understanding is that that has always been at the discretion of the board chair. And I see no compelling reason to change that. And I don't support that portion of it.
Right, any other concerns with this item? Is there anybody who wants to make a motion on it? Or any other questions about this item? Trustee Barahona?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we can answer why we included this that Trustee Tony's talking about. Is there like a reason or?
Sure, I can address that. So a question or a concern had come up, not at the board level, but at the sub-entity level, where there were issues about potentially the chair voting in alphabetical order instead of last, and that could have potentially swayed the committee's decision. And I looked into the issue, and at the time, we did not have it codified anywhere, including our meeting procedure documents. So I made the recommendation to include it in the board policy manual.
And what I will comment is, it's done differently in different organizations. in the state legislature, the committee chair always votes first. Okay. And, you know, chairs are supposed to have influence over what other people think. That's why they're the chair. I mean, I'm like, this is not a bad thing. And whether they vote first or last almost doesn't matter. I just object to it being a new addition without a strong, you know, reason for it. I've always, you know, I think it's an unnecessary, I mean, we have at the state bar always provided a great discretion to the chair. You know, because I think that's the right thing. I try to do that myself. And you know, right now I can't find what page it's on, but what I would like to do is to move the red line with that line stricken.
Trustee Tony, it's on page 10.
Okay, you know, there are so many documents I have open. Okay, so this is 7.5?
Yes.
Is it in the ATTA or ATTB?
It's an ATTA, the
Thank
red
you.
line version.
Thank you.
So it was never in the board manual.
That's correct.
But by precedent.
Yes.
And so all this would do is it's a codified. Like it's taken out, precedent has been.
Right.
I know that Trustee Tony always likes to vote after me so he can take his cues from my vote. Say that tongue in cheek. All right. I mean, I think I'm in favor of, you know, having it be up to the board chair. I think some of this is stylistic. I think each chair is going to have a little bit of a different approach to how they run meetings. You know, I'm not offended either, you know, by either proposal, but I think allowing whoever the chair is to have some flexibility in this area is what makes sense to me. That's probably the position that I would advocate for. Anybody else have any strong positions, thoughts?
So when you said have flexibility in the area, does that mean take it out?
I would take it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm neutral. I don't really have an opinion either way.
So it sounds like, were you making a motion, Trustee Tony, approve the
Yes.
recommendation with the modification to strike that
To
language?
strike that sentence, the chair generally will cast their vote last to avoid influencing the votes of other board
And
members.
then you're essentially you're seconding it.
I'm not sure. I'll second it. Let's get it to a vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I'll second it to get it to a vote. And I'm going to vote in the normal alphabetical way.
Okay, so Tony first. Okay. Barahona?
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present. Cisneros?
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Huser?
Yeah.
Soel?
Aye.
Stevens?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Trejo?
Aye.
Stallings?
No.
Didn't you second it?
Yeah, to get it to a vote.
So it passes.
Whatever.
So that's 9 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries.
There is a second resolution in the staff report that speaks to the circulation for public comment of the rule amendments, which I don't think was contemplated by Trustee Tony's motion, so perhaps we can consider that too.
All right.
Chair.
You want to explain those quickly?
Sorry, the rule amendments? You want me to explain that?
Or just take a motion on that, was that? Yeah.
Oh, I believe it is in the resolution. Yes, it's in the resolution. Let me just pull it up. 1 second. Okay. The second part of the resolution talks about circulating state bar rules, pages 1 through 4 of attachment B for a 45-day public comment period. And then also state bar rules, pages 5 through 13 of attachment B.
So nothing more is needed.
No.
Okay. I think, are we done?
I realize what everybody's laughing about.
Wait, we
Screwed
need a
up my
motion
vote.
on that.
So we need to vote on this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it's already in the,
It was already in,
trustee Tony's motion, as
Yeah,
I heard
the
it.
challenge is we didn't put this up.
Oh,
Okay,
Right,
and so I
so-
think the
Yeah.
motion was just speaking to the revisions
It-
to the
it
board
was, it
policy
was.
manual.
Yeah.
And I just don't want us to lose an opportunity to take an action on this item, which in essence is gonna repeal some very archaic rules that are no longer, in effect.
right?
I move the
Necessary.
further resolve portion
Okay.
of this. I think that's what you're
I'll
asking.
second.
Right. Let's call for an, okay, so first by trustee Tony, second by Vice Chair Cisneros. Roll call vote, please.
all right, Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura, not present, Cisneros,
Aye.
Good, not present, Gore, not present, Grande,
Aye.
Harrison,
Aye.
Huser,
Aye.
Sowell,
Aye.
Stevens,
Aye.
Tony,
Aye.
Trejo,
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
It's 10 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
Okay. It's 5:30. We're going to recess for the evening. We'll come back at approximately 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work, and see you bright and early. Thank you.